Hello, everyone, and welcome to Dark Whispers. I know many of you listen to these stories to help you fall asleep, and before you drift off, I would love to hear from you. Please leave a comment and let me know where you're listening from around the world. And if you're enjoying the video, don't forget to like and subscribe. Story 1. One evening, I came home feeling the usual comfort of being back in my own space. I had spent the entire day running errands and was ready to relax. The sun had already set, casting a warm, golden light over the street as I parked my car in front of my house. As I walked toward the front door, I noticed something strange. The door, which I had made sure to shut securely when I left, was slightly open. At first, I thought maybe I was just imagining it. Perhaps I hadn't closed it properly. But as I got closer, I could see a faint light shining through the small gap. My heart began to race, and I felt an uneasy feeling growing inside me. Something was definitely not right, and my instincts told me to be careful. I stood frozen for a moment, staring at the door. The silence around me felt almost louder, and the night air seemed to chill me even more than it had just moments before. My hand reached for the door handle, but then I hesitated again, scanning the area around me. There was no movement, no sound, but the feeling of discomfort stayed with me. Taking a deep breath, I slowly pushed the door open, each small movement feeling like a decision that could change everything. As I stepped inside, the house was eerily quiet, the kind of quiet where even the creak of a floorboard sounded like thunder. My eyes scanned the room, looking for anything out of place. The living room seemed fine, nothing seemed wrong, but still, I felt like something was watching me, invisible yet present in the air. I cautiously moved towards the kitchen, my mind racing with thoughts. What if someone had broken in? Was there a chance a burglar was still hiding somewhere inside the house? I turned the corner into the kitchen, my breath tight in my chest. There was no one there, but my eyes immediately went to the counter where I always kept my wallet. To my shock, it was gone. I stared at the empty spot where it should have been, completely in disbelief. I always left my wallet on the counter, right by the door, and now it was missing. The rest of the kitchen looked untouched, like nothing else had been disturbed. Just that one thing, the wallet. I couldn't understand it. Who would have taken it, and why only that one item? I walked through the house, checking every room, every corner. The feeling of violation was overwhelming, but nothing else seemed out of place. Just my wallet was missing. Who could have taken it? Had someone been watching, waiting for me to leave, and then sneaked in to steal only that one thing? I returned to the front door and checked the lock. It looked fine, like it hadn't been tampered with at all. I tried to remember if I had locked it before I left. The truth was, I couldn't be sure. I had been in a rush, distracted by a long list of errands. The door had closed behind me, but I couldn't remember locking it. The situation felt strange, almost unreal. Was I just being paranoid, or had someone really entered my house? I paused to calm myself, trying to think logically. Maybe I had left the door open by accident, but the missing wallet made that explanation hard to believe. Who would come into my house, take only my wallet, and leave everything else untouched? It didn't make sense. I went to the phone and dialed the police. It felt odd, like I was overreacting, but something inside me told me I couldn't ignore the uneasy feeling in my stomach. The operator answered quickly, and I explained the situation to her, about the door, the missing wallet, and how anxious I felt. She assured me that someone would come to investigate, but the wait was unbearable. As I sat waiting for the police to arrive, I tried to piece together what had happened. My mind kept returning to the wallet. I wondered if I had simply forgotten to take it with me when I left, but deep down, I knew I hadn't. I had placed it on the counter that morning, just before leaving for my errands, and now it was gone. I couldn't shake the thought that someone had broken in, taken my wallet, and left without leaving any trace. I started noticing the smallest details around me, the way the streetlight outside cast shadows on the walls, the sound of my own breathing filling the silence, the creaking of the floorboards. Every little noise seemed louder, more intense, and the air felt thicker with tension. It was like the house itself had changed, and it no longer felt like the safe, familiar place it once was. Finally, there was a knock at the door. My heart skipped a beat as I went to answer it. 2 officers stood outside, both in their blue uniforms. They introduced themselves, and I explained the situation once again. They stepped inside, taking in the scene around them. I showed them the front door, still slightly open, and they began their investigation. They asked about the layout of the house and if anything else seemed out of place. I told them about the missing wallet, but I couldn't explain what had happened. The officers remained calm and professional, but I couldn't help but feel like they didn't take my concerns as seriously as I did. They didn't seem as alarmed as I was, which only made me feel more confused. They carefully inspected the house, checking the locks, the windows, and even the backyard. They found no signs of forced entry. It was as if the door had simply been left open, and someone had walked in without leaving a trace. But how could that be? I was sure I had locked the door before I left. After their thorough investigation, the officers told me they would file a report, but there wasn't much they could do. There was no sign of forced entry, and no witnesses had seen anything strange. They suggested I contact my bank to report the missing wallet and to check for any fraudulent activity. They also recommended changing the locks as a precaution, just in case. When the officers left, I was once again alone in my house. The calmness that followed their departure only seemed to make the strange feeling in my chest worse. It was as if the whole experience had been a bad dream, but I knew it wasn't. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong, that I was missing something important. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every creak in the house, every gust of wind outside, made me jump. I kept replaying the events over and over in my mind, trying to make sense of them. How could someone have entered my house without leaving a trace? How could they have taken my wallet and left everything else untouched? It just didn't add up. The next morning, I called my bank to freeze my accounts and order a new card. I couldn't shake the feeling of violation, knowing that someone had accessed my personal information. I kept wondering if the person who took my wallet would ever be caught. I didn't know who they were or what they wanted, but I couldn't stop thinking about them. In the days that followed, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still out of place. I changed the locks on all the doors and windows, making sure everything was secure. But still, the sense that I was being watched never left. It felt paranoid, but it was hard to ignore. Someone had been in my house, taken something so personal, and now I couldn't shake the feeling they were still out there. I kept thinking back to the moment I walked through the door and saw it slightly ajar. What if I hadn't noticed? What if the person had been waiting for me to leave again? The more I thought about it, the more I wondered if I had missed something important, some clue that could explain everything. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't figure it out. The weeks went by, and while the feeling of unease never really went away, I learned to live with it. The door, the missing wallet, the strange sense of someone having intruded on my space, it all stayed with me. I became more cautious, always double-checking the locks and being more aware of my surroundings. I never did find out who had taken my wallet or why. It was as if they had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only the feeling of unease. I tried to move on, but the experience had changed me. Every time I walked through the door, I would glance at the counter, half expecting to see my wallet there, as if everything could go back to normal. But deep down, I knew it couldn't. Something had changed, and it wasn't something I could undo. The sense of safety I once felt in my own home was gone, replaced by a constant unease. And even though I continued with my life, I couldn't stop wondering who had been in my house, what had they hoped to find, and why had they taken only my wallet. Story 2. It was a regular evening when my phone suddenly rang. When I looked at the caller ID, I saw my mother's name. For a brief moment, I felt an unexpected wave of warmth. I hadn't heard from her in over a year since she passed away. Her death had been sudden, and the sadness was overwhelming. I hadn't fully come to terms with losing her, and I kept her number in my phone, unable to delete it. I think I kept it there, hoping that somehow, keeping her number would keep a part of her with me. I tapped the screen to answer, thinking maybe it was a sign or a message from her spirit. I didn't expect what came next. "Hello?" I said, trying to keep my voice steady, half expecting it to be some strange echo of her voice. But it wasn't an echo. The voice that answered was unmistakably hers. Soft, warm, and comforting, just as I remembered it. "Sweetheart, it's Mom," she said, and hearing those words made my chest tighten with a mix of joy and fear. The sound of her voice filled me with emotion. It felt like a moment of pure connection, something you long for when you've lost someone so close. For a brief second, I let myself believe that maybe it was really her. Maybe this was one of those strange, unexplainable things that can happen. But deep down, I knew something didn't feel quite right. "Mom, is that really you?" I asked, my voice shaking. There was a long pause, and the silence stretched on too long, making me feel uneasy. Then the voice answered again. There was something off, something subtly wrong about it. "Of course, sweetheart. Why wouldn't it be?" she replied, but the words didn't sound like they should have. They were too perfect, too calm. There was the familiar warmth in her tone, but underneath, I felt a coldness. It was subtle, but it was there, and it made my skin crawl. Something about it set my nerves on edge. I felt my heart start to race. I gripped the phone tighter, confused and scared. "Mom, you're gone," I said, my voice cracking. The air around me felt heavy, like I couldn't breathe. How could this be happening? This didn't make sense. I had been there at her funeral, standing by her grave. I watched them lower her into the earth. My mind raced, trying to make sense of it all. Could this be a prank? Was someone messing with me? But the voice on the other end was too real, too familiar. "Sweetheart, don't worry about it," the voice said again, this time with a hint of impatience. "I'm still here, aren't I?" Those words froze me. They were too precise, too unsettling. I felt trapped, unable to hang up, but unable to understand what was happening. "How is this even possible?" I whispered, mostly to myself, trying to process the situation. The voice laughed, but it wasn't my mother's laugh. It sounded wrong, too light, too sharp. It lacked the warmth I remembered. "I'm always here," it said softly, almost as if trying to convince me that everything was fine. But it wasn't. It didn't sound like her anymore. It was like something was pretending to be her, mimicking her, but it wasn't her at all. The familiar lilting tone of her voice, the one I had heard 1,000 times, was gone. In its place was something hollow, an imitation. I couldn't wrap my mind around it. I stood there, paralyzed, phone in hand, as the voice continued to speak. It said things that sounded like my mother's words, but the tone wasn't right. The more I tried to focus on the words, the more they felt wrong, like they were slipping away from me, out of my reach. "Where are you?" I asked, my voice trembling with fear. "Are you okay?" The voice hesitated, almost as if it was thinking about what to say. "I'm fine, sweetheart," it replied, but I could hear the faintest distortion behind the words, like an echo of something trying to be real, but failing. Then the voice shifted, darkened slightly, and said, "But I need you to listen carefully." A chill ran down my spine. This no longer felt like a comforting conversation. It felt like a warning, a sinister presence disguised as my mother. "I'm not who you think I am," the voice whispered, so quietly that I almost didn't catch it. My heart skipped a beat. "Who are you?" I demanded, my voice rising in panic. The response came slow and deliberate. "I'm your mother," the voice said again, but this time the words felt hollow, like they were being pulled from someplace that wasn't quite real. "I'm always with you," it added, but the tone was wrong. There was something that made my skin crawl, a feeling that wasn't right. It wasn't her. It wasn't my mother. But it sounded like her. It spoke like her. It carried on the conversation, but the more I tried to focus, the more it slipped away from me, like sand through my fingers. And without warning, the call ended. The line went dead. I was left standing there, still holding the phone to my ear, the faint echoes of her voice lingering in the silence. I dropped the phone, feeling like I had just encountered something I couldn't understand. My heart was racing, my breath shallow. As I tried to make sense of what had just happened, it was impossible. My mother had been dead for a year. There was no way that could have been her. I checked the call log again. It showed her number, the same number that had been in my phone for years. My stomach twisted with dread. I hadn't imagined it. I hadn't dreamed it. I had spoken to her, or at least to something that sounded like her. But the voice had changed. It was wrong. It had been too precise, too calculated, and I felt like it knew exactly what to say. It wasn't her. It couldn't have been. For the next few hours, and even the following days, I tried to calm myself, to understand what had happened. I told myself it was some strange phone glitch, an accident in the system, or even a scam call. But deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very, very wrong. The voice, whatever it had been, knew me. It knew my emotions, my fears, my grief. It felt like it was trying to deceive me, to make me believe in something that wasn't real. The phone didn't ring again that night, but the unease stayed with me. I couldn't stop thinking about the voice, how it had mimicked my mother perfectly, yet wasn't really her. I kept wondering, what was it? And why had it called me? What did it want? Story 3. I had always trusted my friend Nick. We had been close friends for many years, and I never thought there would be a reason not to trust him. He was the kind of friend who would always be there for you when you needed him. He would do anything to help you, and he had helped me out more times than I could count. So, when my car broke down and I needed a way to get around, it seemed like the perfect solution to borrow Nick's car. He offered it to me without hesitation, telling me I could use it for as long as I needed. I didn't even think twice about accepting. Why would I? He was a good person, and he had helped me out many times before. The first day I drove his car, everything felt normal. In fact, it felt better than mine. It was a newer model, and it was much smoother to drive. The seats were more comfortable too. I didn't expect anything unusual to happen. I just used the car to run a few errands and went on a few short trips around town. There was nothing strange about it. But then, the next day, when I was getting ready to drive it again, something odd happened. As I sat in the car and began to adjust the seat, my hand brushed along the edge, and I felt something hard and small, stuck to the fabric under the seat. At first, I thought it might just be a forgotten object, like a pen or a piece of trash that had fallen there. But when I reached under the seat to grab it, I felt something unfamiliar. It wasn't just a piece of trash. I pulled it out and looked at it carefully. It was a small device made of metal, and it had a blinking light on it. When I looked at the device, I realized it was a tracker. It was a small gadget that could be used to monitor and track the location of a car. My stomach instantly turned with unease. Why was there a tracker in Nick's car? Why was it hidden under the seat? I stared at it, unsure of what to do. The blinking light seemed almost too obvious, like it was waiting for me to notice it. A feeling of dread quickly washed over me. The thought that someone, possibly without my knowledge, could be tracking my every move made me feel extremely uncomfortable. I tried to calm myself down and think logically. Maybe there was a good reason for it. Perhaps Nick had put it there for a legitimate reason, like for peace of mind, in case the car was ever stolen. After all, it might not be a big deal. But then I remembered Nick had never mentioned anything about a tracker. If he had put it there for a reasonable reason, why hadn't he told me about it? I thought about it more. I realized that I could have been driving around without knowing that someone was keeping an eye on my every movement. The idea made me feel very uneasy. There was only one way to find out what was really going on. I had to talk to Nick. I pulled out my phone and sent him a text message. I tried to sound casual so I wouldn't alarm him. I asked, "Hey, quick question. Did you put a tracker under the seat of your car?" I didn't want to jump to conclusions right away, but I needed to know. I was waiting for his reply, but my mind was racing with questions. What if he didn't respond? What if he was the one who had put the tracker there? What did it mean? A few minutes later, my phone buzzed. Nick had sent a reply. When I read his message, I felt my heart sink. His reply was short, but it didn't make me feel any better. He said, "It's not a tracker. Don't worry about it." I read his message again, hoping that maybe I had misunderstood something. But no matter how many times I looked at it, I couldn't make sense of his response. It didn't reassure me. In fact, it made me feel more suspicious. Why was he so quick to dismiss it? Why didn't he offer any explanation? Why didn't he ask me what I had actually found? I felt nervous, unsure of what to do next. If it wasn't a tracker, then what was it? Why had he said, "Don't worry about it"? That response didn't sound like someone who was telling the truth. It sounded like something someone would say if they were trying to cover something up. I thought about calling him to get a clearer explanation, but I had this feeling deep down that I was being lied to. The more I stared at the device in my hand, the more I felt that something was off. There was something I wasn't being told. Something was not right, and I couldn't ignore it. I needed to get to the bottom of this. But where could I go for answers? I decided to take action myself. I couldn't just wait around for Nick's response anymore. I needed to find out what was going on. I decided to go to the car dealership where Nick had bought the car. I hoped they might be able to help me understand what the device was. The dealership was a few miles away, and I was nervous about walking in there and asking about a mysterious tracker. But I had to do it. I needed answers. I went to the dealership and asked to speak with the salesperson who had sold Nick the car. When the salesperson came out, I told him everything. How I had borrowed the car, how I had found the tracker under the seat, and how I was concerned. At first, the salesperson seemed confused. He stared at the device for a long time, as if trying to understand what it was. But then, his face suddenly turned pale. "This isn't something we would install in any of our cars," he said in a low voice. "Are you sure this came from the car you borrowed?" His reaction made me feel even worse. My heart sank into my stomach. I nodded, telling him that I was sure the tracker had come from the car I borrowed. The salesperson then took the tracker and went to the back of the store to check it out more closely. I stood there, pacing back and forth, feeling anxious and uneasy. What did he mean by that? Why was he so unsettled? After what felt like an eternity, the salesperson returned. His face was still grim. "I don't know who put this in there," he said, "but I can tell you one thing. It wasn't us." His words hit me like a punch. I felt dizzy as I tried to process what he was saying. This wasn't some random device. Someone had put it there intentionally. Someone had been tracking the car, watching my movements without my knowledge. I left the dealership feeling shaken, my mind racing with questions. But the worst realization came when I got home and sat down on my couch. As I looked more closely at the tracker, I noticed something even more unsettling. The tracker had my address on it. There was a small engraving on the metal, so small it was easy to miss. But there it was. 1234 Elm Street. My heart dropped into my stomach. How could this tracker have my address on it? Had someone been following me all this time? Was Nick involved in this somehow? Or had he been unaware of what was going on? I didn't know what to believe anymore. The fact that someone had been tracking my every movement without my permission made me feel exposed and vulnerable. The more I thought about it, the more I realized how dangerous this could be. The person who had done this could be anyone, someone I knew, or even a complete stranger. I needed to confront Nick. I had to find out what was going on, no matter how uncomfortable or awkward the conversation might be. But when I tried to call him, there was no answer. I left a message on his voicemail, telling him I needed to talk. I kept my voice steady, but inside, I was terrified of what I might learn. As the hours passed and the night stretched on, I kept checking my phone, hoping to hear back from him. I was filled with uncertainty. Was Nick involved in this? Was this some kind of sick joke? Or was something darker happening that I didn't understand? The longer I thought about it, the more I realized that even if I didn't have all the answers yet, I was getting closer to a truth that I wasn't sure I was ready to face. The tracker was still in my hand, its steady blinking light like a ticking clock, counting down to something I wasn't prepared for. The more I stared at it, the more I realized that I had been living in the dark for too long. Now, the truth was starting to reveal itself, and I couldn't ignore it anymore. Story 4. It all started subtly. I'd come home from work every day, and as I unlocked the front gate, I felt the familiar calm wash over me. My house was my safe place. But one day, I noticed something a little strange. Every time I stepped inside, I saw that the gate was slightly open, a small crack, more than I remembered leaving it. At first, I thought it was nothing. Maybe the breeze had blown it open, or perhaps I had been distracted and hadn't closed it properly when I left in the morning. But it kept happening, every single day. No matter how carefully I thought I had locked it, the gate would be left open just a little. This was starting to unsettle me. I was sure I had locked it securely before leaving, and no one else had a key to my house. So, who could be doing this? The thought made me uneasy, but I tried to push it aside. I convinced myself that it was just a coincidence. Maybe the wind was strong enough to nudge the gate open, or maybe the latch wasn't working properly. But then, it started happening at night. One evening, I came home late, and the moment I stepped out of my car, I saw it. The gate was wide open. I had just locked it an hour earlier. I felt a cold chill run down my spine, and the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. My mind raced as I walked toward the gate. No one else had a key to my house. At least, that's what I thought. But the more I thought about it, The more the situation started to feel intentional. Someone had to be coming into my yard. But how? I decided to take action. The next day, I set up a camera near the gate, hoping to catch whoever was behind it. I didn't expect much. Maybe I'd catch a glimpse of an animal, or maybe a neighbor passing by. But when I reviewed the footage that night, my heart stopped. At first, the camera showed nothing unusual, just the quiet of the night. But then I saw it. Just after midnight, a shadow moved across the frame. The gate slowly swung open, and then a figure stepped into the yard. It was too dark to see any details, but the person didn't seem to be in a hurry. They lingered by the gate for a moment, almost as if they were waiting for something or someone. Then, just as quietly as they had arrived, they slipped away. The gate was left wide open. My stomach dropped. Whoever this was, they were doing it on purpose. This wasn't just some random accident. It was someone who knew my schedule, someone who had been watching me. They knew exactly when I wasn't home, and now they were making their presence known. I couldn't stop thinking about the last part of the video, the figure lingering by the gate. Why hadn't they just closed it? Why did they wait? It didn't make sense. I called a locksmith the next day, even though I was fairly certain I hadn't misplaced my key. I needed to know for sure that my house was secure. The locksmith checked the lock and the gate, and after a few minutes, he reassured me that everything was in working order. There were no signs of tampering. No one had picked the lock or gained access that way. I kept the new key in a safe place, but still, every evening when I came home, the gate would be slightly open. It felt like a silent message, a signal that someone had been there. But what were they trying to say? What did they want? After a few weeks of this happening, I began to notice other strange occurrences. Small things, nothing too alarming at first, but enough to make me uneasy. Sometimes my mailbox would be slightly open, as if someone had been going through it. My garden tools would be moved around, and I'd find the same set of footprints in the yard, leading up to the gate, but never away. It was like someone was getting closer, watching me more and more, but no one had a key. No one else should have even known what was happening. My home was supposed to be my safe place, but it felt like someone had breached that safety. Someone was inside my personal space, leaving behind these quiet, unsettling signs. I became more cautious. I started locking every door, every window, and even installed an extra lock on the gate. But still, every night, without fail, the gate would be found open. The camera footage didn't show anything after that first night, and I started to feel paranoid. Was someone slipping in and out of my yard unnoticed? Or was I just imagining things? But how could I ignore the feeling that someone was there? The sense of being watched, of being tracked, never left me. I asked my neighbors if they had seen anything unusual, but none of them had. I told them about the open gate and the strange figure, but they all looked at me like I was overreacting. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I felt like I was in danger, but I didn't know how to stop it. One night, I decided I'd had enough. I stayed up late, hoping to catch the intruder in the act. I sat quietly by the window, watching the gate. The darkness stretched in front of me, and I waited. Hours passed, but nothing happened. Just as I was about to give up, I saw it. A shadow crossed the yard. Someone was there again. This time, I wasn't going to let them slip away. I rushed to the front door and swung it open, just in time to see the figure retreating into the shadows, disappearing into the dark trees at the edge of my property. I called out, demanding to know who they were, but the person didn't stop. They moved quickly, with purpose, vanishing into the night. I grabbed my phone and called the police. By the time they arrived, the figure was long gone, and there was no trace left behind. The officers checked the area but found nothing unusual. They couldn't offer any real explanation, other than to suggest it might be someone playing a prank. But I knew better. This wasn't a prank. This was something deliberate. The next few days were a blur of anxiety. I couldn't stop looking over my shoulder. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was always lurking just out of sight. But despite everything, the gate continued to be left open. No matter how many times I locked it, no matter how many precautions I took, it kept happening. And with each passing day, the questions piled up. Why? What did they want? What was the point of all this? The worst part was the feeling of being trapped. My house wasn't safe anymore. It was being violated by someone who knew my every move. And even worse, I still had no idea who they were. It felt like I was being toyed with, like they were watching me, waiting for me to crack. The gate remained open, a symbol of something darker at play, and I couldn't escape the creeping dread that I was being pulled into something I wasn't ready to face. Story 5. It was a normal Saturday afternoon when I decided to spend a few hours at the local thrift store. I loved going there. It was like a treasure hunt, looking for old books, vintage clothes, and strange little items that no one else seemed to want. That day, I was hoping to find a new book to read. As I was walking through the store, I noticed something in the corner of a shelf, an old leather-bound journal. It didn't look like much at first. Just an old notebook with pages that had faded with time and a simple clasp to keep it shut. But for some reason, it caught my attention. Something about it felt familiar, like I had seen it before. Curious, I picked it up. I flipped through the pages, and I saw that it was filled with neat handwriting. The ink was faded, but the words were still clear. At first, I thought it might just be the random musings of someone from the past, maybe a diary, or some forgotten notes. But as I read more, something strange started to happen. The more I read, the more the entries started to sound familiar. The writer talked about waking up in the morning, feeling the warmth of the sun coming through the window, and drinking their coffee. It was odd, because these were things I did every day. It was like reading about my own life. I thought it was just a coincidence at first, but the more I read, the more details matched my own experiences. The journal was describing things that had happened to me, down to the smallest moments, places I had been, conversations I had, even the foods I liked. One part of the journal even talked about a trip I had taken to a local park. It mentioned a bench I had sat on, and the exact book I was reading at the time. How could someone from the past know these things? This couldn't just be a coincidence. I had to keep reading. As I turned the pages, the entries started to get even more specific. They began to describe things that had happened to me just hours before I found the journal. I began to feel a strange sense of unease. It was like someone had been watching me, documenting my life without me knowing. I started to wonder, who wrote this journal? How did they know so much about me? My heart began to race as I continued reading. The entries began to talk about things that hadn't happened yet. The journal predicted that I would run into an old friend later that day, someone I hadn't seen in years. The journal even mentioned what we would talk about. At first, I thought it was a fluke, but when I left the thrift store, I actually bumped into that person. It was exactly as the journal had said, and we had the exact conversation the journal predicted. The journal even mentioned the words I would say. It was like the journal knew my future. The more I read, the more obsessed I became with it. Every new entry seemed to tell me more about my life, and the journal's predictions started to become even more accurate. It began to describe my interactions with other people. Sometimes, it even predicted how I would feel in certain situations. I couldn't stop thinking about who could have written this. How did they know so much about me? And why did it feel like the journal was guiding me, like it was controlling my actions. Was someone really following me? Or was this just some strange coincidence? One night, as I read the journal before going to bed, I came across an entry that sent a chill down my spine. The journal predicted that the next day, I would have a conversation with a colleague at work. It didn't just predict the conversation, it also described how I would feel in that moment. Frustrated, anxious, and unsure. I had no idea why I would feel that way, but the journal seemed to know exactly how I would react. The next day at work, everything happened just as the journal had said. The conversation was the same, and I felt exactly the way the journal had described. I couldn't believe it. How was this possible? Was I living out some kind of script, following a path written by someone else? The more I read, the more I felt like I wasn't in control of my life anymore. It was as though the journal was pushing me towards certain decisions. It would describe things I would do and people I would meet, and I found myself following its predictions even though I didn't want to. It was like I had no choice. As time went on, the journal became more precise. It began to talk about my relationships with others, how they would change when I would meet new people, and even when I would have arguments with my friends. It felt like the journal wasn't just documenting my life, it was controlling it. I began to feel like my life was no longer my own. I tried to stop reading the journal, but it was impossible. Every new entry pulled me in deeper. It was like I couldn't escape. The more I read, the more I realized that there were gaps in my memory, things I couldn't remember from my past. It was as though the journal was filling in those gaps, telling me things I didn't even know about myself. One evening, as I reached the last few pages of the journal, I came across an entry that made my hands shake. It didn't just predict something that would happen, it described the end. The final entry read, "This is the last time you will read these words. The journey will end soon, and you will have no choice but to follow the path laid before you." I closed the journal, my heart racing. I didn't know what to think. It was as though the journal had been guiding me toward its own ending. I had no idea what that meant, but I felt trapped. I knew I couldn't escape this. I stared at the journal in my hands, feeling like my life was no longer mine. Who had written this journal? Why did it feel like I was no longer in control? The answers seemed just out of reach, and all I had were more questions. The journal had become my reality, and I didn't know how much longer I could keep following its lead before it consumed me completely. Was I living my own life? Or was I just a character in someone else's story? Story 6. It was just another normal Wednesday when something strange happened. A few months earlier, I had installed security cameras around my house. I did this because there had been a few break-ins in the neighborhood, and I wanted to feel safer. At first, I didn't pay much attention to the cameras. They were just there for peace of mind, recording footage in case anything happened. I would check the footage now and then to make sure everything was fine, but I hadn't needed to use them much because the house always felt safe. That day, however, something made me check the footage again. I wasn't sure why. I had just come home from a long day at work, feeling tired and ready to rest. I went straight to my bedroom, collapsed into bed, and pulled the covers over my head. It was a typical night, and I had no reason to expect anything unusual. But then, my phone buzzed. I picked it up and saw a notification from the security app. I thought it was probably just a routine update, maybe a cat walking past one of the cameras outside. But when I opened the app and looked at the footage, my heart skipped a beat. The notification showed footage from my bedroom camera, footage that had been taken just moments ago, right around the time I had been lying in bed. I clicked on the video, half expecting to see nothing more than a regular shot of my bedroom, the usual angle. But when the video started playing, I froze. The figure lying in my bed wasn't me, it was someone else, someone who looked exactly like me. Same hair, same building, same clothes. I could barely breathe as I tried to make sense of it. The person in the bed was sleeping, just like I had been, in the exact same position. But there was no sign of anyone entering or leaving the room. I replayed the footage, my mind racing. Could I be hallucinating? Had I left the door open and someone snuck in while I wasn't paying attention? But no, I had locked all the doors when I came in, and the footage was clear. The person in the bed looked exactly like me. I couldn't believe it. The figure didn't move. It was just lying there, still, peaceful, as if it had been sleeping in my place all along. It was me, or at least it looked like me. My stomach twisted in a knot as I tried to think of an explanation. Maybe it was a glitch, a strange error in the camera system. I closed the app and checked the other cameras, hoping to find something that would explain what I was seeing. The living room camera and the hallway camera were both clear. The house was empty. I didn't see anyone walking around or leaving the room. I even checked the footage from earlier in the day, before I had come home, and everything seemed completely normal. But when I went back to check the footage of my bedroom again, something even stranger happened. The figure in the bed shifted slightly. It didn't wake up, but it moved, just a little, like it was adjusting itself to be more comfortable. My heart was pounding in my chest. I was paralyzed in place, staring at the screen, wondering if my eyes were deceiving me. Was this real? Was I dreaming? I grabbed my phone and tried to call my best friend. I needed someone to help me make sense of this, but when I went to dial the number, I saw that the phone call icon had already been opened by itself. It was like I had already tried to call. My heart sank. What was going on? Why was my phone acting like this? It felt like everything in my life had suddenly turned upside down. I went downstairs to check the doors again, just to be sure everything was locked, but something was nagging at me. The footage didn't sit right. The person in my bed wasn't just lying there. They looked comfortable, like they had been there for hours. It was as if they belonged there. I knew for a fact that I hadn't invited anyone over, and there were no signs of a break-in. The windows were locked, and the door hadn't been tampered with. I had no idea who or what was in my bed, but I couldn't ignore it anymore. I had to confront it. I couldn't just sit there wondering what was happening. My hands were shaking as I grabbed a flashlight and slowly walked upstairs. I didn't know what I was about to find, but I couldn't keep ignoring it. The house was too quiet, too still. I reached for the bedroom door handle and twisted it slowly, opening the door. The room was exactly as I had left it. My bed was neatly made, the sheets perfectly in place. There was no sign of anyone else in the room. I exhaled in relief, almost laughing at myself for being so paranoid. Maybe I had just imagined the whole thing. Maybe I had been too tired when I checked the footage. But as I turned to leave, I felt something cold brush against my shoulder, like someone had touched me. I spun around, but the room was empty. There was no one there. I didn't sleep that night. Instead, I kept checking the footage every few hours, hoping to find a clue, hoping to make sense of what was happening. The next morning, the footage was still there, but this time it wasn't just a still image, it was a video. And this video showed the figure in my bed, getting up, walking toward the camera, and then stopping just inches away from the lens. The figure's face was blurry, distorted in a way that made my breath catch in my throat. It was as though someone had purposely messed with the image, making it impossible to see their face clearly. But even though I couldn't see their face, I could feel their presence, as if their eyes were locked onto mine. The figure in my bed wasn't me. It was a twisted version of me, some kind of phantom. And this time, it seemed to have a purpose, like it was moving with intent. I couldn't stop thinking about it. Who was this person? How did they get into my house? Why did they look so much like me? It was like this person had come from the same place as me, had walked the same path, but somehow didn't belong here. They were an intruder, but they knew my house better than I did. I felt like I wasn't just dealing with a break-in anymore. This was something darker, something that wanted to be me. It wanted to take my place. I kept wondering, was I still alone in my own home? Or was there someone else here with me? Someone who looked exactly like me, but wasn't me at all? Story 7. It all started in a very ordinary way. I first heard a faint, rhythmic tapping on the wall. At first, I thought it was just one of those normal noises you hear in an old apartment building. I thought it might be the sound of the pipes, or maybe the neighbors moving furniture around. But the tapping didn't stop. It happened every night, at exactly the same time, around 2 a.m. At first, it was quiet and soft, almost too faint to hear, like someone tapping their fingers gently against the wall. It wasn't loud enough to bother me, but it was just enough to catch my attention. I started to notice that it happened every single night, right when I was about to fall asleep. It wasn't random. The tapping came in a steady pattern. 3 soft taps, then a short pause, and then 3 more taps. It was always the same. I listened to it for a few minutes each time, but then it would stop. The strange part was that no one else in the building seemed to hear it. I asked my neighbors if they noticed any strange noises, but they all looked at me like I was crazy. "What tapping?" one of them asked, a confused look on their face. Another neighbor laughed and said, "You're probably hearing things." I tried to ignore it, but every night, without fail, the tapping continued. It almost felt like it had a mind of its own. It started as I was drifting off to sleep, and no matter how much I told myself it was nothing, it still made me feel uneasy. I even asked the building superintendent about it. He just shrugged and said, "It's probably the pipes. This is an old building. You'll get used to it." But I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't just the pipes. There was something deliberate about the way the tapping came in those exact patterns, like someone was trying to send a message in a secret code. After a week of hearing it, I started to become obsessed with the tapping. Every night, I would lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, waiting for it to start. The rhythm was always the same, but now the tapping didn't stop after a few minutes. Some nights, it went on for hours. I started to wonder if I was the only one who could hear it. It felt like the walls were closing in on me. I tried to get up and investigate, but whenever I got close to the wall, the tapping would stop. It was as if the sound knew when I was near and went silent. I even tried to soundproof my room, thinking maybe it was just the neighbor's pipes or something, but nothing changed. The tapping continued every night. The more I heard it, the more it consumed me. It was always there, like a soft, ticking clock that wouldn't let me rest. I stayed up late, trying to catch a glimpse of who or what was making the noise, but no one else in the building seemed to notice. I couldn't help but wonder if it was all in my head, or if something was wrong with the building that no one else wanted to acknowledge. Then, one night, something changed. The tapping wasn't the same soft sound I had gotten used to. This time, it was louder, sharper, and more urgent. It felt like the wall was trying to get my attention. I sat up in bed, wide-eyed, listening carefully. I felt a cold chill fill the room as the tapping became faster and more frantic. It was like the wall was alive, beating like a heart. My pulse quickened, and I stood up, walking cautiously toward the source of the noise. I pressed my ear against the wall, trying to make sense of it, but there was nothing there. For a moment, the tapping stopped completely. The silence was suffocating. I stood frozen, my heart pounding in my chest. Then, To my horror, I heard something. A soft whisper coming from the other side of the wall. It was faint, almost too quiet to hear, but unmistakable. It sounded like a voice, but I couldn't understand the words. My breath caught in my throat as the whispers grew clearer, almost like an invitation. It was as if the voice wanted me to listen, to come closer. I stepped back from the wall, my hand trembling as I realized what was happening. Someone or something was trying to communicate with me from the other side of the wall. My mind raced as I thought about the history of the building. Had anyone ever lived in the apartment next to mine? Was there some hidden passage or forgotten space in the walls where someone or something had been trapped for years? It didn't make sense, but the more I thought about it, the more I became convinced that the tapping and the whispers weren't just random noises. They were a message. Over the next few days, I became obsessed with figuring out what was going on. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't think of anything else. I found myself standing by the wall, listening, trying to catch another whisper. Sometimes the tapping was quiet, just the soft taps. But other times, it was louder, like whatever was on the other side was getting frustrated, trying to reach me. I started to question my own sanity. Was I just hearing things? But then, I asked one of my neighbors again, just to see if I was the only one. "No, I don't hear anything," she replied, acting as if I were crazy. But the tapping didn't stop. It continued every night, sometimes louder, sometimes softer, but always there. I wasn't sure if it was just a noise from the building or something more. The strange whispers in the wall never left my mind. I started researching the history of the building, hoping to find some connection that would explain what I was hearing. But I found nothing. No strange incidents, no missing people. It was like the building had been built on a foundation of silence, hiding its secrets under layers of brick and plaster. Finally, one evening, after weeks of the tapping and whispering, I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed a hammer and began tapping at the wall, hoping to uncover the source of the sound. With each strike, my heart pounded faster. After a few minutes of hammering, I hit something solid. There was no hollow space, no hidden passage, just the concrete wall. I froze, feeling like a fool for believing in ghosts or some hidden history. But just as I was about to stop, I heard the tapping again. This time, it was softer, coming from inside the wall. It was like it had been waiting for me. That's when I realized the truth. It wasn't the building that was haunted. It was the space between the walls, and whatever was tapping had been waiting for me to listen. Story 8. I had been working for hours, typing away at my desk and trying to catch up on all the emails that had built up over the past few days. It was a normal Tuesday afternoon, nothing unusual at all. I was about to make a quick note in my notepad for a meeting when I opened it, but something made me stop. Inside the notepad was a list. It wasn't something I had written, and at first, it didn't make sense to me. It wasn't a random list of notes or reminders like I was used to. This list was very detailed, and it seemed to be about people I had spoken to over the past week. Each name was written down, followed by a time and date stamp, and next to each name were short notes about our conversations. At first, I thought maybe it was a mix-up, like a list I had made for a work project or something similar. But when I looked closer, I saw my name at the top of the page. It was circled and bold, as if it was the starting point of the list. Beneath my name were names of people I knew, co-workers, friends, even a few family members. The list didn't just have their names. It had very specific details about our conversations, including things I hadn't told anyone except the person I spoke to. I started to feel uneasy. I began reading through the list more closely. It mentioned my lunch with Sarah from accounting, the phone call I had with my mom on Friday evening, and even a brief chat I had with the delivery driver earlier that morning. There was no way I could have written all of this down. It was too specific and too detailed. I couldn't understand how someone could know all of this. How had they been keeping track of every conversation I had without me noticing? The dates and times were exact, down to the minute. It felt like someone had been following me and recording everything I did. I got a cold shiver down my spine and felt the sudden need to look around my office. The room was empty, except for a few papers and the hum of the fluorescent lights overhead. But I still felt the weight of the list in my hands, like it was some kind of evidence of something dark and disturbing. I checked the date on the list. It was up to date, and there were no notes from weeks ago. Everything had been written in the past week, the same time I had been working, meeting people and running errands. My heart raced as I thought about how this list could have come to be. Had someone been in my office, going through my things without my knowledge? The door to my office was always locked when I wasn't there. There was no way someone could have gotten in without leaving a trace. I started searching through my office, pulling open drawers and looking through files, but I found nothing that could explain the list. I thought back to my day, wondering if there was any moment that felt strange. Had anyone been standing too close to me? Was there anyone around who seemed to be watching me without me noticing? But nothing stood out. Everything had seemed normal until now. I looked at the list again, trying to figure out what it meant. Some of the notes were simple, like the time I had talked to John from IT, but other notes were more personal, like a note about a text message I had sent my best friend, Emily. I hadn't told anyone about that conversation, not even Emily. Yet, there it was, written down in black ink. I couldn't explain it. Was I more afraid that someone had been watching me, or was I terrified that maybe I was losing my mind? Had I written the list myself, during a tired moment, or while I wasn't paying attention? But that didn't explain how specific the entries were, or the fact that I had no memory of writing the list. I needed to talk to someone, but I didn't know who. How could I explain this to anyone? How could I tell someone that someone had been tracking every conversation, meeting, and interaction I had? I tried to push away the growing panic, telling myself that I was probably overreacting. Maybe it was a mix-up, or even a bad joke. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized that there was no logical explanation for it. My mind raced with possibilities. Who could be doing this, and why? I stood up from my desk and walked over to the window, trying to calm myself. The office building was quiet, and the streets outside were not busy at all. But I still couldn't shake the feeling that someone was out there, watching me and keeping track of everything I did. I decided to take the list home with me. Maybe in a quieter place, I could figure out what was going on. But just as I was about to leave, I saw something else. Something that made my heart stop. On the back of the list was another name. It wasn't a name I recognized, and next to it was a short note. She found the list. My hands started to shake as I stared at the words. It felt like whoever had been tracking me knew that I had discovered their secret. I felt a chill run through me, and the room suddenly felt too small. I quickly stuffed the list into my bag and left the office, my mind racing with questions about who could be behind this and how long it had been going on. That night, I locked the door behind me when I got home and sat down with the list, trying to make sense of everything. But the more I looked at it, the less it made sense. It felt like someone had been living inside my life, watching my every move, and I had never known. I felt like a puppet, controlled by someone I couldn't see or understand. The fear was real. It was like being trapped in a nightmare that I couldn't wake up from. I called my closest friend, trying to explain what had happened, but the words didn't come out right. She didn't understand. couldn't understand. Who would believe me? I started to question my own sanity. Maybe I was just stressed. Maybe this was something my mind had made up to explain my anxiety. But deep down, I knew it wasn't my imagination. The list was real. The tracking was real. And someone was out there, waiting, watching, keeping track of me in ways I couldn't even understand. The next day, I went back to my office early, hoping to find some answers. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was waiting for me, something I hadn't uncovered yet. When I arrived, I walked straight to my desk, but the list was gone. It wasn't in the drawer where I had left it. It was completely gone, and there was no sign of it anywhere. Panic gripped me. I searched through every drawer, every file, every corner of the office, but the list had disappeared without a trace. I couldn't explain what had happened. Had someone found it? Had I imagined the whole thing? But then, as I sat down and started to go through my emails, I saw something even more disturbing. My inbox was full of messages from people I hadn't spoken to in months, people whose names were on the list. The subject lines of the emails seemed to reference conversations I didn't remember having. Each email made it clear that someone had been keeping track of me for much longer than I had realized. Story 9. At first, I thought it was just a small issue. The light in the hallway outside my apartment would flicker every time I went out. It was annoying, but I didn't think it was anything serious. It seemed to happen more often when I was leaving for work or when I came back home in the evening. Every time I walked into the hallway, the light would start flickering, almost like it was struggling to stay on. I thought it was probably just an old bulb that needed to be replaced. But when I told the building manager, he just brushed it off, saying it was a minor electrical problem that would be fixed soon. However, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't quite right. The flickering seemed too regular, almost like the light was waiting for me to leave. It felt strange, like there was something more to it than just a broken bulb. One evening, as I was walking down the hallway to leave, the light flickered again. But this time, something felt different. The air in the hallway felt heavier, colder, like the temperature had suddenly dropped. I tried to ignore it, thinking maybe I was just being paranoid. But as I reached for the door, I heard something. It was so quiet that I almost missed it, over the sound of the flickering light. A soft voice, just a whisper. My heart skipped a beat. I turned toward the sound, but the hallway was empty. There was no one there. I stood frozen, trying to make sense of what had just happened, but I couldn't. The voice had sounded like it was calling my name, though it was so faint that I wasn't even sure if I had really heard it. The next few days, the light kept flickering whenever I left my apartment. But now, it felt like the light was waiting for me, as if it was trying to catch my attention. I felt an eerie sense of dread each time I opened the door. It felt like something was watching me from the shadows, something I couldn't see but could definitely feel. I tried to brush it off, hoping it would go away, but it didn't. One evening, I was about to leave again when I hesitated. The air in the hallway felt thick with a strange stillness. The light flickered again, and this time, I was sure I heard it. Someone was whispering my name, but this time, it was clearer. "Come here," the voice said, soft but unmistakable. A cold shiver ran down my spine. I froze, my blood running cold. There was no one there, but I could hear the voice coming from the dark hallway. I quickly slammed the door behind me and backed away, my heart pounding in my chest. I didn't know what had just happened. Was it my mind playing tricks on me, or had something really called to me from the dark? All I knew was that I didn't want to find out. The next day, I decided to take a different road out of the building. I didn't want to go anywhere near that hallway, but as I passed through the lobby, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I looked around, but no one seemed out of place. I kept walking faster, wanting to get away from the hallway, but even as I walked away, the image of the flickering light and the whispering voice stayed with me. It was like something was pulling me back, drawing me into that dark hallway, and I couldn't stop thinking about it. That night, I stayed home. I thought if I stayed inside, maybe I could forget about the hallway. But around midnight, I heard something again. A faint whisper, almost like a breath of air slipping through the cracks in the walls. It sounded like it was coming from the hallway. My heart raced. I held my breath, straining to listen. The voice came again, louder this time. "Come here," it said, clear as day. "I'm waiting." I froze. It was the same voice, the voice that had called to me from the darkness of the hallway. But this time, it sounded closer. It was like it was right outside my door. I slowly got up, my mind racing. But I didn't want to open the door. I was afraid of what I might find. The light outside flickered once more, casting strange shadows under the door, as though something was moving just outside. I stood there, trembling, trying to convince myself that I was just imagining things, but the voice kept calling. "Come here," it repeated, more urgently this time. I couldn't take it anymore. The fear of what might happen if I ignored it was worse than the fear of facing whatever was in the hallway. Slowly, I opened the door, peering into the darkness. The hallway was empty. The light was flickering, casting strange, moving shadows on the walls. The air was still, thick with silence, broken only by the soft hum of the light. There was no one there, but I felt something. A presence, a coldness that sent a chill down my spine. I knew, deep down, that I wasn't alone. I couldn't see anyone, but I could feel that something was there, just waiting. I slowly stepped out into the hallway, my eyes scanning every corner, every shadow. It felt like the hallway was holding its breath, waiting for me to take another step. I could feel the pull, the way the air seemed to draw me forward. But I resisted. I couldn't let myself be pulled into whatever was waiting in the dark. I turned around and quickly hurried back into my apartment, slamming the door behind me. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, trying to make sense of everything that had happened. Why had the voice called me? What was it trying to tell me? I'd never felt so alone, so vulnerable. The light in the hallway still flickered, and now it was always in the back of my mind. Every time I left my apartment, I expected to hear the voice again. But every time, the hallway was empty. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me, waiting for me to come back. The next morning, I decided to confront it. I couldn't live in fear anymore. If the voice wanted me to come to it, I would. But this time, I would be ready. I stood at my door for what felt like forever, gathering my courage. Finally, I stepped into the hallway. The light flickered, as expected, casting strange shadows on the walls. The air was cold again, and I could feel the presence, like a weight pressing against my chest. But this time, I wasn't going to turn back. I took a deep breath and walked down the hallway, determined to face whatever was waiting for me. As I reached the end of the hall, the voice came again, soft but clear. "I'm waiting," it whispered. But this time, it was different. It wasn't coming from the darkness at the end of the hall. It was right behind me. I spun around, but there was no one there. The hallway was empty, silent, except for the flickering light. But I could still feel the cold presence. I could still hear the voice, right in my ear. "I'm waiting," it repeated. I ran back to my apartment, locked the door behind me, and haven't left since. The light still flickers every time I step into the hallway, and sometimes, late at night, I hear the whisper calling my name from the dark. But I haven't answered. I'm too afraid to find out what's waiting for me in the shadows. Story 10. It was a quiet Saturday afternoon, the kind where the sun hung lazily in the sky and the streets were peaceful. I had just finished a late lunch and was relaxing on the couch when I heard a knock on the door. At first, I didn't think much of it. I assumed it was a neighbor, or maybe someone trying to sell something. But then the knock came again, this time louder and more insistent. I sighed and got up, walking to the door, feeling a little annoyed. When I opened it, I was surprised to see a man I didn't recognize. He was middle-aged, wearing a dark jacket and jeans. His hair was messy, like he hadn't combed it in days. His eyes were moving around quickly, almost like he was looking for something or someone. "Excuse me," he said, his voice polite, but with a hint of urgency. "I'm trying to find someone named Holly. Do you know where I can find her?" I felt a bit confused. I didn't know anyone named Holly. I searched my mind for any possible connection, but nothing came to mind. I looked at the man and repeated his question. "Holly?" I said. "I'm sorry, I don't know anyone by that name." The man seemed to pause for a moment, like he didn't expect that answer. He stared at me for a long time, his eyes narrowing slightly, as if he was trying to figure me out. Then he spoke again, but slower this time, almost as if he was choosing his words carefully. "Are you sure?" he asked, his voice calm but still intense. "You wouldn't happen to know if she's around here, would you?" There was something strange in his gaze. It made me feel uneasy, like he was checking if I was lying or hiding something. I took a step back, still unsure of what was going on. Trying to sound confident, I replied, "I don't know anyone named Holly. Maybe you've got the wrong address." He blinked, like he was processing what I said, then gave a quick nod. He didn't apologize or seem embarrassed. Instead, he just turned and started walking away without another word. I stood there, watching him, feeling my curiosity grow. Who was he? And why was he asking about someone I'd never heard of? I closed the door and leaned against it, trying to shake off the strange feeling creeping over me. The whole encounter had been odd. It wasn't just that he was looking for someone I didn't know. It was the way he asked, like he expected me to know exactly who Holly was. His urgency seemed real, but at the same time, it was like he wasn't telling the whole truth. I felt uneasy, but I told myself it was probably nothing. Maybe he had mixed up the addresses, or maybe he was just lost. But I couldn't stop thinking about it. Why had he come to my door? I didn't have any connection to anyone named Holly, so why had he singled me out? The next day, I was out in my yard doing some gardening when I saw him again. He was walking down the street quickly, as if he had somewhere important to be. My heart raced when I recognized him. He didn't see me, or if he did, he didn't acknowledge me. But I knew it was the same man from the day before. At first, I tried to tell myself it was just a coincidence, but something about it felt wrong, like I was being pulled into something I didn't understand. That evening, I found myself thinking about the man and his strange request. Who was he looking for, and why had he come to my house? It didn't make sense. If he was looking for someone, why didn't he ask around more, or go to the police, or even speak to a neighbor? Why come to me, a complete stranger? I decided to do some research to satisfy my growing curiosity. I searched online to see if there had been any news about a person named Holly in the area, but I found nothing. There were no missing person reports or stories in the news that could explain why this man was looking for her. I even asked some of my neighbors if they knew anyone named Holly, They all looked at me like I was crazy. "No Holly around here," one of them said with a shrug, as if I was the only one asking. Days went by, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The visit from the man haunted me, and I kept wondering if I should have done more. Maybe I should have asked him more questions, or maybe I should have followed him to see where he went. But part of me was afraid of what I might find. A week later, I was walking down the street when I saw the man again. This time, he wasn't alone. He was talking to a woman, and something about her seemed strangely familiar, though I couldn't quite place her. The man was pointing at houses, making gestures, as if giving directions or asking questions. The woman seemed to be listening carefully. My heart skipped a beat when I realized they were walking straight toward my house. I tried to stay calm, pretending I hadn't noticed them, but I couldn't help looking over my shoulder as they got closer. Then, as they reached my house, I looked at the woman's face more closely. That's when I felt my blood run cold. She looked exactly like me. Same hair color, same eyes, same posture. It was like looking at myself. I stopped walking and stood frozen, my mind racing. What was going on? Why were they looking at my house? Had they come for me? The man and the woman stopped outside my house, talking quietly to each other. I couldn't hear their words, but I could see the woman's eyes scanning the house, like she was trying to figure out if it was important. My heart was pounding now, and I felt a strange sense of dread. What were they looking for? Was it me they wanted? Or was there something else going on? Finally, the man turned and started walking away, the woman following him without saying a word. They didn't come to my door, and they didn't knock. They just left. But I was left standing there, filled with a sense of unease I couldn't shake. Why had they come to my house? What were they really looking for? And why did the woman look so much like me? After that day, I never saw the man or the woman again. But the strange visit stayed with me. I couldn't stop thinking about it, wondering what they had been searching for. Every now and then, when I'm alone in my house, I can't help but wonder, will I ever find out the truth about Holly and the man who knocked on my door? Hello everyone, and welcome to Dark Whispers. I know many of you listen to these stories to help you fall asleep, and before you drift off, I would love to hear from you. Please leave a comment and let me know where you're listening from around the world. And if you're enjoying the video, don't forget to like and subscribe. Story 1. One evening, I returned home, looking forward to a quiet night after a long day. The sun was setting, casting a warm golden glow over the neighborhood. As I walked closer to my house, I felt the weight of the day slowly lifting. I was ready for a peaceful evening, just me and my familiar home. But when I stepped inside, something felt off. At first, I couldn't quite figure out what was wrong. The air felt heavier, and the silence in the house was strangely oppressive. I closed the door behind me and began to walk into the living room. That's when I noticed it. The furniture was all in the wrong places. The couch, which normally sat against the wall, was now facing the opposite direction. The coffee table, which had always been in the center of the room, was now pushed into a corner. It wasn't just one piece of furniture. Everything had been moved. Every single item was out of place. I stood frozen, trying to understand what had happened. Had I forgotten how I arranged my furniture? Was I imagining things? But no, this wasn't right. This wasn't how I had left the room. The furniture wasn't just moved around, it was placed in completely new positions. The living room, which had always felt familiar and comfortable, now looked strange, as if someone had come in and changed everything on purpose. I quickly moved towards the kitchen, hoping that would make sense of the situation. The kitchen was untouched, but that didn't make me feel better. As I walked through the house, I noticed that every room had been rearranged the same way. The furniture in the bedroom was moved, and the bookshelves in the study were completely out of order. My mind raced, trying to figure out what had happened. Who would come into my home and move everything around like this? But the most unsettling discovery came when I reached the windows. I always made sure to lock the windows when I left the house, but when I went up to each one, I saw that the locks had been changed. The familiar mechanism I used to secure the windows was gone, replaced with something I didn't recognize. It was like someone had not only been inside my house, but they had also intentionally changed the locks. I stood there by the window, staring at the new locks in disbelief. Who would go through the trouble of changing the locks? Why would they rearrange all my furniture, as if they wanted to make my house feel unfamiliar? My heart began to race as a feeling of unease crept over me. It wasn't just that my house had been invaded. It was that someone had intentionally made it their own. They had changed things in ways that made me feel like a stranger in my own home. I ran through a list of possible explanations in my head, trying to find a logical reason for all this. Had I forgotten to lock the windows? Had I left the door unlocked and someone slipped inside unnoticed? But the more I thought about it, the less sense it made. The locks had been changed in a way that required tools or knowledge. And the furniture? Whoever had moved it had done so on purpose. I quickly grabbed my phone, my fingers trembling as I dialed the police. I tried to explain the situation as clearly as I could, but my voice was shaky as I described what I had found. The operator listened carefully and told me that officers would be sent to investigate. I was told to stay in the house and not touch anything until the police arrived. I could hardly stay still. I paced around, lost in a daze, trying to make sense of it all. When the officers finally arrived, they carefully examined the house. They took note of the rearranged furniture and the altered window locks. They asked me a series of questions, most of which I had already asked myself. Had I noticed anything unusual before I left the house? Had anyone been near the property? I couldn't think of anything that stood out, nothing that would explain this bizarre situation. I felt helpless standing there as they took in all the odd changes. The officers examined the windows closely, trying to figure out if the locks had been tampered with or replaced. They found no obvious signs of forced entry, which only deepened the mystery. It was as if the person who had done this had come and gone without leaving a trace, without disturbing anything other than the furniture and the locks. The officers made notes of all the changes I pointed out. They were professional, but I could tell they were skeptical. It wasn't that they doubted me. It was just that the situation was so strange, it was hard to believe. Who would do something like this? What was the point of rearranging furniture and changing locks without taking anything of value? It felt like someone had sent me a strange, personal message, a violation of my life that was impossible to ignore. After their investigation, the officers told me that they would file a report, but there wasn't much they could do. There were no signs of a break-in, no fingerprints, or other clues to suggest who had been inside. They suggested I call a locksmith to change the locks back to how they were, and gave me some advice on how to secure the house better in the future. But none of that really helped. The feeling of someone having been in my home, taking the time to rearrange everything, stayed with me. I couldn't shake it. As the officers left, I was once again alone in my house. The furniture was still out of place, and the new locks on the windows were a constant reminder of the invasion. I couldn't help but feel like something had been stolen, even though nothing physical was gone. The very essence of my home had been changed, and it felt like I had lost control of my own space. It wasn't just about the security, it was about the violation of my sanctuary. Over the next few days, I felt more and more uneasy. I changed the locks, just as the officers had recommended, but every time I looked at the windows, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. I became hyper-aware of every sound in the house, the creak of the floorboards, the shift of air. I kept thinking about the person who had rearranged the furniture and changed the locks. Why would they do such a thing? It didn't make sense. If they were after something valuable, they would have taken it, but nothing was missing. It was as though the person had just wanted to leave their mark on my life, to make a statement that I couldn't ignore. The experience changed how I saw my home. It was no longer a place of comfort. It was now a reminder of the violation that had taken place. Every time I walked through the door, I felt a wave of anxiety, wondering if the person had returned. I became obsessed with checking the locks and making sure nothing was out of place. My home, once a sanctuary, now felt like a place I couldn't trust. I never learned who was behind the strange rearranging or why they had changed the locks. The police had no leads, and there were no clues. I tried to move on, but the experience left a mark on me. A lingering sense of discomfort stayed with me, a feeling of intrusion that never quite went away. My home no longer felt like mine, and the feeling of being watched or invaded remained in the back of my mind, always. Story 2. It all started in a simple way, with an event that seemed like nothing at first. I had been working late every night that week, staying in the office to finish a big project that had a tight deadline. By the time I packed up my things, it was well past sunset, and I was exhausted. I was finally ready to head home. The parking lot was mostly empty, just like it always was at this hour, and I was the last person to leave the office building. As I walked toward my car, I noticed a figure in the distance. He was standing by a car at the far end of the lot. He was facing away from me, so I couldn't make out his face or any other details about him. Maybe he was a co-worker or someone else who was still working late, I thought. I waved quickly as I walked towards my car, but the figure didn't respond. The next night, I stayed late again, finishing up some last-minute tasks. The office was quiet, just like the night before. When I walked to the parking lot to leave, I spotted the same man, standing in the same place by the same car. This time I noticed that his posture was a little more stiff, almost like he was waiting for something. I hesitated for a moment, but I shrugged it off. Maybe he was waiting for someone, or maybe he was just lost in his own thoughts. I unlocked my car and slid into the driver's seat, trying not to look at him too much. But when I started the engine and looked up, I saw that he was still there, standing in the same spot. His gaze was fixed on me. My stomach twisted uneasily, but I drove away, telling myself that it was nothing, just a coincidence. But the pattern didn't stop. Night after night, I found the same man in the same place, standing by the same car. Every time I would leave the building, he would be there. He never approached, never spoke to me, but always watched. At first, I tried to ignore it, thinking maybe I was imagining things or being paranoid. But then, one night, something felt different. I was driving away, like usual, when I looked in my rearview mirror and saw his silhouette. He was walking behind me, moving slowly and deliberately, as if he were following me. My heart raced. This couldn't be a coincidence. I had never seen this man before, yet for the past few nights, he had been there, waiting for me to leave, and then following me. I tried to tell myself that I was overthinking. Maybe he was just walking to his car in the same direction. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. It wasn't just the way he was following me. It was the way he did it. He moved so calmly, as if he was used to being unnoticed, as if he didn't care if I saw him. I tried changing my route home, leaving at different times to see if that would throw him off. But no matter what I did, he was always there the next night, standing in the same spot, watching me. And as I drove away, I would spot him trailing behind me, just far enough to stay hidden in my peripheral vision. One night, I decided to take a different approach. Instead of getting into my car right away, I walked around the parking lot a little, hoping to catch a glimpse of where he was coming from, or going. I made sure to check the reflection of the windows in the office building to see if I could spot him without him noticing. For a while, I saw nothing. I walked around the lot, checking the dark corners and the few cars still parked. Then, I saw him. He was standing behind one of the tall trees near the corner of the lot, his face hidden in shadow. It was as if he had been waiting for me to leave so he could follow me. My heart thudded painfully in my chest. I quickly moved toward my car, trying not to look back. But as I reached my car, I saw him again, much closer than I expected, standing at the edge of the lot, watching me. It was clear now. This wasn't a coincidence. This man was following me. But why? My mind raced as I got into the car and started it quickly. My hands shook as I gripped the steering wheel. I didn't know if I should call the police or if I was just being paranoid. But something inside me told me I couldn't ignore this any longer. Over the next few days, the feeling of being watched grew stronger. Even though I couldn't always see him, I could feel his presence. I always kept my phone in hand, ready to call for help if I needed to, but the man never spoke to me. He never approached me. He simply stood there, staring, waiting for me to leave the safety of the building. A week passed, and I became more and more unsettled. I couldn't focus on my work anymore. I kept glancing out of the windows, wondering if he was out there, watching me. Then, on the 7th night, something happened that made everything feel even more disturbing. I walked to my car, like usual, but when I looked up, I saw that the man wasn't standing in his usual spot. Instead, he was leaning against a car near mine. His arms were crossed, and his gaze was fixed directly on me. There was no mistaking it now. This wasn't just someone walking by or out for a late-night stroll. He had been waiting for me. I froze for a moment. My heart raced as fear ran down my spine. I stood there locked in place, not knowing what to do. Should I call for help? Should I go back inside the building and lock myself in? My instincts screamed at me to run, to get into my car and leave. But something kept me rooted to the spot, staring back at him. I could feel the weight of his gaze, the intensity of it, like he was waiting for me to make the next move. Without saying a word, I opened the car door and slid inside, locking it as quickly as I could. I glanced up, and he hadn't moved. He was still standing by the car, watching me, as though daring me to do something. My hand shook as I started the engine and drove off. My eyes constantly darted to the rearview mirror. I couldn't shake the feeling that he was following me again. But when I turned a corner and checked, I saw nothing. The next day, I went straight to the police. I explained everything. The man who had been following me for almost 2 weeks. They seemed concerned but didn't have much to go on. They told me to keep a record of his appearances, to note any strange behaviors, and to call them immediately if I felt threatened. But part of me wasn't sure I could wait for something worse to happen. That night, when I went to my car, I kept my eyes peeled for any sign of him, but I didn't see him. It was like he had disappeared completely. I wondered if he had been watching me all along, waiting for the right moment to make his move. But now, I didn't know what he wanted from me, or why he had been following me for so long. Story 3. It was a quiet evening when something strange happened. I had just finished eating dinner, the kind of meal you have after a long day of work. It wasn't anything fancy, just something simple to fill my stomach. Afterward, I sat down on the couch, ready to relax. I picked up my phone, scrolling through social media posts and responding to a few messages. Then, my phone suddenly vibrated in my hand, interrupting my thoughts. I looked down, expecting it to be a message, but it wasn't. It was a call. The number wasn't one I recognized, though the area code was local. For some reason, something about it felt off. I hesitated for a moment, wondering if it was a telemarketer or one of those annoying automated calls I had received before. But then, a strange feeling came over me, and I felt like I should answer. Maybe it was curiosity, or maybe I was just feeling odd in that moment. I tapped the screen and lifted the phone to my ear. There was the usual buzz of background noise on the other end, just like you expect when you make a call. "Hello?" I said, my voice a little unsure. To my surprise, the voice that answered sounded exactly like mine. The same tone, the same pitch, the same way I speak, even my usual pauses. It was me, but it wasn't me. It felt as though I was talking to a version of myself, someone who knew exactly how I sounded, how I spoke, and how I reacted. I froze for a moment, unsure if I was hearing things, or if the phone line had glitched. "Hey, it's me," the voice on the other end continued. I could feel a chill run down my back. "I'm just calling to check in. How have you been?" The words were casual, like someone calling to catch up, just like a friend or family member might say. But it was the tone that unnerved me. It wasn't just a random person. This was my own voice. I couldn't believe it, but I knew it was impossible to deny. "Who is this?" I asked, my voice shaky now. My mind raced, trying to find an explanation. Was this some sort of prank? Had someone somehow cloned my voice? Or was it something else? Something I couldn't explain? The voice on the other end didn't seem to notice my growing fear. "It's really me," it said again. "I'm just calling to make sure you're okay. You've been really distant lately." Then, the voice chuckled softly, and I recognized the exact same nervous laugh I make when I feel awkward or unsure. "I know things have been rough, the voice continued. I know you've been struggling. I didn't respond right away. My heart was pounding in my chest, and the more I listened, the more uneasy I felt. The words weren't just familiar, they were disturbingly accurate. How could anyone know about the things I had only told myself? I had been dealing with personal issues recently, but I hadn't told anyone. The only person who knew the depth of my struggles was me. How do you know all of this? I demanded, feeling a mix of fear and disbelief. The voice hesitated for a moment before responding. Come on, it said. You know me. I'm you. Remember? Then the voice added something that made my stomach twist even further. I know everything about you. I couldn't tell if I was dreaming, losing my mind, or if I was stuck in some bizarre situation that had no logical explanation. This doesn't make sense, I whispered, trying to convince myself that I was just imagining it, that it was a prank or a glitch in the technology. But the voice didn't stop. You're not going crazy, it said, calm and steady. I'm here. We're always here. At that moment, I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. The words felt like a trap, like a warning, but I couldn't make sense of any of it. Who could be on the other end of the phone? How could someone have perfectly copied my voice? I stood up and started pacing around my living room, trying to calm myself down. My mind was racing. Should I hang up? Should I call someone for help? Should I just listen? But as much as I wanted to hang up, I couldn't. I was frozen, caught in a trance, unable to stop the conversation from continuing. The voice sighed, almost like it was growing tired of repeating itself. You should really listen to me, it said. You know what's coming. It's already happening. You've seen the signs. You just haven't wanted to face it. I gripped the phone tighter, my thoughts spinning. What signs? What was happening? Everything around me was normal. My apartment was quiet. There was nothing strange in my environment, nothing to explain what was going on. The only thing out of the ordinary was this phone call, this voice, this person who knew things I hadn't shared with anyone. Tell me what's going on, I demanded, my voice trembling with anxiety. There was a long pause, as if the voice was deciding how much to tell me. Finally, it spoke. You're not alone, it said softly. I'm with you, always. You don't have to worry about it. You know what to do next. You always knew. You just don't remember it yet. Panic surged in my chest. What did it mean? What was it talking about? Why did it sound like my voice was trying to lead me somewhere, guide me through something I wasn't prepared for? The voice spoke again, but this time it was softer, as if trying to comfort me. It's okay, it said. It's always been okay. You'll understand eventually. You just need to look closer. It's right in front of you. I clenched my teeth, trying to steady my breathing. Stop, I shouted, feeling like I was losing control. This isn't funny anymore. Who are you? There was silence on the other end for a long time. Then, the voice responded, still calm and eerily controlled. I am you, and you're me. Don't forget that. Suddenly, the line went dead. I stood frozen, my phone still pressed to my ear, staring at it as if it could explain what had just happened. I had never felt so confused, so vulnerable. I checked the number that had called me. It was the same, unfamiliar number that had shown up on my screen earlier. My mind was still spinning, trying to make sense of the conversation, but it didn't add up. How could someone have replicated my voice so perfectly? How could they have known so much about my personal life, my thoughts, my fears? I tried to call the number back, but it went straight to voicemail. I left a message, my voice shaking and frantic, asking who was on the other end, demanding answers. But deep down, I knew I wouldn't hear anything back. I knew that whatever had just happened was beyond explanation. In the hours that followed, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. I kept replaying the conversation in my mind, trying to make sense of the cryptic words, the unsettling familiarity of the voice. I checked my phone again, my messages, my calls, but everything seemed normal. Yet, everything felt different. I had been talking to myself, but not in a way that made any sense. I wasn't sure if the voice on the other end was truly me, or if it was something much darker. Story 4. It was a Friday evening when something strange happened. I was running some errands, just taking care of the usual things, when I tripped and fell. I had slipped on a patch of wet pavement outside a store, and before I knew it, I had fallen hard onto the ground. My ankle twisted badly, and the pain was sharp. I could barely stand up. I tried to hobble into the store, hoping to sit down and rest until the pain got better, but it didn't. In fact, the pain only got worse. After a few minutes, I realized it wasn't just a twisted ankle. It was something much more serious. I could barely walk on it, and I knew I needed help. So, I decided to go to the emergency room. I had been to this hospital before, so I was familiar with how things worked. I went to the front desk, checked in, and filled out all the usual forms. I told the nurse that I had fallen and that my ankle was swelling up badly. After taking my vitals and asking me a few questions, she led me to the waiting area to wait for the doctor. The pain in my ankle was throbbing. They gave me a cold compress, which helped a little, but it still hurt a lot. The hospital was as busy as usual, with people coming and going all around me. But something didn't feel right. There was a nagging feeling in the back of my mind that I couldn't shake. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but something felt off. Eventually, the doctor came to see me. He was a middle-aged man with a calm and professional demeanor. After asking me a few questions about how the injury happened, he glanced at my chart. He looked at me and said, "It looks like you've been here before." He was scrolling through my records on the computer. I stared at him, confused. "What do you mean?" I asked. "It says you were here last week for a similar injury," he replied. I was completely shocked. "This is the first time I've been to the emergency room in months," I said, trying to make sense of what he was saying. The doctor didn't seem to hear me. He kept scrolling through my chart. "It says here, you came in last Thursday for a sprained ankle and were discharged with pain medication." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I was sure I hadn't been to the hospital last week. I had been busy with work and had no injuries at all. Certainly not something as serious as a sprained ankle. I tried to explain to the doctor that there must be a mistake, but he didn't seem convinced. "Maybe it's just a clerical error," I suggested, trying to brush it off. "Maybe someone else's record got mixed up with mine." But the doctor wasn't convinced. He was already calling for a nurse to bring up the previous records, looking more concerned than I was. I couldn't shake the creeping feeling in my spine. How could this be happening? I was absolutely certain I hadn't been to the hospital last week, yet the records clearly said otherwise. The doctor finally turned to me, frowning. "Are you sure you didn't visit last week?" he asked. "There are notes about your discharge, prescriptions, and follow-up care. It even says you were treated for the exact same injury." I nodded slowly, trying to make sense of it. "I haven't been here, I swear." The doctor hesitated for a moment before responding. "This is certainly strange. We'll treat the injury as we would any other sprain, but we need to investigate this discrepancy with your records. It's important for us to figure out why this is happening." He gave me a concerned look, almost like he thought I might be confused or forgetful, but I wasn't confused. I knew what had happened. This wasn't a case of me mixing up my memory. I had never been to the hospital last week, but the records told a completely different story. The nurse, who had been listening to the conversation, left to retrieve the previous records, and the doctor began to examine my ankle. He asked me to take off my shoe and socks so he could check it, but I couldn't stop thinking about those medical records. How could they say I was there the week before if I hadn't been? Who could have visited the hospital in my name, and why? As the doctor wrapped up my ankle, he asked again, "Are you sure you haven't been in the hospital recently?" I could see the doubt in his eyes. His concern was growing, and it seemed like he was more worried about the records than my injury. A few minutes later, the nurse returned with the previous visit notes. She handed them to the doctor, and I watched as he flipped through the pages. When he reached the discharge summary, his face went pale. His voice faltered slightly as he looked up at me. "I'm sorry," he said. "This is impossible. The name, the age, the medical details, everything is identical to yours." A cold wave of dread washed over me. What was going on? How could someone else have been treated for an injury exactly like mine at the same hospital, under my name? And why hadn't I been aware of it? The doctor continued flipping through the records, clearly agitated. "We need to escalate this to the hospital administration," he said. "Something is wrong here. It doesn't make sense. You shouldn't even be in these records." My mind was racing with questions, but none of them had clear answers. The more I thought about it, the more I began to doubt my own memories. Had I somehow forgotten about being there? But that didn't seem possible. I remembered everything from the past week, the errands, the meetings, all the small details of my life. I definitely hadn't been to the hospital. Yet, the records clearly showed that someone with my exact information had been treated just days ago. I was escorted to a waiting area while the doctor went to speak with the hospital administration. My ankle was still hurting, but I couldn't focus on the pain. All I could think about was the strange situation I had found myself in. How could my information be in the system for something I hadn't done? Was someone using my identity, or was something much stranger going on? It felt like I was trapped in a situation where nothing made sense, and everything I thought I knew was starting to unravel. A short while later, the hospital administrator arrived to speak with me. She was a woman in her 40s, sharp-eyed and businesslike. She asked me to explain everything I had told the doctor, and as I told her the story, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. "There must be a mistake," I said, trying to sound confident, though I felt anything but. "I've never been here before." The administrator nodded, but her expression was tense. "I understand, but the records are very clear. We'll need to investigate this thoroughly." She paused, glancing between me and the doctor. "In the meantime, we'll treat your injury as a new case. We'll also look into the discrepancy with your records and get back to you once we have more information." The rest of the evening passed in a fog of confusion and fear. The injury itself wasn't serious, but the situation surrounding it felt impossible to ignore. The hospital had promised to investigate, but I couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that I was being pulled into something much bigger. Who had been in my name? Why had they been treated for the exact same injury? And most disturbingly, if someone had been to the hospital under my identity, where were they now? The answers remained elusive, and I couldn't help but feel like I was stuck in a mystery that I couldn't solve. Story 5. It started like any other morning. The sunlight came through the curtains, casting a soft glow over the room as I slowly woke up. I sat up in bed and noticed something odd right away. My arms and legs ached, like I'd been carrying something heavy. There was a feeling of weight in my body that didn't make sense. I stretched, trying to shake off the sleepiness, but when I looked down at my arms, my heart skipped a beat. I saw bruises, dark purple marks scattered across both my arms and legs. They weren't there when I went to bed. In fact, I couldn't remember anything that could have caused them. Confused and a little alarmed, I rubbed at the bruises, hoping they would fade with the touch, but they didn't. They were real, and they hurt. The pain was sharp, and it didn't feel like any ordinary bruise I'd had before. I stood up from the bed, and my mind raced as I tried to think of an explanation. Maybe I had bumped into something during the night. Maybe I had rolled over awkwardly in my sleep. But I quickly dismissed those ideas. These bruises didn't look like normal bumps or accidents. They were too scattered, too irregular. It looked like someone had grabbed me too tightly, or maybe even hurt me in some way. But I had no memory of any such thing happening. I checked the time on my phone. It was still early, and my mind was foggy, like something was blocking my memory of the night before. I couldn't remember what I had done, where I had been, or who I had been with. The only thing I knew for sure was that these bruises were real, and they appeared while I was asleep. Had I been in danger? Had something happened to me while I wasn't fully aware of it? Trying to calm myself, I got dressed and went downstairs, but the feeling of unease only grew stronger. I didn't remember going to bed the night before. The details of the evening were completely blank, like a black hole had swallowed them up. I looked around my house, hoping to find something that might offer a clue. The kitchen was, as I had left it. Nothing seemed disturbed. The front door was locked and the windows were shut tight. There were no signs of a break-in, no obvious trace of anyone else having been in the house. But those bruises, they were undeniable. Later that day, I went to work, trying my best to ignore the uncomfortable feeling in my body. Every time I moved, I felt the soreness in my arms and legs, a constant reminder of something I couldn't remember. At the office, my co-workers seemed to notice that something was off about me, but they didn't say anything. I was quiet, distracted, barely able to focus on my task. Every time I tried to concentrate on my work, my mind would drift back to the bruises and the strange blank spots in my memory. That evening, I decided to retrace my steps. Maybe I had gone out without thinking. Perhaps I had attended a party or gone somewhere unfamiliar. But as I tried to piece together the past few days, the memory continued to escape me. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. I had stayed home most of the week, keeping to myself, and there was nothing about my routine that stood out as strange. Still, the bruises wouldn't go away. When I looked at them in the mirror that night, I noticed they were starting to darken. Some were more vivid than others, and they seemed to be spreading in strange patterns across my skin. I couldn't help but wonder if something or someone was causing this. Was I hurt somehow? Did I hurt myself in my sleep? My mind raced through every possible explanation, but none of them made sense. Over the next few days, I became obsessed with trying to figure out what had happened. I started asking my friends and family if they had noticed anything strange, but no one could offer an answer. They all seemed just as confused as I was. I went through my phone, looking for any clues, texts, calls, pictures, anything that might explain the bruises. But I found nothing unusual, just normal, everyday messages. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was missing. That night, I decided to take matters into my own hands. I set up a camera in my bedroom, hoping it would capture any odd behavior that might explain the bruises. I was desperate for answers. As I lay in bed, waiting for sleep to take over, I couldn't help but feel paranoid. Every creak of the house, every small noise, made my heart race. Was someone coming for me? Was someone watching me while I slept? I tried to push those thoughts away, telling myself I was just overreacting. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. The next morning, I immediately checked the footage from the camera. My heart skipped a beat when I saw the recording. The footage was mostly grainy. There was one clear moment that stood out. Around 2 in the morning, I saw myself on the screen, sleeping peacefully. But then, something strange happened. My body jerked awake, and my eyes flew open, as if I had been startled by something. But there was no sound, no obvious movement in the room. I watched in horror as I got out of bed. My movements were slow and mechanical, like I was in a trance. I wandered around my room without purpose, almost like I was sleepwalking. Then, without warning, my body froze in place, as though I was waiting for something, but I couldn't understand what. For the next few minutes, I watched in stunned silence as I walked around the room in a daze, only to return to my bed and lie down again, as if nothing had happened. I couldn't explain what I was seeing. It was like I was there, but not really there. The footage didn't provide any answers, just more questions. Was I sleepwalking, or had something else happened? And if I was sleepwalking, why couldn't I remember it? As the days went by, the bruises on my body continued to appear, each one more pronounced than the last. I began to wonder if my sleepwalking was causing me to hurt myself in ways I couldn't remember. But that didn't explain why the bruises were so large and aggressive, or why they were spreading across my skin in patterns that seemed completely unfamiliar. Was someone else involved? Could it be possible that someone was coming into my room while I was asleep, causing these injuries without me knowing? The idea of sleepwalking didn't sit right with me. I had never experienced anything like it before, and it didn't explain the strange, almost fearful feeling I had at night. Each evening as I lay in bed, I felt as though something was lurking in the shadows, waiting for me to fall asleep so it could come closer. I still don't know how I got the bruises, or why I can't remember what happened. I've seen a doctor, but they couldn't find anything physically wrong with me. They suggested that stress or anxiety might be at play, but that didn't feel like the right answer. Every time I close my eyes, I wonder if I'll wake up with more bruises, more marks I can't explain. I can't shake the feeling that I'm being watched, that something is out there, just waiting to make its move when I least expect it. Until then, I'll keep searching for the truth, hoping that one day I'll uncover the reason behind these strange, unexplained bruises. Story 6. It was an ordinary afternoon when I first saw the note. I had just finished running errands and was looking forward to a quiet evening at home. The house was peaceful, except for the soft hum of the refrigerator in the background. I walked into the kitchen, dropped my keys on the counter, and noticed something strange. On the kitchen table, in the middle, was a small folded piece of paper. It was placed carefully, as if someone had deliberately set it there. At first, I thought it might be a mistake, maybe something my roommate had left behind, but my roommate wasn't home, and there was no reason for a note to be sitting there. I hesitated for a moment, unsure of what to do, but my curiosity got the best of me. I approached the table and unfolded the paper, expecting it to be a grocery list or a reminder. But when I looked at the words written on the paper, my heart stopped. It said, "I know what you did, and you're not safe here anymore." My heart began to race. I read the words over and over, trying to make sense of them. What did this mean? Who had left this note? And more importantly, what had I done? The phrase, "I know what you did," sent a chill through me. I couldn't think of anything I had done recently that could have triggered something like this. I had been living a quiet life, with no major events or conflicts. Nothing mysterious had happened. But as I stood there staring at the note, 1,000 questions flooded my mind. The words seemed to grow more menacing the longer I read them. What was I supposed to do with this? I quickly looked around the kitchen again, hoping to find some clue that might explain the note's sudden appearance. The room was still and empty. Everything was in its place. I opened the drawers, checked the windows, and made sure all the doors were locked. Everything seemed normal. But the note stayed in my mind, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. The words, "You're not safe here anymore," felt like a threat. But a threat for what? My mind began to race with possibilities. Could it have been someone I knew? Someone I had wronged without even realizing it? Maybe it was a joke, a twisted prank from a friend. But even that seemed unlikely. There was something about the tone of the note that made it feel too personal, too deliberate. It didn't feel like a joke at all. I sat down at the kitchen table, still holding the note in my hands. The handwriting was neat and precise, but there was something sharp about it. It felt as though the words had been forced onto the paper, as if someone had put all their anger and frustration into writing them. It wasn't just an anonymous threat. It felt real, as if someone had been watching me, studying me, and was now ready to confront me with their knowledge. That thought made my stomach turn. I immediately texted my roommate, asking if she knew anything about the note. She responded almost instantly with a simple message: "I'm not home." My anxiety spiked as I reread the message. If it wasn't her, then who could it be? I thought for a moment that maybe it was just a mistake, that the note was meant for someone else. But that didn't explain why it was left in my house, on my kitchen table. The more I thought about it, the more I realized something wasn't adding up. I wasn't in any kind of situation where I thought I had enemies. At least, I didn't think so. After pacing around the kitchen for a while, I decided to take a few moments to think. I needed to clear my head. I poured myself a glass of water and sat down, trying to calm myself. I needed to analyze the situation rationally. There had to be an explanation. Maybe it was a mistake. Maybe the note was meant for someone else, and somehow it ended up here. But even as I thought that, I couldn't ignore the feeling deep inside me that something was off. As the minutes passed, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. It was as if someone was in the house with me, even though I knew I was alone. The silence in the house was oppressive, and every creak of the floorboards seemed louder than usual. I stood up and checked every room again, even peeking out the windows to see if anyone was nearby. I didn't know why, but I felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Around dusk, I decided to take a walk. I needed some fresh air, something to distract myself from the overwhelming anxiety the note had caused. But as I walked down the street, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I felt as though strangers were eyeing me, their gazes following my every step. The world felt quieter, more tense, like the atmosphere had shifted, just slightly, into something more unsettling. It felt as though the air around me was heavier, pressing in from all sides. When I returned home, I almost expected to find more notes, more signs that someone was watching me. But when I entered the house, everything was still and quiet. For the next few days, I lived in a blur of unease. I couldn't stop thinking about the words, "I know what you did, and you're not safe here anymore." Every time I opened a door, I half expected to find someone standing there, waiting for me. I checked my security cameras, thinking that maybe I had missed something, but the footage was clear. Nothing unusual had happened. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. There were moments when I'd hear creaks in the floorboards or catch glimpses of movement out of the corner of my eye. But when I turned to look, no one was there. Then, a week later, it happened again. another note appeared. This one was even more direct than the first. It was taped to the front door, and it read, "You've had your warning. Time is running out." The panic in my chest soared as I held the second note in my hands. This couldn't just be a coincidence. Someone knew something. Someone was watching me. All the strange feelings of paranoia I had been experiencing were now confirmed. There was someone in my house. Someone close enough to leave these notes. But how? And why? I thought about calling the police. But what could I say? How could I explain that someone had left a note threatening me without knowing who they were or how they had gotten into my house? It felt absurd, but the fear was real. I knew I couldn't ignore it anymore. With the second note came a realization. Whoever was leaving them knew more than they should. The message was getting more direct, more threatening. Whoever was behind this wasn't just playing games. They meant business. And the worst part was that I had no idea who it could be or why they were targeting me. I wasn't safe in my own home anymore, and that was the most terrifying realization of all. Every day, I felt like I was being pulled deeper into something dark, something sinister. The notes weren't just messages, they were warnings. Each one escalated in tone. And as I sat in my home, waiting for whatever would come next, the silence felt heavier than ever before. I wasn't alone anymore, and I didn't know how to escape. Story 7. It was a typical Saturday morning when my parents told me to stay inside while they went out to run some errands. They didn't usually leave me alone for long, but it wasn't anything out of the ordinary. I was used to being home by myself for short periods of time, so I wasn't worried. After they left, I settled in on the couch, playing video games and watching TV, passing the time like I always did when they were gone. But as the hour passed, something strange started happening. At first, it was just a faint sound. It seemed like a distant conversation, carried in through the slightly open window. I didn't think much of it at first, but as I listened more closely, I realized the voices sounded strangely familiar. It was my parents talking. I could hear their voices drifting in through the thin glass of the window. Confused, I got up from the couch and moved closer to the window to see if they were outside. I peeked out, but there was nothing. No sign of them anywhere in the yard or the driveway. I sat back down, thinking maybe I had imagined it, but the voices didn't stop. They continued, faint but unmistakable, as if my parents were standing just outside the window, talking to each other. I could hear their voices clearly now, the way they spoke to each other when they thought I wasn't around. I tried to ignore it at first, thinking maybe it was the wind carrying their voices from somewhere else. But the more I listened, the more I was sure that they were outside, just beyond my view. I started to feel uneasy. I stood up and walked to the front door, checking to see if they had come back early. But when I looked outside, there was no one. The driveway was empty. They weren't home yet. I went back to the window, pressing my ear against the glass to listen more closely. The conversation continued, the voices now louder, as if they were trying to make sure I could hear them. It felt like they were speaking directly to me, but I couldn't fully understand their words. It sounded like they were talking about something important. A cold shiver ran down my spine. Something didn't feel right. My parents had said they were going out for errands, but they had left hours ago. It didn't make sense for them to still be standing outside talking for so long. I felt my anxiety rising. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. What if something had happened to them? What if they were in trouble and I couldn't hear them from inside the house? I quickly grabbed my phone to call them, but then I froze. The conversation outside my window was still going on, and it sounded more urgent now. I could hear them talking about plans and talking about me, Their voices were growing louder, but still not clear enough for me to make out the full conversation. I checked my phone again. There were no missed calls or text messages from them. I started to feel a deep, unsettling dread in my stomach. In a panic, I rushed to the door again, determined to find out what was going on. I stepped outside, but when I looked around, there was no one there. The yard was empty. The air was still. There were no signs of my parents. The conversation had stopped, and everything was quiet. For a moment, I just stood there, frozen, unsure of what had just happened. Maybe I had imagined it all, but when I turned back to the house, the unease returned. The voices were still there, faint but unmistakable. They seemed to be coming from inside the house now, as if mocking me. The voices had never stopped. I walked back to the window, my heart pounding. This time, I stood still and listened intently. The voices were clearer now, but the sentences still didn't make sense. I could hear my father's voice, calm and steady. But then, my mother's voice interrupted, full of urgency. "You need to stop doing this," she said. "They'll find out." I blinked, my mind racing. What did they mean? Find out what? I wondered. I pressed my hand against the window, feeling the cold glass against my palm, trying to focus on their conversation. But just as quickly as it had started, the voices stopped. A heavy silence filled the air, leaving me standing there, my pulse racing. There was no explanation for what had just happened. I waited for my parents to return, hoping it had all been a mistake or something I had imagined. When they finally came home a few hours later, everything seemed normal again. They told me about their errands, but there was nothing unusual about their behavior. They acted like nothing had happened. I tried to bring it up, but the words stuck in my throat. What if they thought I was crazy? What if I had just imagined the whole thing? Still, the memory of the voices haunted me. I couldn't shake the feeling that I had heard something I wasn't supposed to. It felt like they were hiding something from me, something they didn't want me to know. Over the next few days, I watched them more closely, but nothing else strange happened. The tapping on the window, the soft murmurs in the night, all of it seemed to fade away, buried under the weight of normal life. But in the back of my mind, I couldn't forget the feeling of being watched. I couldn't forget hearing those voices that no one else seemed to notice. It's been a week since that day, and I still haven't told my parents what happened. I don't know if they would believe me, or if they'd think I was just hearing things. But I keep wondering, what were they really doing when they told me to stay inside? What were they really talking about outside my window? And why do I still hear their voices in my mind every time I close my eyes at night? Something feels off, like there's something they're not telling me, and I'm not sure if I even want to find out the truth. Story 8. I hadn't seen my dog Max for a whole week. He'd gotten out of the yard one night, slipping through a gap in the fence, and despite my best efforts, I couldn't find him. I posted flyers, called animal shelters, and went door to door asking neighbors if they had seen him. It was a tough time for me. Max had been with me for years, and the thought of losing him left me feeling empty and sad. I began to lose hope, and I started to think I might never see him again. But then, one evening, as I was sitting in the living room, I heard a familiar sound. It was scratching at the door. My heart skipped a beat. I rushed to the door, thinking it might be a stray dog or some other animal. But when I opened it, I was shocked to see Max standing there, just like I remembered him, or so I thought. At first, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. Max's fur was a little matted, and he was thinner than usual. But there he was, standing in front of me, wagging his tail, looking up at me with those wide, pleading eyes. For a moment, I didn't notice anything unusual. I quickly knelt down, called his name, and started petting his head. I was so happy to see him back and safe. But then, something struck me. It was something small, but it made me feel uneasy. His eyes, they didn't look the same as before. They were darker, almost black, and not just the color. It was the way he was looking at me. There was something wrong in those eyes, something cold and distant. I pulled back a little, confused. Max had always been affectionate, always looking at me with an almost human understanding in his eyes. But now, as he stood there, his gaze felt distant, detached, almost as if he wasn't really seeing me at all. It was strange. His expression had changed. There was an emptiness to it that I couldn't understand. I tried to shake it off. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks on me. I had been worried and stressed out for a whole week, and now that he was back, maybe I was overreacting. So, I decided to let it go and open the door wide, letting him inside. Max trotted into the house, and I followed him, watching him closely. He moved more stiffly than usual, almost like he was tired or in pain. He didn't show any signs of aggression or distress, but something about him felt off. I tried not to think about it. Maybe he was just tired after being gone for so long. I fed him some of his favorite treats and tried to get him to lie down, but he didn't seem interested in any of it. He just stood there, staring at me with those strange eyes. The feeling of discomfort grew inside me. Max had always been full of energy, eager for attention, but now he seemed distant, almost like he wasn't really there. I tried to get him to play. I grabbed a ball and tossed it to him, but he didn't even look at it. Instead, he sat by the door, staring at it intently, as if he was waiting for something, or someone. His gaze didn't move, not even when I called his name. It was like he didn't hear me at all, or worse, like he didn't care. I thought maybe a walk would help him feel more like himself. Some fresh air might bring him back to his old self. So, I decided to take him for a walk. But as we walked down the street, I noticed something even stranger. Max wasn't walking like he normally did. He wasn't bouncing along with excitement. Instead, he moved in a stiff, deliberate way, almost like each step was planned out. It was unnerving. Every now and then, he would stop and stare at something in the distance. His eyes would fix on it, unblinking, as though he was waiting for something to happen. I called his name, but it felt like he wasn't hearing me. It was like he was in some sort of trance. The streetlights cast long shadows, and the neighborhood was eerily quiet, making everything feel more strange. I thought about the week Max had been missing, and about the strange stories I had heard from people about animals returning after being lost. They said pets sometimes came back different, like they had seen or experienced something that changed them. I never believed those stories, but now, standing there with Max in the dark, I started to wonder if there was some truth to them. When we reached the end of the block, Max suddenly stopped. He stared at something down the street. I looked where he was looking, but there was nothing there, just an empty sidewalk and houses in the distance. Still, Max stayed frozen, his tail no longer wagging. His body was tense, like he was preparing for something. I tried calling him again, but he didn't move. I reached out to grab his collar, but the moment my hand touched him, he flinched and pulled away quickly, as if startled or in pain. I was confused. What had happened to him while he was gone? Why was he acting so strange? I decided to take him home and get him checked by a vet the next day. Maybe he was just sick or disoriented from being lost, I thought. But as we turned around to head back home, I noticed something else. Max wasn't following me. like he usually did. He was trailing behind, and his eyes, those cold, black eyes, were still fixed on the street ahead. Not on me, not on anything familiar. When we got home, Max immediately went to the door and pushed it open with his nose, as if he knew exactly where he was going. He moved quickly and without hesitation. I followed him inside, and he went straight to the corner of the living room where his bed used to be. But instead of lying down, he just sat there, staring at the wall. His tail was motionless at his side. I tried to coax him onto the couch, but he didn't move. My anxiety started rising again. I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. That night, I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Max's eyes staring at me, lifeless and unblinking. I kept hearing small noises in the house, like faint scratching sounds, as if something was moving around. But when I checked, there was nothing there. The air felt thick with unease, and I wondered if I was just being paranoid, or if something really had changed about my dog. By morning, I was exhausted, but I still took him to the vet. I needed to know if there was a medical reason for his strange behavior. The vet seemed just as puzzled as I was. Max's physical health was fine. He was in good condition, with no signs of injury or illness. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was deeply wrong. The vet suggested maybe Max was stressed from being lost, or maybe he had separation anxiety. But it didn't feel like that. This wasn't the dog I knew. This wasn't Max. As we left the vet's office, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I looked down at Max, and his eyes, those deep, black eyes, no longer held the familiar, comforting gaze I had known for years. There was something empty in them now, something I couldn't explain. Whatever had happened to Max during the week he was gone, it was like he had returned, but he wasn't the same. And deep down, I knew that whatever it wasn't over yet. Story 9. At first, I thought it was just a strange coincidence. The first package arrived one afternoon, right at my doorstep. It was a small, plain box, with no name, no return address, and no sign of who had sent it. I felt unsure about opening it, but my curiosity got the better of me. I picked it up carefully, wondering who could have sent it and why. When I opened the box, I was shocked. Inside was a toy car, one that I hadn't seen in years. It was a small red car, worn and old, and it brought back memories from when I was a child. I used to play with that car all the time. I thought I had lost it when I was about 8 years old, but here it was again, as if it had magically appeared out of nowhere. I stared at it for a long time, confused. How did it end up in this box? Who would know how important that toy car was to me? What was even stranger was that there was no note, no explanation, just the car carefully wrapped in bubble wrap to protect it. I couldn't make sense of it. I had moved around a lot over the years, and I hadn't thought about that toy car in ages. It seemed impossible that someone would find it and send it to me. I told myself it was probably a mix-up, a mistake with someone else's delivery. But deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. A few days later, another package arrived. Again, it was a plain, unmarked box with no return address. I opened it, half expecting it to be something related to my past. Inside was a drawing I had done when I was 10 years old. It was a picture of a tree, colorful and full of childish details, made for a class project. I had completely forgotten about that drawing, but there it was, looking exactly as it did when I was a kid. My heart skipped a beat. I remembered that I had kept the drawing in a folder in my closet, a folder I hadn't touched in years. I had never shown the drawing to anyone, so how did someone get it? And why would they send it to me? There was no note, no explanation, just the drawing with a sense of unease hanging in the air. Who was sending me these things, and why? I checked the packaging again, hoping to find some clue, but there was nothing. The idea that it was just a prank crossed my mind, but the more I thought about it, the more strange it seemed. This wasn't just some joke. These were things that only someone who knew me well could have had access to. But how? How could they know about these things from my past that I hadn't thought about in years? I tried to tell myself that it didn't mean anything, that I was just overthinking it. But when the third package arrived a week later, my unease grew even more. Inside the third box was a photo album, one I hadn't even realized was missing. The album was filled with pictures from family trips, birthdays, and holidays. There were photos of my childhood friends, my parents, and me, all smiling and looking happy. It was like opening a window into a time that seemed so far away now. The album was in perfect condition, as if it had been carefully kept all these years. I opened the album slowly, trying to understand how it had ended up in my hands. But just like the others, there was no note, no return address. It felt as if the album had appeared out of nowhere. The more I received these anonymous packages, the more obsessed I became with figuring out who was sending them and why. It was as if someone was piecing together bits and pieces of my past and sending them back to me, one item at a time. I tried to think back to anyone who might have had access to these things, but my mind came up blank. I had moved several times and lost touch with many old friends. It didn't make sense. It almost felt like someone had been watching me, paying attention to my life from a distance, and was now sending me these memories to somehow get closer to me. Then, the next package arrived, and it was even more personal. Inside was a small locket that my grandmother had given me before she passed away. I had thought it was lost forever, but there it was, right in front of me. The locket was old, tarnished, with a faded picture of my grandmother inside. I hadn't seen it in years, and holding it again made my heart race. How could someone have gotten their hands on it? How could they have known how much it meant to me? As the days went on, the packages kept coming. Each one seemed more personal than the last. There was a school notebook I used to carry everywhere, a stuffed animal I used to take to bed every night as a child, even a baseball glove I had used for years. Each item was packed carefully, as if someone had gone to great lengths to find these things and send them back to me. It felt as though I was being pulled back into memories I wasn't ready to face. It felt like someone was trying to force me to relive moments from my past. But who was doing this, and why? I began to feel paranoid, like someone was watching me. Every time I left my apartment, I felt like someone was following me, keeping an eye on everything I did. It wasn't just the packages. It was the feeling that someone knew things about me that I had long forgotten. I started checking the mail every day, half expecting another package. But when I opened my door to see an empty hallway, I felt a pang of disappointment. I couldn't explain why I didn't want these items. They brought back memories that made me uncomfortable. Yet at the same time, I couldn't stop looking for the next package to arrive. The items kept coming, and with each one, the mystery deepened. I felt like I was being manipulated, like someone was trying to connect with me in a way that I couldn't understand. The more I tried to ignore it, the stronger the feeling grew. I began to look over my shoulder, constantly checking for anyone who might be following me. It was as if my past had come back to haunt me, and I couldn't escape it. One afternoon, I decided to visit my old childhood home, hoping to find some answers. The house had been sold years ago, but I still remembered the layout, the old trees in the backyard, and the smell of my mother's cooking. When I arrived at the address, I was surprised to see that the house had been renovated. It looked different, but still familiar. I walked up to the front door and knocked, hoping to talk to the new owners. A man answered. and after a brief conversation, he invited me inside. But as I stepped into the house, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. It felt like I was being drawn into a memory that I couldn't control. And then, as I stood in the living room, I noticed something strange. On the mantel was a picture frame, and inside was a photo of me from my childhood. I had never seen this photo before. I approached the frame cautiously, my heart racing. The photo was of me, my family, and friends, taken at a party years ago. But the frame seemed out of place, like it didn't belong in this house. I asked the man where it had come from, but he looked just as confused as I was. "I'm not sure," he said. "It was here when we moved in." A chill ran down my spine. This wasn't just a coincidence. It was all connected. The house, the items from my past, the packages. I had to leave before I uncovered something else, something that I wasn't ready to understand. But as I left the house and made my way back to my apartment, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was following me. Someone was watching me from the shadows, waiting for me to uncover the truth. The packages would keep coming, and I had no idea who was behind it or what they wanted from me. Story 10. For many days, I had been hearing the soft, heartbreaking sound of someone crying. It wasn't loud or exaggerated, just a quiet, muffled sobbing that seemed to come from the room next to mine. At first, I thought it was my neighbor, maybe someone going through a difficult time. But when I really listened to the sound, it felt too close, too personal to be coming from the other side of the wall. I would sit and listen for a while, trying to make out the voice. It always sounded like someone in deep distress, and it never stopped. It was the kind of crying that pulled at your heart, the kind that made you feel like there was a story of pain behind it. I couldn't ignore it for long. The first few nights I told myself it was just my imagination, or maybe the house settling. But when the crying continued every night, I felt I had to do something. I decided to go into the room next door, the one where I thought the crying was coming from. But when I opened the door, there was no one there. The room was empty, just as it always had been. There was no sign of anyone, no clue that someone had been there at all. The crying still continued. It sounded like it was coming from deeper within the house, but the room was completely silent. I checked the windows, the closet, and even under the bed. Everything was exactly as it should be. The next night, the crying came again, unmistakable and stretched out. Each sob seemed more desperate than the last. I recognized the sound all too well now, but when I opened the door again, the room was still empty, untouched. I stood there for a long time, listening, trying to figure out where the sound was coming from. But it didn't make any sense. I even checked every other room in the house, convinced that someone was hiding somewhere. But everything was just as it should be. The attic, the basement, all the closets, nothing was out of place. By the third night, the sound had grown louder, more persistent. It felt like the crying was echoing throughout the house, getting stronger with every hour. It wasn't just a sound anymore. It was like an emotional weight, a sadness that was impossible to ignore. I tried calling out, asking if anyone was there, if anyone needed help, but the only answer was the crying. It didn't stop, and it didn't respond to my voice. It was as if the crying had been happening for a long time, long before I had even noticed it. I started to wonder if the house was haunted, or if I was losing my mind. The next day, I decided I couldn't live with the noise anymore. I had to confront whatever was causing it. I went back into the room where I thought the crying was coming from, sat down, and waited. I listened intently, hoping to get some answers. Hours passed, and just when I started to think maybe it was just my mind playing tricks on me, The sobbing returned. This time, it was clearer than ever before. I felt it in my chest, vibrating through the walls. It was so real, so strong, that I jumped up and ran through the house, certain that someone had finally revealed themselves. But once again, there was nothing. No person, no sign of life. I even called a friend to come over and stay the night, hoping that maybe they could help me figure out what was happening. Together we sat in the room, listening, trying to follow the sound of the crying. We checked all the other rooms, but the crying always seemed distant, just beyond reach, as though it was coming from somewhere else, but never close enough to track down. At one point, my friend suggested that I was just overthinking it, that maybe the house was just old and creaky, making strange noises. But I knew the difference between the sound of creaking floors and the sound of someone crying. This wasn't just a noise. It felt like someone was in real pain. As the days went by, I began to feel more and more disoriented. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't focus. The crying started to follow me, even when I wasn't at home. It played in my mind, like a constant reminder that something wasn't right. I started questioning myself. Was I losing my mind? What if the crying had always been there, and I just hadn't noticed it before? Or what if there was something else happening? Something I couldn't explain? I decided to do some research about the house, hoping to find an answer in its history. The house was old, built in the 1920s. I had lived there for a few years without any problems, but when I dug deeper, I found something strange. There was an old news article from the 1950s about a woman who had lived in the house. According to the article, she had died under mysterious circumstances. She had been found alone in one of the upstairs rooms, and no one ever really knew what happened to her. There were rumors that she had been very troubled, but no one could figure out the cause of her death. Could it be her? Could the crying I was hearing be connected to the pain she had felt in life? The suffering she had gone through before she passed away? The more I thought about it, the more it made sense. The crying felt sorrowful, like someone who had experienced great loss and couldn't find peace. Maybe this woman had never found closure, and now her spirit was still lingering, still grieving in the house. The idea that I could be hearing the voice of someone who had suffered so much made me shiver, but it also explained the haunting nature of the crying. I spoke to a local historian who knew a lot about the old homes in the area. After I explained everything, she told me that the woman who had died in my house wasn't the only one with a tragic story. Apparently, many of the people in the neighborhood had suffered silently, and some believed their pain never really left. The historian suggested that if I wanted peace, I might have to perform a ritual to help release the spirit, to help it move on. But she warned me that it wasn't always that simple. Some spirits didn't want to leave, and they would make sure their presence was known in ways that couldn't be ignored. I considered her advice, but something kept holding me back. What if I was wrong? What if the crying wasn't a spirit at all? What if there was some other explanation I hadn't thought of yet? Still, every night, the crying returned. It became a constant part of my life, like an uninvited guest that I couldn't escape. I started leaving a light on in the room where the crying seemed to come from, hoping that might help. But no matter what I did, the sobbing persisted, gentle yet persistent. Finally, one night, as I sat in the room, trying to ignore the sound, I heard something different. The sobbing was quieter, softer than usual. And then, through the silence, I heard a whisper, barely audible, like a voice calling out from the darkness. "Help me," it said. The words were fragile, strained, as if they were coming from deep within. I froze. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. The voice felt so close, so real. But when I turned around, the room was empty. There was no one there. The crying continued, but it was softer now, as though it was fading into the background, as though it was finally beginning to let go. Although the crying still lingered from time to time, I no longer felt the need to search for it or to understand it. Maybe some things were meant to be left in the silence, and perhaps for the first time, the house was beginning to find its own peace. Hello everyone, and welcome to Dark Whispers. I know many of you listen to these stories to help you fall asleep, and before you drift off, I would love to hear from you. Please leave a comment and let me know where you're listening from around the world. And if you're enjoying the video, don't forget to like and subscribe. Story 1. I woke up suddenly, my eyes opening to an unfamiliar ceiling above me. For a moment, I thought I was still dreaming. I felt confused and disoriented. The warmth of the room felt strange, and the scent of fresh linens in the air didn't smell like any place I knew. Slowly, I turned my head, expecting to see the familiar surroundings of my own bedroom. But instead, I saw a room I didn't recognize. The walls were a dull shade of beige, and the furniture was sparse. It was nothing like what I was used to. I sat up in bed, trying to gather my bearings. My heart began to race as panic started to take over. Where was I? How had I gotten here? I didn't remember leaving my home, let alone being brought to this strange place. The sheets were soft, too soft, and the pillow under my head felt unfamiliar, not the one I usually used. I ran my fingers through my hair, trying to make sense of what was happening, but my mind was blank. I swung my legs over the side of the bed and stood up shakily, feeling weak and disoriented. The room around me was quiet, too quiet, with only the faint sound of distant traffic coming from outside. The light coming through the window was bright, but muted, as though it was early in the morning. I took a step forward, glancing around the room, trying to find something that could help me understand where I was. That's when I noticed the bag in the corner of the room. It was a simple duffel bag, nothing special. But what caught my attention was that it contained my clothes, neatly folded. I couldn't believe my eyes. My clothes, the ones I had worn just the day before, were folded as if someone had carefully placed them in the bag. A strange chill ran down my spine. How had they gotten there? Had I packed them? Why would someone put my clothes in a bag and leave them here with me? I approached the bag cautiously, my steps slow and deliberate, trying to make sense of the situation. I reached down and picked it up. The weight of it felt familiar, but the sensation of holding it was foreign. I opened it carefully, my heart beating faster with each passing second. Inside were the clothes I recognized. My jeans, the shirt I had worn yesterday, and my jacket. Nothing seemed out of place, but the mere presence of the bag was unsettling. Why had they put my clothes here? And why was I in a room I didn't recognize? I stood there holding the bag, questions flooding my mind. How had I ended up in this room? Was I alone? Had someone brought me here? I couldn't recall how I got here, or when I had fallen asleep. The last thing I remembered was being in my own home, preparing to go to bed. But now that seemed like a distant memory. The more I thought about it, the more my head began to spin. Had I been drugged? Had I been taken against my will? There were too many possibilities, and none of them made sense. I looked around the room again, searching for any clues that might explain where I was. The furniture was minimal. A bed, a small nightstand, and a worn-out chair in the corner. The curtains were closed, blocking any view of the outside world. There was no personal touch to the room, nothing that made it feel familiar. It felt like a hotel room, but it was too bare, too impersonal to be anything but a temporary space, one that I didn't belong in. I moved toward the door, my hand resting on the cold handle. I hesitated before opening it. The fear of what I might find on the other side overwhelmed me. What if I wasn't alone in this place? What if someone had been watching me while I slept? These thoughts sent a shiver down my spine, but I knew I couldn't stay in this room forever. I had to figure out where I was and how I had gotten here. With a deep breath, I turned the handle and opened the door slowly, peering into the hallway beyond. The hallway was quiet. The air was thick with stillness. It looked like a hallway from an old building, with faded wallpaper and dim lighting. The floors were carpeted, but the carpet was worn down in spots, like it had been walked on countless times. The walls were decorated with generic paintings, the kind that didn't stand out, just there to fill the space. The whole place felt eerie, almost sterile, and I felt a chill run through me as I stepped out into the corridor. I glanced both ways, trying to make sense of my surroundings. There was no one in sight, no sign of movement or life. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. My heart beat faster as I considered my options. Should I go left or right? Should I explore this place further or try to find an exit? The uncertainty of it all was suffocating, and the more I thought about it, the more the feeling of dread grew. I didn't know where I was, but I knew I had to leave. I took a deep breath and chose to go right, moving cautiously down the hallway, my footsteps muffled by the thick carpet. The silence was unbearable. The weight of the unknown pressed heavily on my chest. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting someone to appear behind me. My mind raced with possibilities. Had I been kidnapped? Was this some kind of elaborate prank? Or had I been brought here for some darker purpose? As I continued down the hall, I came across a small kitchen. The door was slightly ajar. I pushed it open carefully, peeking inside. The kitchen was empty, the countertops bare except for a few utensils and a sink that hadn't been used in a while. There were no signs of life, no indication of who might have brought me here. The kitchen, like the rest of the building, felt cold and lifeless. But something about the way the space was arranged made me uneasy. It looked too sterile, too purposely set up, as if it was meant to be used, but hadn't been. I took a few steps inside, my eyes scanning the room for any signs of familiarity or clues about where I was. There was nothing, just an empty, quiet room. But then, my eyes landed on something on the counter. A small note, folded neatly, was placed next to a glass of water. My fingers trembled as I reached for it, carefully unfolding it with a sense of dread. The note was simple, just a few words written in neat, deliberate handwriting. Don't try to leave. Not yet. I froze. The words hung in the air like a warning. A cold shiver ran down my spine as I realized that whatever was happening, I wasn't in control. Someone had brought me here, and they were watching me. I felt a knot tighten in my stomach as I wondered who had left the note and why. What did it mean that I wasn't allowed to leave yet? My mind spun with questions, but no answers came. The room felt even colder now, and the note in my hand seemed to weigh heavier than anything I had ever held before. Just as I was about to take another step, a sudden noise from behind me interrupted my thoughts. I turned quickly, my heart racing in my chest, but there was no one there. The kitchen remained silent, yet I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was close, that I wasn't alone. I looked at the note again, my grip tightening around it. I realized I was trapped in a place I didn't recognize, with no idea who had brought me here or why, and the feeling of being watched never left. Story 2. It was just a normal evening when I came home after a long day at work. The sun had set, and the sky was a soft twilight blue. I unlocked the door to my apartment and stepped inside, feeling a sense of relief. I was glad to be home. My mind was still full of thoughts about my day, so I didn't immediately notice anything strange. It wasn't until I hung up my coat and put my keys down that I saw it, a piece of paper on the floor near the door. At first, I thought it was just some junk mail that had slipped under the door, but as I bent down to pick it up, I realized it wasn't just any piece of paper. There was no return address, and no indication of who it was from. It was just a plain envelope, slightly open at the flap. Inside, there was a letter. The paper was simple, not fancy at all, but it was folded neatly in half. I hesitated for a moment. Who would leave me a letter? I wasn't expecting any deliveries or messages from anyone. I couldn't think of any reason why someone would need to contact me this way. I opened the letter, and what I saw made my heart skip a beat. The message was short but clear. The handwriting was neat, but it looked hurried. The words read, "Don't go out after dark anymore." The words felt urgent, like a warning. A chill ran down my spine. I stood there in the hallway, staring at the letter, trying to understand what it meant. Who would leave me such a message? Why would they warn me not to go out after dark? It didn't make any sense, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I turned the letter over, hoping to find more information. Maybe a signature, or a clue about who wrote it, but there was nothing. The back of the paper was blank, and the front gave no further details. I felt uneasy, like something wasn't right. Was this some kind of prank? Or was it something more serious? Something I should be worried about? My mind raced with all kinds of possibilities. Maybe it was a warning from someone who knew me, someone who had been watching me. The thought that someone might have been keeping an eye on me enough to slip a letter under my door made me feel uneasy, but there was no time to waste wondering. I needed to figure out what this meant. I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something personal about this warning. It felt too direct, too real. I looked around my apartment as if expecting to find a clue that would explain the letter. The rooms were quiet, and the air felt heavy. I walked over to the window and looked outside. I half expected to see someone standing across the street, watching me from the shadows, but the street was empty. The only sounds were the faint hum of traffic and the rustling of leaves in the wind. No one was out there. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, that someone or something was out there in the darkness. As the evening went on, I became more anxious. I kept glancing at the clock, watching the minutes tick by, each one bringing me closer to nightfall. I didn't want to go outside. I didn't want to take any chances, but I also didn't want to live in fear. I had no idea who had written the letter, or why. Maybe it was nothing, just some weird prank or coincidence, but what if it wasn't? What if there was something dangerous out there? Something I couldn't see. Something that was waiting for me to step outside after dark. I paced around my apartment, unsure of what to do. Should I call the police? The letter didn't seem threatening enough to warrant an investigation, but the warning felt too real to ignore. I thought about going to the building manager to ask if anyone else had received a similar letter, but I didn't want to draw attention to myself. I wasn't sure if I was being paranoid, or if there was a real reason to be concerned. My mind kept circling back to the same question. Who would leave such a cryptic message, and why me? I glanced at the clock again. It was getting late. The shadows outside were growing longer as night fell. The thought of stepping into the dark, not knowing who or what might be out there, made my skin crawl. But if I stayed inside, would I be safe? The letter kept running through my mind. Don't go out after dark anymore. Why that warning? And why now? It wasn't like I had been out late every night or had done anything to attract attention. I led a pretty normal life. I kept to myself and didn't get involved in anything dangerous. So why had someone felt the need to send me such a chilling message? Just as I was thinking this, I heard a soft knock at the door. I froze. My heart skipped a beat. Who could that be? I wasn't expecting anyone, and the letter had already put me on edge. Slowly, I moved toward the door. I looked through the peephole, but no one was there. My pulse quickened, and a wave of dread washed over me. Had someone been standing there just moments ago? Or had I imagined it? I didn't dare open the door, but the silence that followed made my skin prickle. The rest of the night felt like a blur. I tried to stay calm, but every sound outside made me jump. Every creak of the building, every rustle of leaves in the wind felt like a sign that someone was out there. Someone who had seen my letter and was waiting for me to make a move. I couldn't stop thinking about the warning. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone knew something I didn't, that I was being watched, that I was being warned for a reason. I tried to distract myself, watching TV or reading a book, anything to take my mind off the growing anxiety. But no matter what I did, I couldn't escape the feeling of unease. It was as though the letter had planted a seed of fear in my mind, and it was beginning to grow, spreading deeper into my thoughts. As the night wore on, I kept the lights on, the curtains drawn, and the door locked tight. I didn't dare go outside, not after the letter and the strange knock. I spent the rest of the evening on high alert, my senses tuned to every sound. Every once in a while, I'd peek out the window, scanning the street for any sign of movement, but there was nothing. The night passed without any incidents, but the dread lingered. It settled deep in my chest. The letter had shaken me. It made me question everything. Who had left it? And why had they chosen me? The next morning, I woke up feeling unsettled, but I was determined to move on with my day. I told myself that I had probably overreacted. It was just some weird coincidence, or maybe a prank. But as I left my apartment and stepped into the daylight, I couldn't shake the nagging feeling that the warning wasn't just an idle threat. Someone out there knew something about the dark. Maybe, just maybe, they were trying to keep me safe. Or perhaps they were trying to warn me about something much worse. The letter stayed on my mind as I went about my day, and I couldn't help but wonder what was really out there in the dark, waiting for me to go outside. Should I listen to the warning, or was it already too late? Story 3. It was a typical Tuesday afternoon when the mail arrived, just like any other day. I walked to the front door to collect the usual pile, bills, flyers, and junk mail. I had gotten into the habit of sorting through the letters every day since I moved into this house years ago. As I flipped through the envelopes, one caught my eye. It was plain, with no marks or logos, except for my name written in bold letters. The return address was unfamiliar, a place I didn't recognize at all. But what caught my attention even more was the old address listed on the envelope, the one I hadn't lived at for almost 5 years. I stopped, holding the envelope in my hand, feeling a strange sense of déjà vu. The address written on the letter was the very first house I had ever lived in, back when I was much younger. I hadn't thought about that place in years, not since I moved out to attend college and eventually bought this house. It seemed odd, almost unsettling, that I was getting a letter from that old address. A rush of questions flooded my mind. Who would send me something from there? Why would they use my old address? Was this letter somehow misdirected? But as much as I tried to come up with logical explanations, a nagging feeling in my gut told me something wasn't right. I carefully opened the envelope my fingers trembling a little. The paper inside was crinkly, as if it had been folded and kept for a while. I unfolded the letter, and as I read the words, they seemed too familiar, like something I would write myself. But I knew it wasn't my handwriting. The letters were neat, flowing, but the words made me pause. The letter was short and simple, yet the meaning behind it felt heavy. It read, "Don't go back there. It's not what you think. You've left for a reason. Trust me." The words sent a chill down my spine. Who could have written this? And why? Why would someone want to warn me? It didn't feel like a joke or prank. The tone was too serious, too personal. Whoever wrote this letter knew way too much about me, things I thought no one else knew. I stared at the return address again, trying to make sense of it. The street name was something I hadn't heard in years, but it was real. I had lived there as a child. However, the house I grew up in was long gone, replaced with new developments and houses. The place where I spent my childhood was now nothing but a distant memory. The more I thought about it, the more confused and unsettled I became. Why would someone from that area be sending me a letter now, after all this time? I sat down at the kitchen table, still holding the letter. The urge to ignore it and forget about it was strong, but something told me I couldn't. I couldn't let this go. I wasn't sure if it was my curiosity pushing me, or if there was something deeper, some strange instinct that told me I had to find out what this meant. I couldn't stop thinking about the letter. Who had sent it, and why? I tried to think of anyone who might have had a reason to send me such a cryptic letter, but I couldn't come up with anyone. I hadn't kept in touch with anyone from my old neighborhood. The friends I had there were long gone from my life. My family had moved away too, and no one had contacted me in years, especially not about the past. The more I thought about it, the more I felt like I was being pulled back into something I had left behind. But what could it be? What was there to warn me about? I had made peace with my past. I had no reason to go back, no desire to revisit my old home. So why now? Why would someone send me a letter that seemed so urgent and mysterious? I decided to investigate. I needed to know where this letter had come from and why it was addressed to me. I started by searching for the return address online, hoping it would lead to something helpful. But the more I searched, the more I realized something strange. The street name didn't seem to exist anymore. There were no businesses, no listings, no records of the place. It was like the address had vanished. Frustrated, I decided to visit the old neighborhood myself. I told myself I was just being curious, that I was overreacting. But deep down, I felt like there was more to this than a simple misdirected letter. I hadn't been back in years, but something about the letter made me feel like I had to go. I had to understand what was going on, even if it meant confronting memories I wasn't ready to face. The drive to my old neighborhood felt longer than I remembered. I took the familiar streets, but the closer I got, the more I realized how much had changed. My childhood home was gone, replaced with a sleek, modern building. The small neighborhood I remembered had grown into a sprawling complex, and everything felt different, unfamiliar. When I reached the street where my old house had been, I was shocked. The lot was empty. There was nothing there. No house, no garden, just a vacant piece of land. And I stood there, staring at the empty lot for a long time. It was as if the life I had known was erased. There was nothing left. I felt a strange emptiness inside, like a part of me had vanished with the house. The letter had warned me not to come back, but I had ignored it. I thought it was just a strange coincidence. But now, standing in front of the empty lot, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Something had drawn me back here, and I didn't know what it was. I walked around the lot, unsure of what I was looking for. The place where I had once lived didn't feel like it belonged to me anymore. It felt distant and strange, as if the world had shifted. I wandered aimlessly for a while, feeling more and more unsettled. Then something caught my eye. It was a small, weathered mailbox. I remembered it from a photo my mother had taken just before we moved away. It was the same one from my childhood home. Despite the new houses and development surrounding it, the mailbox still stood, worn but still there. I walked toward it, feeling drawn to it. As I reached out and touched it, I felt a cold rush of air. My body went dizzy, and I staggered back. Everything seemed to spin for a moment. When I looked around again, nothing appeared different. The neighborhood was still quiet, and the faint sounds of children playing could be heard in the distance. But there was something about that old mailbox. It felt like a sign, but I didn't know what it meant. I couldn't shake the feeling that I had uncovered something I wasn't supposed to find. The letter, the warning, it all felt connected to this moment. I wasn't sure what was happening, but I knew I had to keep looking for answers. There was something hidden here, something beneath the surface, and I couldn't stop until I uncovered the truth. As I stood there, staring at the old mailbox, I felt the weight of my past pressing down on me. The warning in the letter seemed clearer now. Don't go back. Don't look too closely. But it was too late. I was already here, and whatever mysteries I had left behind were starting to pull me back in. Story 4. It all started with a simple voicemail. I didn't recognize the number, and the message was filled with static, a crackling noise that was hard to understand. At first, I thought it was just a glitch, or maybe a wrong number. It seemed like nothing important. But then, the voicemails kept coming. Almost every day I would check my phone, and there would be another message. Each one was just as noisy and unclear as the last. I assumed it was some sort of prank, or maybe a problem with my phone. But then something odd happened. One evening, after hearing yet another static-filled message, I decided to listen to it more carefully. The static was still loud, but this time it seemed different. There was a slight rhythm to it, a pattern that didn't feel random. I leaned in closer to my phone, trying to hear something beneath the noise. At first, I didn't hear anything clear, but then something stood out. I felt a chill run down my spine when I realized that the noise wasn't just static. It sounded like whispers. My name was being repeated over and over again, hidden under the crackling noise. My heart started to race. It felt like someone was trying to reach me, but the message was purposely being distorted. The next time I got a voicemail, I decided to do something unusual. I flipped the recording backward, hoping to hear something more understandable. When I pressed play, the usual static filled my ears, but then I heard something that froze me in place. It was my voice, but it wasn't from a time or place I could remember. I could hear myself begging for help. The words were clear and desperate, as though I was pleading for someone to save me from something terrible. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I felt sick to my stomach. It was my voice, but it didn't sound like me. The tone, the urgency, it was all wrong. I didn't recognize the voice, even though it was mine. I couldn't understand how this was possible. I hadn't recorded anything like that. I had never been in any kind of danger. I hadn't needed help. But there I was, hearing myself, frightened and terrified. I tried to ignore it, but the unease kept growing. I tried calling the number back, but no one answered. The voicemail box was empty. Each new message was the same. More static, more whispers, and my voice begging for help. The messages started coming more often, and they seemed more urgent. In one recording, I could almost hear heavy breathing as if someone was close to me, watching me. Another time, I heard faint footsteps, like someone was walking around me, circling me. I began to feel like I was being watched. Every time I entered a room, I felt a sense of dread, like someone had been there before me. My phone was always in my hand, waiting for the next message. But with every voicemail, I felt more and more afraid. Why was this happening? Why was someone sending these messages? And how did they have my voice? My exact words? It felt like I was trapped in a nightmare, unable to escape. I tried to talk to a friend about it. I played the voicemail for them, hoping they would understand. But when they listened, they didn't hear anything strange. To them, it was just static. They couldn't hear the whispers or my voice pleading for help. I felt completely alone. The more I listened to the messages, the more confused I became. How could my voice be in those recordings when I hadn't made them? It wasn't just a prank. This was something darker. One night, I woke up in a cold sweat. My heart was pounding. It felt like I had heard the voicemail in my dreams, my voice calling out in desperation. I grabbed my phone and checked it immediately, hoping it was all just a bad dream. But there was a new message waiting for me. I hesitated, my hands trembling. I pressed play. The usual static filled the air, and for a brief moment, I thought I heard my name whispered through the noise. But when I played it backward, I froze in shock. This time, it wasn't just my voice. It was a chorus of voices. Many versions of me, all pleading for help, all trapped in the same desperate cry. The voices were layered on top of each other, overlapping, creating a horrible sound of distress that sent a wave of terror through me. I couldn't understand it. My phone wasn't just malfunctioning, it was like something, or someone, was reaching out to me through it. The voices were too clear, too real. The fact that they seemed trapped in the static made it feel even more impossible. Was I hearing myself from some other time? From a different version of me? Or was I hearing my future self calling for help? The thought seemed ridiculous, but the evidence was right there in front of me. As the days went on, the messages became more cryptic. The static grew louder. The whispers became more frantic. And always, my voice, pleading for help, echoed through the recordings. Each new message carried more urgency, like time was running out. The voices seemed to be warning me, trying to get me to understand something, but I couldn't make sense of it. One afternoon, as I was going through the messages again, I heard something that made my blood run cold. Beneath the static and my voice, I heard a new sound. It was faint at first, but unmistakable. A door creaking open, followed by slow, deliberate footsteps. My breath caught in my throat as I realized that the footsteps weren't just in the recording. They were happening now, in my house. I spun around, expecting to see someone behind me, but the room was empty. The footsteps kept echoing in my mind, growing louder even though no one was there. The messages had escalated to something I couldn't ignore anymore. They weren't just strange or unsettling. They were warnings. Warnings from myself, or from some other version of me. Or maybe they were from something else. Something trying to reach me through these distorted recordings. I knew now that the static wasn't random. It was deliberate. The message had been hidden within the noise, waiting for me to hear it, waiting for me to understand. But I still didn't know who was behind the messages or why they were happening. I felt like I was being pulled into something I didn't understand, something much darker than I had ever imagined. My voice calling for help, over and over again, was a constant reminder that something was wrong. And no matter how many times I listened to the recordings, no matter how many times I tried to figure out what they meant, the only thing I knew for sure was that I couldn't escape it. Someone or something, was trying to tell me something, and I had no idea what would happen if I didn't listen. Story 5. At first, I thought it was just a coincidence. My neighbor, Mr. Thompson, always parked his old, reliable sedan in the same spot across the street. It wasn't anything special, just a regular car, but I had gotten used to seeing it there. Every morning when I left for work, it was parked outside his house. Every evening when I came home, it was still there, sitting in its usual spot. It was a part of my routine, so much so that I didn't really think twice about it. But recently, something didn't feel right. I hadn't seen Mr. Thompson in weeks. I wasn't close to him, but we would exchange polite hellos when we saw each other outside. He was a quiet man who lived alone, kept to himself, and had been that way since I moved into the neighborhood about a year ago. It wasn't strange for someone to be a bit reclusive, but as the days passed and I never saw him coming or going, I started to wonder where he had gone. His car was still there, parked in the same spot every day, but there were no signs of him. There were no deliveries, no visitors, and no sounds of his TV blaring through the walls. It was like he had disappeared completely. At first I brushed it off. Maybe he had gone on vacation, or maybe he was sick and stuck inside. I even told myself that maybe he was away on a long business trip. But as the days stretched into 2 weeks, then 3, I began to feel uneasy. The car never moved. I would check my watch and see the same sedan parked exactly where it had been the day before. At this point, it had become a daily habit to check on it whenever I walked out of my house. I started to feel like something was wrong, but I couldn't explain why. I decided to ask a few of the other neighbors if they had seen Mr. Thompson recently. Everyone seemed just as confused as I was. No one had seen him in weeks either. Mrs. Harris, who lived 2 doors down from him, said she hadn't seen him take out his trash or come out to get his mail. She also mentioned that she hadn't heard his car start in what felt like forever. That's when I began to wonder, was the car even his anymore? Was it possible that someone else had been using it? Maybe even without his knowledge? After a few more days passed with no sign of Mr. Thompson, I decided to go over to his house. The idea made me nervous, but something deep inside pushed me to do it. I walked across the street, hesitating for a moment before I reached his front door and knocked. I knocked again, louder this time, but there was no answer. I couldn't hear anything from inside the house. No footsteps, no conversations, nothing. I rang the doorbell and waited, but still, there was no answer. For a brief moment, I rested my hand on the doorknob and thought about turning it, just to see if the door was unlocked, but I immediately pulled my hand back, feeling like I was crossing some invisible line. I stood there for a few more seconds, unsure of what to do next. I had a deep sense of unease, like I was intruding on something that wasn't meant to be disturbed. Finally, I left, but my mind was full of questions. Why wasn't Mr. Thompson home? If he had gone away, why didn't anyone know where he was? And why was his car still parked in the same spot every day, untouched? The next day, I decided to try something else. I would watch the house all day, hoping to catch some clue that would explain what was going on. By early afternoon, I noticed something strange. A faint shadow passed by the window of Mr. Thompson's front room. I couldn't be sure, but it looked like someone had moved inside. My heart skipped a beat, and I quickly grabbed my phone. But by the time I looked back up, the shadow was gone. I wasn't sure if I had imagined it or if it was real, but the feeling that something was wrong grew even stronger. After that, I couldn't stop thinking about the car. Each day, it sat there across the street. Its engine never turned on. The owner was nowhere to be found. What made things even stranger was that the car was never locked. Whenever I walked by, the driver's side door was always open, or the window was slightly rolled down. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. It was like the car was part of some strange, unspoken game, but no one else seemed concerned. No one even mentioned it. I tried talking to a couple of neighbors about it again, but they just shrugged and said that Mr. Thompson probably had his reasons for keeping to himself. No one seemed as unsettled as I was. A week later, I couldn't resist the urge to look inside the car. The front door was slightly ajar again, just like it had been before, and the key was still in the ignition, as though someone had parked it and forgotten about it. I approached cautiously, unsure of what I was looking for, or what I expected to find. I peered through the window, but I saw nothing out of the ordinary. Just worn leather seats and a small pile of papers on the passenger side. But as I stepped back to leave, something caught my eye in the back seat. There was a small duffel bag I hadn't noticed before. It seemed strange, considering that Mr. Thompson didn't usually have visitors or stay overnight anywhere. The bag was zipped up tightly, but a small part of it was slightly open. I felt a sudden, inexplicable urge to look inside. I reached for the handle of the back door, hesitating at first. But then, my curiosity got the best of me. The door creaked open, and I peered inside the bag. What I found inside shocked me. A pile of folded clothes, a few toiletries, and strangely, some photos. The photos were of Mr. Thompson, but there was something off about them. They weren't candid shots or personal pictures. They were staged, like someone had taken them on purpose. They were all from different angles, showing him standing alone in various places, as if he were being watched. I shuddered as I closed the bag and quickly stepped away from the car. My mind was racing. The unease I had felt for weeks grew stronger after that. The photos haunted me, and I couldn't stop thinking about them. Why had Mr. Thompson kept those pictures in his car? And why hadn't anyone seen him in so long? It was like he had just vanished, leaving only his car behind. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that something wasn't right. The car wasn't just a vehicle. It was a symbol of something. Something that shouldn't have been there. It had become an eerie reminder of the mystery surrounding my neighbor's sudden disappearance. At this point, I wasn't sure what I was supposed to do. I had no evidence, no answers, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had happened to Mr. Thompson and that the car was somehow tied to it. I watched it every day, waiting for something, anything, to change. But the car remained parked in the same spot, a constant presence that seemed to grow more unsettling with each passing day. I don't know what happened to Mr. Thompson, but I've come to realize that the car was never meant to be just a car. It was the clue, the missing piece of the puzzle that was always there, and yet it never gave up its secrets. Story 6. It was late in the afternoon when I first noticed the package. I had been relaxing on the couch, scrolling through my phone, when I heard a faint knock on the door. I wasn't expecting anything, so at first I thought it might be a mistake or a delivery for a neighbor. But when I opened the door, I found a small, unmarked box sitting on the front step. There was no return address, no label, just a plain, brown, cardboard package. My heart skipped a beat. I had no idea what to make of it. I hadn't ordered anything recently, and the thought of receiving a mysterious package made me feel uneasy. I stood there for a moment, unsure of what to do. Should I open it? Should I call someone? It was probably a harmless mistake, but the fact that there was no identifying information on the box made it feel wrong. Curiosity got the better of me. I bent down, picked up the package, and brought it inside. My hands trembled slightly, as I sliced open the tape. The anticipation felt suffocating, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was about to uncover something I wasn't meant to see. When I finally opened the box, I found just one item inside. It was a photo. My stomach churned as I stared at the picture. It was a photo of me, standing on my front porch, taken from a distance. I recognized the moment right away. It had been the day before, when I had stepped outside to grab the mail. I was standing there holding an envelope in my hand, completely unaware that someone had been watching me. The picture had been taken through the window, and the angle made it clear that the person who took it had been standing across the street. I hadn't noticed anyone at the time, but now I realized that someone had been watching me, possibly for days. I felt a cold sweat break out on the back of my neck as I turned the photo over, half expecting to see some sort of note or message written on the back. But there was nothing. No words, no explanation, just that single haunting image of me, unsuspecting and caught in a moment I had thought was private. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what was happening. Who could have taken this picture? Who had sent it to me, and why? I glanced out the window, half expecting to see someone standing across the street, watching my every move. But the street was empty, as it always was, in the quiet neighborhood. I quickly closed the blinds, my thoughts spiraling. The fact that someone had been that close to my house without me noticing was unsettling. The photo was a clear reminder that someone knew where I lived, knew what I looked like, and had been paying attention to me in ways I hadn't even realized. My first instinct was to call the police, but what would I tell them? That I had received an anonymous package with a picture of myself in it. It seemed so absurd, so out of place, that I wasn't sure they would take me seriously. Still, I couldn't just ignore it. I needed to report it, if only to make sure that someone knew what was happening. But even as I pulled out my phone and started dialing, I hesitated. What if this was just the beginning? What if the person who had sent the picture had more plans, more messages, more surprises for me? I put the photo back in the box and placed it on the kitchen counter. My hands were shaking, and my heart wouldn't stop pounding. I kept replaying the moment in my mind, the picture frozen in my memory. Who could have been so close to my home, watching me? The whole situation felt like a bad dream, something that didn't make sense, yet felt so real. I knew I couldn't let it go, but at the same time, I didn't know what to do next. Should I start looking over my shoulder, expecting something else to show up? Was this just a prank, or was there something more sinister behind it? I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself. The rational part of my brain told me to stay calm, to think logically. Maybe it was just a coincidence, a harmless mistake. Maybe someone had snapped the picture without meaning anything by it, and the package was simply an error, a mix-up in the delivery system. But that voice in my head kept getting drowned out by fear. Fear that this was deliberate. Fear that whoever had done this knew more than they should. That night, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every sound seemed louder than usual. Every creak of the floorboards felt like someone was moving just outside my door. I checked the locks on all the windows and doors, making sure everything was secure. I even pulled the blinds down tighter, although I wasn't sure that would stop someone from watching me. The whole house felt different now, more like a cage, a place where I was being observed. I spent the night looking out the windows, scanning the street for any signs of movement. But there was nothing. The street remained as quiet as always, with only the distant hum of traffic in the background. Yet the unease didn't leave me. It was as though someone was just waiting for the right moment to reveal themselves. Maybe they were already inside my head, twisting my thoughts, making me paranoid, making me question every shadow. The next morning, I went outside to take a closer look at my front porch, hoping to find something that could explain the photo. But there was nothing. No footprints. No signs of anyone having been there recently. I walked down the street, trying to see if I could spot anyone who might have been lurking around, but again, the neighborhood was empty. Everyone seemed to be going about their daily routines without a care in the world. I couldn't shake the feeling that the picture was a warning, that whoever had taken it was letting me know they were watching. They had sent me the message, but I had no idea what the next step would be. I couldn't help but feel like this was just the first of many signs. I tried to tell myself it was nothing to worry about, that it was just some random coincidence. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. Later that week, another package arrived. This time, there was no photo inside, just a single sentence written in the same neat handwriting as the first note. I'm still watching. It was like a chilling confirmation of what I had feared. Whoever had been watching me wasn't going to stop. They were out there somewhere, observing me from the shadows, and I had no way of knowing when they would strike next. I had no choice but to live with the fear of knowing that someone was always watching me, always one step ahead. And that thought, more than anything, left me feeling completely helpless. Story 7. It was just another normal evening when I decided to check the security footage from my apartment. For some reason, I had been feeling uneasy for a while. I couldn't quite explain why, but there was a strange feeling of paranoia following me around. Little things had started to feel off, like when items were misplaced, lights left on when I was sure I had turned them off, and the overwhelming sense that someone was watching me. I couldn't shake the feeling, so I decided to finally check the security footage. I thought it might help ease my mind. I accessed the footage from the camera that was installed near the entrance of my apartment, expecting to find nothing more than some deliveries or the occasional visitor. But as I scrubbed through the footage, I noticed something that immediately made my heart race. The timestamp on the footage showed that it was from a day when I had been out running errands. I watched as the door to my apartment opened with no key in hand, and someone stepped inside. I froze. My stomach sank. I had been gone all day, and the door had been locked when I left. How could someone have gotten in? The footage was grainy, but I could make out the silhouette of a person. Someone I didn't recognize. They moved with a strange sense of familiarity, as if they knew the layout of my apartment. They didn't seem to be in a hurry at all, as if they weren't worried about being caught. I sat in stunned silence as they walked through the front door, paused briefly in the hallway, and then moved deeper into my apartment. They spent a few minutes in the living room, then entered my bedroom. I couldn't make out much more because of the poor quality of the footage, but just the idea that someone had been inside my private space, going through my things, made my blood run cold. I replayed the footage over and over, hoping I was missing something. I wanted to catch a glimpse of their face, but the person's features were too obscured. Their body was cloaked in shadows, and they moved quickly enough that I couldn't tell whether they were male or female, young or old. They weren't wearing anything distinctive that could have helped me figure out who they were. One thing was certain. Someone had been inside my apartment without my knowledge. I immediately went to check my apartment. My mind was racing with questions, and my heart was pounding in my chest. I opened the door and stepped inside. Everything seemed normal at first glance, but as I walked through the apartment, I noticed a few things that didn't feel quite right. My bathroom cabinet was slightly ajar, and there was a small stack of papers on my desk that hadn't been there before. I checked the rest of the apartment, but nothing else seemed disturbed. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been there. Someone who had known exactly what they were doing. I checked the footage again, desperately trying to find a clue, that would help me figure out who the intruder was. There was no sign of a struggle, no evidence of forced entry, just the person calmly walking through my apartment, as if they had every right to be there. The thought that someone had been in my home, rifling through my belongings without my permission, made me feel violated. I felt unsafe, exposed, but I couldn't figure out how they had gained access or what they had been looking for. My mind raced as I tried to piece together any information that could explain what had happened. Had I forgotten to lock the door one day, or had someone copied my keys? I hadn't noticed anything unusual when I returned home, but that didn't mean much. What if they were still out there watching, waiting for the right moment to strike again? I had no idea who this person was, or what they were looking for, but the idea that they were so comfortable in my space made me feel helpless. I didn't know who to turn to. The building manager was hardly ever around, and I couldn't rely on my neighbors. They were rarely home, and I didn't want to alarm them unnecessarily. Besides, who would believe me? The footage was disturbing, but it wasn't solid proof of anything criminal. It was just a person entering my apartment without permission, something that could have been explained away if I didn't know better. I reached out to a friend for advice, telling them what I had seen. They were concerned but unsure what steps to take. They suggested I call the police, but the idea of involving them seemed extreme. There was no clear evidence that anything had been stolen or damaged, and I didn't want to jump to conclusions. Still, the feeling of being watched lingered, and every night, when I went to bed, I couldn't shake the thought that the intruder might return. After a few days, I decided to set up a few additional cameras, hoping to catch any further activity. I installed one inside my bedroom, right above the doorway, and another in the kitchen. It felt a bit invasive, but I wasn't going to take any chances. I wasn't going to let someone walk through my life uninvited again, not without knowing who they were. I hoped that if they returned, I would finally get a glimpse of their face or some detail that would reveal their identity. The next few days passed without incident, but I kept reviewing the footage obsessively. I felt like a prisoner in my own home, constantly on edge, never fully at ease. Then, just as I had started to think that maybe it was all a fluke, the footage revealed something chilling. The same person entered my apartment again, but this time, they weren't alone. There was another figure with them, someone I couldn't see clearly, but just the way they moved, their shadowy presence sent a wave of terror through me. I couldn't understand what was going on, but it was clear that this was no coincidence. I didn't know who these people were, or why they were coming into my apartment, but one thing was certain. They knew more about me than I knew about them. I had no idea if I was being targeted, or if something far more sinister was at play. All I could feel was the weight of the unknown, the uncertainty of who was entering my private space when I wasn't there. I had to act quickly. I contacted the building management and requested that they change the locks and review the security footage from the building's main entrance. But despite my best efforts, the question remained. Who were these people, and why had they chosen to enter my apartment in the first place? I had no answers, only the unsettling thought that they knew more about me than I knew about them. And that thought haunted me every moment I spent in my apartment, wondering if someone was still out there, watching me. Story 8. I woke up suddenly, my heart pounding in my chest. The room was dark, with only the faint light of the moon shining through the curtains. I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that had been growing all night. It was like I was being watched, but I couldn't explain why. I rubbed my eyes, trying to shake off the fog of sleep. As my eyes adjusted to the dim light, I noticed something strange. There, on my pillow, was a small folded piece of paper. I didn't remember putting anything there before I went to sleep. My mind raced with questions as I reached for the note, my fingers trembling slightly. I unfolded it carefully, not wanting to tear the fragile paper. The handwriting was neat and precise, but there was something unsettling about it. It didn't look like anyone I knew had written it. The words on the note were simple, but they sent a chill down my spine. We've been watching you, and now it's your turn. My breath caught in my throat, and for a moment, I felt paralyzed with fear. Who could have left this note? How had they gotten into my room without me hearing anything? There was no sign of forced entry, and everything seemed normal, except for the note. The words kept echoing in my mind, repeating over and over. Now, it's your turn. What did it mean? What was happening? I quickly scanned the room, looking for any signs that someone had been there, but nothing seemed out of place. The window was shut, the door was locked, and nothing in my apartment had been disturbed. Yet, the feeling of being watched lingered, almost as if the note itself had a presence in the room with me. I couldn't shake the thought that someone was out there, waiting for me to do something. My mind raced, trying to think of any possible explanation. Could it be a prank? A sick joke someone had played on me? But who would do something like this? I didn't have any enemies, and no one in my life seemed the type to pull something so disturbing. The more I thought about it, the less sense it made. I had no reason to believe anyone would want to hurt me or scare me like this. But the note seemed so deliberate, so carefully placed, as if it had been left there with a purpose. I sat up in bed, still holding the note in my hand, trying to decide what to do next. Should I call the police? Should I tell someone? But what could I say? How could I explain that someone had left a note on my pillow, claiming they'd been watching me? The idea of involving the authorities seemed absurd. There was no evidence of a crime, no clear threat. Still, I couldn't ignore the dread gnawing at my stomach, telling me that something was wrong. Something had changed. I decided to leave the note where it was, refusing to let it control me, but I couldn't shake the anxiety creeping over me. I got out of bed and went to the kitchen, trying to distract myself. I poured a glass of water, my hand shaking slightly. As I took a sip, my mind kept racing, analyzing every detail, every possible explanation. But no matter how many times I retraced my steps, I kept coming back to the same question. Who had been watching me, and why? It was too personal to be a random act. Someone had been watching me, observing my every move, and now they were telling me it was my turn. I tried to go back to sleep, but every creak of the floorboard, every rustling of the wind outside made me jump. I couldn't get comfortable. I couldn't quiet the unease bubbling inside me. Every shadow in the room seemed to hold a hidden presence. Every flicker of light seemed like a warning. When I closed my eyes, I imagined someone standing at the foot of my bed, silently watching me sleep. The thought made my skin crawl, and I pulled the covers tighter around me, as if they could protect me from whatever was out there. The next morning, the note was still on my pillow, sitting there like a reminder of the previous night's terror. I hesitated for a moment before picking it up again. This time, I was more careful. Maybe I had missed something, but there was nothing new. No more words. It was just those same chilling words. We've been watching you, and now it's your turn. I tried to tell myself it was nothing. Maybe I was overreacting. Maybe I had been too tired, and my mind had run wild. But the sense of dread that hung in the air wouldn't let me forget it. I spent the day looking over my shoulder, watching the shadows, listening for sounds that might suggest someone was following me. I went about my usual routine, work, errands, visiting friends. But I couldn't shake the feeling of paranoia. Every time I turned a corner or walked down a quiet street, I couldn't help but wonder if someone was behind me, watching, waiting. It was exhausting, trying to act normal while the knowing fear crawled beneath my skin. As the days passed, the note became a constant presence in my mind. I couldn't stop thinking about it, wondering if someone was planning something. Was this just the beginning of something bigger? I started double-checking the locks on my doors and windows, even though I had never felt the need to do so before. I found myself scanning my surroundings more carefully, looking for any signs that someone might be watching me. But there were no clues, no hints that anything was wrong, other than the note. Then one evening, I came home to find that the note was gone. It wasn't on my pillow anymore, and it wasn't anywhere in my apartment. I tore through the house, checking every drawer, every surface, but it was as if the note had vanished into thin air. Panic rose in my chest. Was it all just a dream? Had I imagined it? But I knew I hadn't. The memory of the note, the feeling of its weight in my hand, was too vivid to be a figment of my imagination. I couldn't help but wonder if whoever had been watching me was still out there, waiting for me to make the next move. What did they want? What was their game? The fear had become all-consuming, and I felt as though I was being pulled into something darker, something I couldn't escape. I had to find out who was behind this, but I had no idea where to start. All I knew for sure was that the note had been a warning. Whatever was coming next, it was my turn to face it. Story 9. It started off so simply, just a random text from an unknown number. At first, I didn't think much of it. The message was short, just a few words. You're at the coffee shop on Elm Street, sipping your usual. I had no idea how the sender knew that, but I figured it might have been a coincidence. After all, Elm Street was a popular area. Many people could have seen me sitting there, but then it happened again. The next day, I received another message. You're in the grocery store, looking at the cereal aisle. I hadn't told anyone I was going to the store, and there was no way for the sender to know what I was doing. The texts weren't just about where I was, but what I was doing, what I was looking at, and even what I was wearing. The third message was even more unsettling. It said, You just picked up a blue sweater from the rack at the clothing store downtown. I hadn't bought the sweater, and I hadn't mentioned it to anyone, not even my closest friends. My heart started to race as I realized someone was watching me. Whoever was sending these messages seemed to know everything about my movements, even the smallest details. I tried to tell myself that there must be a reasonable explanation. Maybe someone had seen me and was just guessing where I was. Maybe I was being followed without realizing it. But the more the text kept coming, the more impossible that seemed. Soon, the messages became even more unsettling. The sender started predicting my actions, texting me before I even made a decision. One message said, You're about to leave your apartment. I checked the time. It was 9:45 a.m. I had been planning to leave soon. Then a few minutes later, another text came. You're locking your door now. I had no idea how the sender knew. It wasn't just about the places I went anymore. They seemed to know my every move, my every thought. I began to feel like I was always being watched, like someone was shadowing me, observing everything I did. But no matter how much I tried to convince myself otherwise, I couldn't shake the growing sense of dread that took over me. The most chilling message came one night when I was sitting at home. I had just finished dinner and was scrolling through my phone when my phone buzzed again. The text read, You're sitting on your couch, staring at the TV, but you're not really watching it. You're thinking about how to make this stop. I froze. I hadn't told anyone that I was thinking about calling the police or telling someone about the strange messages. No one could have known what I was thinking, except the person sending these texts. I tried calling the number back, hoping to confront whoever was behind this, but the calls wouldn't go through. The number was always disconnected. It made no sense. How could someone be so close to me, so in tune with my life, without my knowledge? I started to feel like I was living in a nightmare, where I was being stalked by someone invisible. They knew where I was, what I was doing, and what I was thinking, and I couldn't stop them. I started taking extra precautions. I stopped going to the places I usually went to, hoping that would throw the sender off. I tried to change my routine, to make my movements unpredictable, but the texts kept coming. One night, I received a message that said, "You're lying in bed now, staring at the ceiling, thinking about what you should do next." My heart raced as I realized the sender had become even more aware of my private moments. The message felt like an invasion, as if someone had stepped into my mind, reading my thoughts as easily as if they were written on a page. I couldn't escape them. There was no place I could go to hide. Every time I tried to ignore the texts, they seemed to get worse. The sender seemed to sense my fear and fed off it. The messages became more personal and more intrusive. One message came while I was sitting in my car, parked at a red light. "You're driving to the park now, feeling nervous. You're wondering if you should just stay home." I looked around the parking lot, half expecting to see someone watching me from a distance, but the area was empty. Still, I felt like I was being suffocated by an invisible grip that had taken hold of my life. The turning point came one evening when I received a text that made my blood run cold. It said, "I know your name. I know where you live. I know everything about you." A cold shiver ran down my spine. Whoever this person was, they weren't just observing me anymore. They were threatening me. My mind raced as I tried to figure out who could be behind this. Could it be someone from my past? Someone I had wronged? Or was it a complete stranger who had somehow managed to infiltrate my life? The thought that anyone, anywhere, could be watching me with such precision terrified me. I contacted the authorities, but they were as confused as I was. They told me to block the number and report any further messages. But blocking the number didn't stop the texts. They kept coming, each one more intrusive than the last. One message read, "You're sitting in your living room now, trying to figure out who I am, but you won't ever figure it out." I felt like I was being trapped in a twisted game where the rules kept changing, and I could never win. Every time I tried to break free, the sender would find a new way to worm their way back into my life. The last text I received made my heart stop. It said, "I'm right outside your door." I rushed to my window and looked outside, but there was no one there. The area was empty. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was out there, waiting for me to make a move. I felt like I was living in a constant state of fear. I never knew when the next message would come or who was behind it all. I couldn't escape the feeling that my privacy had been completely shattered, that I was no longer in control of my own life. I didn't know if I would ever get answers, but I knew one thing for certain. I was being watched. Story 10. It was supposed to be a relaxing weekend getaway. I had booked an Airbnb in a small town just outside the city, hoping for some quiet time away from the busy, noisy world. The house was charming, tucked on a peaceful street, and I spent my weekend exploring the nearby woods, taking long walks, and enjoying calm nights. By the time Sunday came around, I felt refreshed and ready to head home. But little did I know, something was waiting for me at the house that would make me question everything I thought I knew. I arrived back at the house in the late afternoon, pulling my suitcase behind me. The sun was still shining, and a light breeze was blowing, rustling the leaves in the trees. I took my keys from my bag, ready to unlock the door and settle back into my own space. But as I inserted the key into the lock, something felt strange. It wasn't the usual resistance of a locked door. No, this time, the key slid in too easily, as if the lock had already been turned. My heart skipped a beat. I twisted the key and slowly pushed the door open, my eyes scanning the hallway. The house was eerily quiet, and nothing seemed out of place at first. The air smelled the same, musty but clean, as if someone had aired it out during the weekend. But then I froze. There it was, something small but undeniable. The key was still in the lock, exactly where I'd left it when I locked the door behind me before leaving for the trip. The door had been closed when I arrived, but the key was still in the lock, as if someone had entered after I left. I stood there, staring at the door, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. My first thought was that maybe I had forgotten to lock the door when I left, but I quickly dismissed it. I was sure I had locked it. I distinctly remembered checking the lock before I stepped out the door, making sure everything was secure. It was impossible that I had simply left it unlocked. But if I didn't leave it unlocked, then who had been inside? And why hadn't I noticed anything different when I first arrived? I stepped inside cautiously, my heart racing. I could feel the anxiety rising in my chest as my mind raced even faster. Everything seemed to be in order. The furniture, the decorations, the little touches the host had left for me, all remained exactly as they had been. But there was something off, something I couldn't put my finger on. The silence felt heavy, more oppressive than before. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I walked through the house, checking each room, but no one was there. The air in the living room felt slightly cooler, like a window had been opened and closed again, but all the windows were shut. Nothing seemed unusual, but still, the feeling of unease remained. I checked the bathroom, the kitchen, and even the closets. Everything was empty, just as I had left it. It wasn't until I reached the bedroom that I noticed something strange. The bed was made, but not in the way I had left it. The pillow was slightly askew, and the blanket was pulled tighter than I usually did. It was such a small thing, a tiny detail, but it felt like a glaring sign that something was wrong. I was certain that when I had left, the bed had been in a more casual state, with the blankets tossed carelessly to one side, just as I liked it. My pulse quickened. Could it be that someone had been inside after all? I had rented the place for the weekend, and the host had assured me no one else would be there. But if the key had been left in the lock, if the bed had been rearranged, it was as though someone had been here, someone who wasn't supposed to be. I wasn't sure whether to call the host or contact the authorities. I wondered if they would believe me. Should I even tell them? What if I was just overthinking it? It was possible that the host had someone come in to clean while I was away, though that didn't explain the key still being in the lock. I stood in the middle of the room, debating what to do next. I tried to shake off the eerie feeling that had settled over me, telling myself that I was just being paranoid. Still, the thought kept nagging at me. Something had happened while I was away. The house felt different, almost like it had been touched by someone who had no business being there. But who and why? I pulled my phone from my pocket, ready to call the host. But before I could dial, something caught my eye. In the corner of the room, there was a small folded piece of paper sitting on the dresser, as if it had been left there for me to find. I hesitated for a moment, staring at the note. It wasn't from the host. That much I was sure of. My fingers trembled slightly as I picked it up and unfolded it. The handwriting was neat, but unfamiliar. It read, "A know you're back. I've been waiting for you." My stomach dropped, and a cold wave of fear washed over me. My mind raced as I tried to make sense of the message. Had the host left it there as a joke, or had someone else been inside watching me? I couldn't bring myself to answer either question. Panic began to rise in my chest. I immediately texted the host, explaining the situation and asking if anyone had been inside the house while I was gone. I didn't wait for a response. I couldn't. Instead, I grabbed my things, ready to leave. I wanted nothing more than to get out of that house and away from whatever had just happened. As I was about to head out the door, my phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out, hoping for reassurance from the host. But what I read only deepened my feeling of dread. The message from the host was simple. "I haven't been there. Are you sure everything is okay?" I paused, standing in the hallway. My heart pounded. I was certain I had been alone when I left, but now nothing seemed certain. The house, the key, the note, all of it was confusing. It was as though someone had been in my space, waiting for me, and I had no idea who or why. I quickly packed up the last of my things and walked out of the house, locking the door behind me. My hand shook as I turned the key. On the way home, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was still watching me, waiting for me to come back. I never stayed in that Airbnb again. The experience stayed with me. I couldn't forget the feeling of being watched, of someone else having been inside the house when I wasn't there. The memory of the key in the lock and the note on the dresser haunted me long after I left that town. But no matter how hard I tried, I could never figure out who had been waiting for me. Hello everyone, and welcome to Dark Whispers. I know many of you listen to these stories to help you fall asleep, and before you drift off, I would love to hear from you. Please leave a comment and let me know where you're listening from around the world. And if you're enjoying the video, don't forget to like and subscribe. Story 1. It started quietly, almost like a routine. Every morning, when I would open the door to get the mail, I would find a small package or a paper bag sitting on my doorstep. The first time it happened, I thought maybe it was just a mistake. Maybe a neighbor had left something there by accident. But as the days went by, it became clear that it wasn't a coincidence. Someone was intentionally leaving food on my doorstep, and it was happening every day. At first, the food seemed harmless enough. It was just simple things: sandwiches, fruit, small portions of soup, and sometimes a bottle of juice or water. I wasn't sure what to do with it. The idea of receiving food from a stranger made me uneasy. I didn't know who this person was or why they were doing this, but I couldn't find anything wrong with the food. There were no signs of tampering, no strange smells or discoloration. The food looked fresh, well prepared, and even appetizing, which only made the situation more confusing. Each meal came with a note attached. The notes were simple, just a few words written on a small piece of paper, but the handwriting caught my attention. It was neat and deliberate, but unfamiliar. It looked like someone had put effort into it, but I couldn't place the handwriting. I had no idea who might be leaving these notes for me, and the more I thought about it, the stranger it became. There were no return addresses, no signatures, nothing to identify the sender, just the food and the note. The first note I received said, "I hope this helps. You're not alone." It felt like a strange mix of kindness and something I couldn't understand. At first, I tried to brush it off. Maybe it was just a kind gesture from a neighbor, someone who had noticed I seemed to be going through a tough time and wanted to offer some support. Maybe they had seen how often I was home alone and thought I could use a little help. But as the days passed, the mystery deepened. The food kept appearing, right on schedule, and the notes kept coming. The messages were always short and cryptic, yet oddly comforting in a strange way. One note said, "Take care of yourself." Another said, "Don't forget to rest." And then there was one that simply said, "You matter." Each note left me with more questions. Why was this person doing this? Why me? What did they mean by, "You're not alone"? I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more to these gestures than just kindness. The whole situation felt like it was leading somewhere, but I couldn't figure out where. I started to leave my house at odd times, hoping to catch a glimpse of the person leaving the food. I wanted to confront them, to ask why they were doing this, to see if I could figure out who it was. But no matter when I went to the door, the food was always already there. It was always left early in the morning, just before I woke up. I began to obsess over finding out who was behind this. I set up a small camera near the door, hoping to capture some footage of the mysterious food giver. But when I checked the recordings, there was nothing. The camera would capture me going to the door, but no one would ever appear in the footage. It was as if the person was slipping in and out of the shadows without leaving a trace. Then one evening, after weeks of this strange routine, the note that came with the food was different. It was longer than usual and read, "I know what you're afraid of. Don't worry. Everything is going to be okay. Just trust me." The words sent a chill through me. How did this person know what I was afraid of? I had never mentioned my fears to anyone, at least not in a way that would be obvious to a stranger. The note felt invasive, as if the person was watching me and knew more about me than I was comfortable with. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the note. I lay awake, staring at the ceiling, my mind racing. Who was this person? Why were they leaving food on my doorstep? What did they want from me? I thought about calling the police, but I hesitated. There wasn't any obvious threat. The food was always safe, and the notes, though cryptic, weren't overtly threatening. They were just strange. But the handwriting was bothering me. It looked familiar, but I couldn't figure out where I had seen it before. The next morning, there was another note, but this time it was different. Instead of just a few words, it was a small paragraph. It read, "I know you're scared. You should be. But you can't ignore what's happening. You're going to need help soon. I'll be here when you do." Trust me. I stood on my doorstep, the note clutched in my hand, trying to make sense of it all. The feeling of unease that had been growing in my chest for weeks now intensified. Someone knew something about me. Someone was watching me, and they were waiting for the right moment to reveal something. But what? As the days went on, I found myself becoming more and more paranoid. I checked the door multiple times a day to see if there was any sign of the person leaving the food. I checked the windows, the locks, and the shadows in the corners of the house, hoping for some sign of who was behind it all. But nothing ever came. The food kept appearing, always fresh, always well packed, and the notes kept coming, always more cryptic than the last. Then, one morning, the food wasn't there. The door was empty. No note, no sandwich, no fruit, no drink. It felt wrong, like something had shifted. For a moment, I stood there staring at the doorstep, waiting for the familiar package to appear. But it didn't. I felt an odd sense of loss, mixed with a strange sense of relief. But I also couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning, that something else was coming. The silence, after all those days of routine, felt ominous. The next few days passed in a blur. I tried to go about my daily life, trying to act normal. But the absence of the food and the notes left a disturbing gap. I wondered if whoever had been leaving the food had simply given up, or if something else was happening behind the scenes. I thought about trying to reach out to my neighbors to see if anyone knew anything, but I hesitated. I wasn't sure what to say. What if they hadn't noticed anything? What if the person was someone close to me, someone I knew but couldn't identify? Then, just when I was starting to believe that the strange ritual had come to an end, the food reappeared. But this time, it wasn't on the doorstep. It was sitting on my kitchen table when I arrived home from work. Along with the food, there was another note. The handwriting was still the same, but the message was different. It read, "I never left. I'm right here. You just haven't seen me yet." I stood in my kitchen, staring at the note, my hands shaking. The words echoed in my mind, repeating over and over. Whoever was leaving these notes and food had been right under my nose the entire time. But who were they? Why were they doing this? And most importantly, why hadn't I seen them yet? Story 2. It all started quietly, almost without me noticing at first. The first night, I didn't think much of it. I was lying in bed, half asleep, when I heard the soft creak of the floorboards beneath me. It was a sound I was used to in an old house. Floorboards that had settled over the years, worn and weathered by time. But this sound felt different. It wasn't just the house shifting. It felt like something, or someone, was quietly moving across the room. At first, I brushed it off. I thought it was just the house adjusting, as old houses do. But still, a small feeling of unease crept over me as I drifted back to sleep. The creaking continued in the following nights, always at the same time, just when everything outside had gone quiet and the house seemed to settle into its usual rhythm. It wasn't loud enough to be alarming, but it was persistent. The sound tugged at the edges of my awareness, and every night I would hear it more clearly. The floorboards in the hallway right outside my bedroom would creak, and then a slightly louder squeak near the door to the living room would follow. Each time I froze for a moment, listening intently. But no other sounds would follow. It was as if something or someone was trying to make their presence known, but then stopped when I wasn't looking. I couldn't explain it. At first, I thought it was just the house settling, or maybe the wood expanding, or contracting with the change in temperature. But a part of me couldn't shake the feeling that something more was going on. One evening, after several nights of hearing the creaking, I decided to investigate. I quietly got out of bed, careful not to disturb the stillness of the house. I walked into the hallway, following the sounds I had been hearing. The creaks seemed to come from the area around the door to the living room, but when I reached the door, I saw nothing out of the ordinary. I stood there for a moment, listening closely, but the house was eerily silent. I opened the door to the living room, expecting to find the usual shadows cast by the streetlight outside, but everything appeared normal. There was no one there. I closed the door behind me, feeling a strange sense of relief mixed with confusion. The creaking didn't make sense, but I had to admit, it was starting to make me feel uneasy. The next morning, I was in the hallway again when I noticed something strange by the door. A small patch of dirt had appeared, scattered just inside the threshold. It looked fresh, like it had been placed there deliberately overnight. I crouched down, touching it, and it felt soft and damp, as if it had been disturbed recently. I looked around, trying to figure out where the dirt had come from, but there was no logical explanation. The house was clean, and there was no sign of any outdoor dirt being tracked inside. I swept the dirt away with the dustpan, trying to ignore the growing sense of unease in my stomach. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. This wasn't just a coincidence. The dirt, the creaking, they all felt connected somehow, as if something was quietly unfolding within my house that I couldn't see. The creaking didn't stop. It grew more frequent, more pronounced. It seemed to follow a pattern. Around midnight, the floorboards outside my bedroom would creak once, then twice, and then a third time. Always in the same rhythm, as if something or someone was pacing in the hallway. I tried to rationalize it again. Maybe the house was settling, or maybe the wind was causing the old wood to shift. But when the creaking began again the following night, it was accompanied by a fresh layer of dirt by the door. This time, there was more dirt, more than I had seen before. It seemed to have been deliberately spread out in a small pile. I knelt down again, touching the dirt with my fingers. It was cold, almost unnaturally so, and a wave of fear washed over me. The pattern was undeniable. The creaking wasn't just a sound, it was a signal. I couldn't ignore it anymore. I knew I had to find out what was happening. That night, I decided to stay up, determined to uncover the source of the creaking. I sat in the dark, listening to the house, waiting for the sound to begin. The hours dragged on, and I found myself growing more and more tense. The silence in the house felt heavy, like something was about to happen. At first, I heard nothing, but just as I was starting to wonder if I was imagining things, I heard it again. The familiar creak of the floorboards echoed through the hallway. I held my breath, waiting. There was no mistaking it. This time, the sound was coming from right outside my door. Quietly, I got out of bed, my heart pounding in my chest. I crept to the door and slowly opened it, hoping to catch whatever was causing the noise. What I found was even more unsettling than I had imagined. The hallway was empty, just like it had been before. But the air felt different, heavier, colder. The floorboards creaked again, this time from behind me. I spun around, heart racing. There was no one there, but the creaking continued, as if something was moving across the floor. I took a few steps back, feeling my way toward the door to the living room. That's when I saw it. The dirt. More than before, scattered in a small, deliberate pile near the entrance. My mind raced, trying to make sense of it. It didn't feel like a random occurrence anymore. The dirt and the creaking, they were connected. Part of something I couldn't see, something I didn't understand. I walked cautiously toward the door, my pulse quickening. As I reached for the handle, I felt a sudden icy chill run up my spine. The creaking stopped, and silence filled the house. But it wasn't the peaceful kind of silence. It was a heavy, oppressive quiet that filled the air like a storm waiting to break. I opened the door slowly. At first, nothing seemed out of the ordinary, but as I stepped into the living room, I noticed something even more disturbing. A thin layer of dirt had been tracked across the floor, as though someone had been walking around, dragging their feet through it. The dirt was fresh, just like the pile by the door, but there were no footprints leading to or from the mess. There was no sign of where it had come from, no sign of anyone. I closed the door behind me, my mind racing. None of this made sense. Who or what was leaving the dirt? Why was it always by the door? I stood there for what felt like an eternity, trying to figure out what to do next. Should I call someone? Should I leave the house? I had no answers, only more questions. The creaking didn't stop. It continued in the same spots, and the dirt kept appearing, sometimes in small piles, sometimes scattered in thin lines. No matter how much I tried to clean it up, it would return, as if the house itself was pushing it back into place. I began to wonder if there was something hidden beneath the floorboards, something I was never meant to discover. Maybe the house itself was hiding something old, something forgotten. The idea that the house had a life of its own, that it was alive in some strange way, began to take root in my mind. I couldn't bring myself to leave, but every night, as the creaking began again, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, that something, or someone, was moving just out of sight, hidden in the shadows, watching me. And every time I cleaned the dirt away, I wondered if it would be the last time, or if the next pile would be even bigger, more insistent. The house was changing, and I was starting to wonder if I was the one who was out of place. Story 3. It was a Monday morning when I opened my email inbox. I was still feeling tired from the weekend and trying to shake off the sleepiness. As usual, I quickly scanned through the usual spam emails and newsletters I never signed up for. But then, one subject line caught my attention. Your day-to-day. At first, it seemed like just another spam email, something vague and unimportant. But there was something about it that felt strange, almost like it was meant for me. Without thinking much, I clicked on it, half expecting to find another sales pitch or scam. The moment the email opened, I froze. This wasn't an ordinary email. It wasn't some marketing junk or a random advertisement. Instead, it was a detailed description of my entire day. But what made it so strange was that the email didn't just mention vague things. It listed exactly what I would do, where I would go, and even the specific times. At first, I thought it might just be a weird coincidence, but the more I read, the more I started to panic. The first line of the email read, "At 8 a.m., you will get up and go to the bathroom. You will wear the gray shirt you left on the chair yesterday, and you will brush your teeth for exactly 3 minutes. No more, no less." I was stunned. I had left that shirt on the chair the night before, and I usually brush my teeth for exactly 3 minutes. But how could anyone know that? How could they predict what I was going to do? The email kept going, describing each moment of my day in detail. By 9:15 a.m., it said I would leave my house to get coffee from the same cafe I always go to. It even knew what I would order. A large black coffee with 1 sugar, something I had never told anyone except my best friend. The email also described a conversation I would have with the barista, something I hadn't even thought about until I read it. How could anyone know this? Who was watching me? As I read on, the email got even more specific. It described when I would take my break at work, the exact route I would take on my walk at lunch, and even the small things I would say to my coworkers. It wasn't just general information. It felt like someone was watching me every second, knowing exactly what I was going to do before I did it. The email then predicted something that really freaked me out. At 4:30 p.m., I would receive a call from my sister. I hadn't spoken to her in days, and I didn't expect to hear from her that day. But as soon as I read that part of the email, my phone buzzed with an incoming call from her. I stared at the screen, my heart racing. How could this be happening? The more I thought about it, the more I realized that the email wasn't just listing things that could happen. It was describing things that were already happening. It was as if someone knew what I was doing in real time, not just predicting the future. The sender's email address was just a random string of letters and numbers, untraceable and anonymous. I checked the email's header, but there was no clue about who sent it. No signature, no name, no explanation. As the day went on, the email's predictions kept coming true. It described a phone call I would make to my best friend at 7 p.m. I hadn't planned on calling her, but as soon as I read the email, I felt a strange urge to pick up the phone and dial her number. She answered right away, as if she had been expecting my call. "You okay?" she asked, her voice full of concern. I didn't know how to explain to her what was happening, so I just said, "Yeah, just checking in." It wasn't until I reached the final section of the email that I truly started to panic. It described my evening in painful detail. At 10 p.m., it said, "You will go to bed. You will set your alarm for 7 a.m. the next day. Your room will be dimly lit with your bedside lamp on its lowest setting. You will lie down feeling restless, unsure whether to fall asleep immediately or read for a few more minutes." I couldn't believe it. The email knew every little detail about me, even how I would feel before I fell asleep. I felt so exposed. How did this email know all these private details about me? Things I hadn't shared with anyone? Had someone been spying on me? Was this some kind of elaborate prank? I went over my day in my mind, trying to find any explanation for how someone could know so much. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized that the email wasn't just guessing what might happen. It was describing what had already happened. My entire day, step by step, had been laid out before me as if someone had been watching me all along, knowing my every move before I made it. I sat in silence for a long time, staring at the screen, trying to process what was happening. Then my phone buzzed again. It was a text from my sister. She had no idea what had happened, but her message made my heart sink. "You're not going to believe this," she wrote. "I just got a weird email too. It's about my day. Everything's spot on. I'm kind of freaked out. We need to talk." I felt a wave of panic wash over me. What was going on? How was this happening? Why were we both receiving these strange emails, predicting everything we did, down to the smallest detail? It didn't make any sense. I decided to reply to the email, hoping to get some answers. But when I hit reply, the address bounced back. The email was untraceable. There was no way to respond. The rest of the night was filled with dread. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone, somewhere, was controlling my actions. The email had predicted everything so perfectly, even the most personal details. It wasn't just a coincidence. Someone had been watching me, watching us. I didn't know how or why, but I couldn't help but wonder. What else did they know about me? What was the purpose of these strange, intrusive predictions? And what would happen tomorrow? Would I wake up to another email detailing every step I would take? The thought made me question everything. Was my life still my own? Or was someone else pulling the strings? Story 4. It was a crisp Saturday morning, and I decided to take a walk and try a new coffee shop I had passed by several times. Each time I noticed the warm glow of the lights shining through the windows, and the cozy atmosphere seemed to pull people in. There wasn't any specific reason for choosing this place over the others. It just seemed so inviting. The moment I stepped inside, the rich aroma of freshly brewed coffee filled the air. The soft hum of quiet conversations and the sound of mugs clinking together created a comforting atmosphere. I stood in line, scanning the menu above the counter, trying to decide what I wanted. When it was my turn, the barista, a man who looked to be in his late 20s, with a short beard and a friendly smile, greeted me warmly. "Good morning. What can I get for you today?" he asked. I smiled back, still trying to decide. I wasn't in the mood for anything too sweet, but I didn't want anything too bitter either. After a moment of thinking, I finally made up my mind. "I'll have a latte, please," I said, trying to sound confident in my order. The barista nodded and tapped my order into the register. As he worked, I glanced around the coffee shop. The place was charming, with mismatched chairs and bookshelves filled with old novels. Soft jazz music played in the background, making it feel like the perfect place to relax, enjoy a cup of coffee, and maybe catch up on some reading. I fished out my wallet to pay. As I did, I couldn't help but notice a group of people sitting by the window, deep in conversation. I hadn't expected the shop to be so busy, but it made the place feel even warmer. Once I paid and received my receipt, the barista called out, "Latte for my name." I looked up, confused. He had used my name, something I hadn't mentioned when I placed my order. I hadn't even told him my name. For a second, I wondered if I had accidentally told him my name while ordering, but I was sure I hadn't. I hadn't said anything beyond ordering a latte. Curious and slightly puzzled, I walked over to the counter where the barista had placed the coffee. He smiled and handed me the cup. "Here you go, latte for my name," he said again, as if he had been expecting me. I took the cup and looked at the name written on it. It was written in the usual coffee shop font, and it was my name. My mind raced. How did he know my name? I hadn't told him, and I certainly hadn't given any sign that I was a regular customer. How could he have known? I paused for a moment, trying to make sense of it. Maybe he had just guessed my name? Or maybe he had overheard someone else call me by name while I was in line. I tried to rationalize it, telling myself I was overthinking things. But still, I felt uneasy. I took the latte and found an empty seat near the back of the shop. I placed the coffee down in front of me and stared at it for a moment. The name was still written in black ink on the cup. It just didn't make sense. If I had told the barista my name when I ordered, I would have expected him to call out latte for my name only after I had told him what I wanted. But that hadn't happened. I took a sip of the latte, trying to calm my racing thoughts. It tasted just like a latte should, smooth and creamy, with a slight bitterness from the espresso. It was delicious, but the strange incident with my name still lingered in my mind. I glanced around the room again. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. No one was paying me any special attention. Yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The more I thought about it, the more it bothered me. I had never been to this coffee shop before. Yet, the barista knew my name. What if I had been there before, but I simply didn't remember? That didn't make sense either. I had visited many coffee shops over the years, but I was certain that this one was new to me. I had never ordered coffee there before, and I certainly hadn't made any previous visits. It was almost as if someone had already placed an order in my name, and I was just picking it up without ever having asked for it. After a while, I couldn't sit still anymore. The sense of unease grew stronger. I stood up, preparing to leave. As I walked past the counter, I glanced back toward the barista. He was smiling at me again, his eyes twinkling, as if he knew something I didn't. I stopped in my tracks, wondering if I had imagined it. Had I just misheard him calling my name? But no, there it was again. The smile was too knowing, too comfortable. It felt like he had been expecting me all along. I couldn't put my finger on it, but something about that smile made me feel even more unsettled. I walked out of the coffee shop, clutching the empty cup in my hand. As I stepped into the fresh air, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had just been part of something strange, something I couldn't fully explain. The whole encounter felt like a dream, bizarre, confusing, and just a little bit off. I tried to rationalize it, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't escape the nagging thought. How did the barista know my name? How had he written it on the cup before I ever told him? Later that evening, I found myself lying in bed, replaying the entire experience over and over again in my mind. It was just a coffee, I told myself. There's no harm in it. But the nagging feeling wouldn't go away. Maybe it was nothing, a coincidence, a fluke. But deep down, I couldn't help but wonder if I had missed something. Maybe the barista had seen me before, or maybe someone had mentioned my name in passing. But none of it seemed to add up. The whole experience felt like something out of place, like I had stepped into a story I couldn't fully understand. As the days went on, I couldn't forget about the coffee shop. Every time I passed by, I felt an odd pull to go inside again and see if it happened once more. But I couldn't bring myself to do it. The memory of the barista handing me the coffee with my name written on it lingered in my mind and it gnawed at me. I never went back to that coffee shop, but every now and then, I'd think about that latte I never ordered and the name written on the cup, as if I had already been expected there long before I stepped inside. Story 5. It started like a normal evening. I had just finished a long day at work, and after making a quick dinner, I settled on the couch to watch some television. My apartment is on the second floor, facing a quiet street. Usually, the only sounds I hear are the occasional passing cars. As I sat there, half listening to the show, I glanced out the window. My eyes froze when I saw something strange. There, just outside, was a man standing perfectly still in the yard below my apartment. At first, I thought maybe he was waiting for someone, or perhaps he was just walking by and had stopped to look at something. But then I realized something that made my heart stop. He was staring directly at my window, his face pressed slightly toward the glass. I felt a cold chill run through me, and my heart skipped a beat. I quickly looked away, trying to convince myself that it was nothing. Maybe he was just lost, or maybe he didn't realize I could see him from my apartment. But the feeling of unease stayed with me. I took a deep breath and cautiously peeked out again. To my horror, he was still there. He hadn't moved a muscle. He was just standing there, staring. I couldn't make out his features clearly because it was too dark, but I could see that he was wearing a dark jacket and a hat, which shadowed his face. Despite the darkness, his presence felt overpowering. I should have moved away from the window immediately, but something kept me frozen in place. It was either fear or sheer curiosity, I'm not sure, but I couldn't stop myself from looking. His gaze seemed to burn through the glass, even though I was several feet away. There was something off about the way he stood, so still, like he was waiting for something. It wasn't normal. Suddenly, I pulled the blinds down quickly, closing them tightly, and stepped back from the window. My heart was pounding in my chest. I tried to calm myself, telling myself that I was just being paranoid. Maybe it was just a coincidence. Maybe he was a passerby who didn't realize I could see him from my apartment. I moved into the kitchen, trying to distract myself by washing dishes and tidying up, but my mind wouldn't stop racing. I kept replaying the image of the man in my head, wondering why he hadn't moved. The thought of someone standing out there, watching me, made me feel exposed and vulnerable. I had lived in this apartment for a while, and I had never felt unsafe before, but now everything seemed different. I was nervous and unsure of what to think. After a few minutes, I gathered the courage to check again. I slowly pulled the blinds up, glancing nervously out at the yard. The streetlights cast long shadows, and the area was still quiet, but the man was gone. Just like that, he had disappeared. I scanned the yard, hoping to see him walking away or hiding behind a tree, but there was nothing. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. My heart raced as I wondered if I had imagined the whole thing. But deep down, I knew I hadn't. I had seen him standing there, staring at me. I double-checked the locks on all the windows and doors, making sure everything was secure. The strange feeling lingered, but I tried to push it out of my mind. Maybe I was just tired. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks on me after a long day. I went to bed that night, but sleep didn't come easily. I kept thinking about the man and the unsettling feeling of being watched. Every creak of the building seemed amplified. Every shadow outside my window seemed to move. I couldn't shake the feeling that he was still out there, waiting. The next day, I went about my usual routine, but the unease stayed with me. I couldn't stop thinking about the man outside my window. I found myself glancing outside more often, checking the yard and the street below. But there was nothing unusual, nothing out of place. My mind began to convince me that I was just being overly cautious. Maybe it had been some strange fluke, a random occurrence that didn't mean anything. That night, however, the feeling returned. I had just settled in to watch a movie when I noticed something out of the corner of my eye. Once again, the man was standing outside my window. This time, he was even closer to the building than before, but still just out of range for me to see his details clearly. He was standing in the same motionless way, just staring. It was as if he was waiting for something, or maybe waiting for me to notice him again. I didn't dare to look away this time. I grabbed my phone and quietly took a photo of him through the window. But when I checked the photo, he wasn't there anymore. The photo was just of an empty yard, with the darkness swallowing any trace of the man. I felt a shiver run down my spine. My hand was shaking as I scrolled through the photo, but there was no sign of him. It was as if he had disappeared the moment I tried to document it. I quickly closed the blinds and backed away from the window. My heart was hammering in my chest. Over the next few days, everything felt like a blur. I was filled with paranoia and dread. I had the feeling he was always nearby, always watching. I found myself double-checking the locks before going to bed and peering out the window far more than I should have. I even thought about installing security cameras around my apartment, but something held me back. What if I was just imagining it? What if nothing was really happening and I was just spiraling into fear? Then, one evening, as I was walking home from work, I noticed something chilling. I was passing my apartment building when I saw the man again. This time, he wasn't standing outside my window, but instead, he was walking down the street, heading away from the building. My stomach dropped when I saw him. I recognized him from the past few nights. He looked almost exactly like the figure I had seen from my window, but this time, I could see his face more clearly. His expression was blank, almost too calm for someone walking down the street at dusk. He didn't seem to notice me at all, but I knew it was him. I quickly turned the corner, my heart racing, as I tried to shake the feeling that something wasn't right. That night, I stayed inside, afraid to even approach the window. The thought of the man watching me, possibly from the shadows, made my skin crawl. I couldn't tell if he was real or just a figment of my imagination, but the lingering sense of being observed was undeniable. I had no proof, no way to explain what had happened, but I couldn't let it go. I wasn't sure if I would ever know the truth about who he was, or why he seemed to appear only when I was alone. But I couldn't shake the feeling that the man was out there, watching me from the dark corners of the world. Story 6. The vacation had been perfect. I spent 10 days away, completely disconnected from my usual routine. I spent my time relaxing on the beach and exploring new places. I didn't think much about home while I was away, enjoying the freedom of not having to worry about anything. But when the plane finally touched down and I made my way back to my car, a strange feeling of unease began to settle inside me. There's something about returning to an empty house that always makes me uneasy. It's a subtle reminder that, after all, I am alone. I didn't think much of it as I drove back to my place. The streets were familiar, and the thought of being back in my own bed made me feel a little more at ease. When I pulled up to my house, everything seemed normal at first. The porch lights were on, just like I had left them. The yard was exactly how I remembered it. But as I walked up to the door, something felt off. It wasn't anything major at first, but I noticed immediately that the key I had hidden under the welcome mat was missing. I stopped dead in my tracks, my heart skipping a beat. The small metal key I always kept under the mat, just in case I lost my real key, was gone. For a moment, I just stood there, frozen, unsure of what to do. I was certain I was the only person with a spare key. I hadn't given one to anyone else, and I certainly hadn't told anyone about the secret hiding spot under the mat. I knelt down to check again, but the key was definitely gone. My pulse quickened. I glanced up at the door, and that's when I saw something else. The door was slightly ajar. My mind raced. I couldn't remember leaving it open, not even a crack. I always made sure the door was fully locked before I left. I even double-checked it before leaving for vacation, just to be safe. With a shaky hand, I reached for the door handle. Thoughts were spinning in my head. Who had been inside my house? Could it be that someone actually used the key to get in? I stepped inside cautiously, scanning the room. The silence in the house was unnerving. Everything looked the same, but there was something strange in the air, like someone had been there and quickly left. The living room was untouched. Nothing was out of place. I walked through the hallway, checking the kitchen, the bathroom, and the bedrooms. Everything seemed normal, but still, something felt off. There was a faint smell in the air, almost like someone had been cooking or just standing in the kitchen for a while. It wasn't strong, but it was enough to make me feel uneasy. When I made my way into the bedroom, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The bed was slightly messed up. I always made my bed in the morning before I left, but now the covers were rumpled, as though someone had been lying there. My stomach churned, and I felt the walls closing in around me. Who had been in my house while I was away? Why would they leave the door open and take the key? What did they want? I quickly checked my things, opening drawers and closets, but nothing seemed to be missing. All of my valuables were still where I had left them. Still, the feeling of being violated lingered in my stomach. Someone had been here, and they had gone through my things. How did they get in? I hadn't told anyone I was going on vacation, and no one knew about the key under the mat except me. My mind raced through every possibility. Could I have forgotten to lock the door when I left? Had someone broken in and then left after messing with my things? The more I thought about it, the more uneasy I became. But the most disturbing part was the key. If someone had taken it, they knew exactly where to look. The thought that someone might have been watching me, even when I thought I was alone, was terrifying. I called my best friend and asked if they had noticed anything strange while I was gone. They hadn't. When I mentioned the missing key, they seemed just as unsettled as I was. I couldn't bring myself to tell them about the bed being disturbed. I didn't want to sound paranoid, but I also didn't want to ignore the feeling that something wasn't right. We talked for a while, but my mind kept going back to the house. After hanging up, I decided to check my security camera footage. I wanted to see if anything unusual had happened while I was away. I opened the app on my phone and watched the footage from the past few days. At first, the camera outside the front door didn't show anything unusual, but as I watched more closely, I saw something that made my heart stop. Late one evening, just a few days before I returned home, there was a shadow moving across the porch. The figure was wearing dark clothes, and it looked like they were crouching near the mat, right where I had hidden the key. The footage was grainy, but there was no mistaking it. Someone had been there. I rewound the footage, heart racing, trying to get a better look. The figure walked up to the door, bent down, and spent a few moments by the mat before standing up and walking away. It was so quick, so discreet, that I almost missed it. My breath caught as I realized the significance of what I had seen. Whoever had been there had taken the key and entered the house. They had known exactly where to look. I immediately called the police and explained what had happened, showing them the footage. They seemed concerned and promised to send someone over to investigate. It didn't take long for them to arrive, and I showed them everything I had found. The missing key, the slightly open door, and the footage of the person near my porch. The police took the information seriously, but I could tell they were cautious, not wanting to alarm me unnecessarily. Still, I could see the worry in their eyes. This wasn't just a random break-in. It was something more deliberate. Someone had been planning this. The police checked for fingerprints and did a thorough sweep of the house, but they didn't find anything else that could indicate who had been there. They advised me to change the locks and take extra precautions, which I did immediately. But no matter how many locks I changed, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. It was as though whoever had done this was still out there, still knowing things about me that I hadn't shared with anyone. In the days that followed, I tried to go about my life as usual, but I couldn't escape the nagging feeling that I was being followed, that someone was keeping tabs on me. Every time I went outside, I found myself looking over my shoulder, wondering if I was being watched. I couldn't relax or feel safe in my own home. Even the smallest noises, like the creak of the floorboards or the rustling of the trees outside, set me on edge. I thought about installing more cameras, setting up an alarm system, and doing everything I could to protect myself. But deep down, I knew that the real problem wasn't the security of my house. It was the knowledge that someone had been inside, had taken something as simple as my spare key, and was now out there, lurking in the shadows. I didn't know who they were, but I knew one thing for sure. My life had changed. I would never feel safe again. Story 7. I had just gotten home from a long, tiring day at work. I was exhausted and ready to relax. The house was quiet, just like usual, and everything seemed perfectly normal. After dropping my things at the door, I decided to go straight to the bathroom to wash my face. I opened the door, flicked on the light, and paused. What I saw made me freeze. On the fogged-up mirror was my name, written in neat, clear letter. My first reaction was disbelief. How could this be? I hadn't turned on the shower, and the mirror wasn't steamed up when I entered the room. I stood there for a moment, staring at the fog on the glass. My full name was written clearly as day. It wasn't just a smear or random pattern. It was intentional. Someone had written it, but I was alone in the house. I hadn't been in the bathroom long enough for the mirror to fog up, and I certainly hadn't turned on the shower or the bath. The more I looked at it, the more I felt a chill creeping up my spine. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and my mind raced to find an explanation. Maybe there was a logical reason for this, something I hadn't noticed, but deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I wiped my hand across the mirror, watching the condensation disappear with the touch of my fingers, leaving behind nothing but the clean surface of the glass. The fog was gone, but the uneasy feeling remained. I kept replaying the moment in my head, trying to understand how it could have happened. Could it have been condensation from the bathroom? Maybe a bit of fog from the room's humidity? But why would it form into the perfect shape of my name? And more importantly, how did it happen when I was the only one in the house? I thought back to the morning, the last time I had used the bathroom. I didn't remember leaving the mirror fogged up when I left, but that was hours ago. Could I have overlooked something like that? I checked the rest of the bathroom for any clues. Everything was exactly where I left it. Nothing unusual, no signs that anyone had been here. The room was exactly as it should be. Still, the image of my name written on the mirror haunted me. It felt like someone had been in here, someone who knew exactly who I was. But there was no one in the house. I was completely alone. I spent the rest of the evening on edge, trying to brush off the strange experience, but the feeling of being watched never left me. As night fell, and I settled into bed, I tried to push the thought out of my mind. I had to sleep. But sleep didn't come easily. My thoughts kept drifting back to the mirror and how the fog had formed those perfect letters. I tried to convince myself it was nothing, just a strange coincidence. But the fact that it happened when I wasn't expecting it made it seem too unusual to ignore. The mirror had been so clear when I first entered the bathroom. It couldn't have just been a mistake. The next day I tried to forget about the whole thing. I didn't want to dwell on the oddity of the situation, but every time I walked into the bathroom, I couldn't help but look at the mirror, half expecting the same thing to happen again. But nothing did. The fog never returned, and the mirror stayed clear. However, the unease lingered. I couldn't stop wondering who, if anyone, had been in my apartment. I checked all the doors and windows and they were locked, just like usual. It didn't make sense. Who else could have been here? And who would have written my name in the fog? Days went by, and I tried to put the incident behind me. I told myself it was just a bizarre occurrence, maybe some kind of natural phenomenon I couldn't explain. But there was a thought that wouldn't leave my mind. The whole situation seemed far too deliberate. It wasn't just a random condensation pattern. It was my name, clearly written, like someone wanted me to see it. I couldn't stop thinking about it, wondering if it was some kind of message, if someone was trying to tell me something. Then, about a week later, it happened again. I had just gotten home from work, feeling the same exhaustion I had the previous days. I went straight to the bathroom, hoping to freshen up. But as soon as I opened the door, I froze. There it was again. My name. This time even clearer, more deliberate. Someone had written it in the fog on the bathroom mirror. But this time, it wasn't just my name. There was a short message beneath it. I'm watching. My heart skipped a beat. This was no coincidence. Whoever, or whatever, was doing this was making his presence known. I quickly wiped the fog off the mirror, but the words and my name stayed burned into my mind. It felt as if someone was trying to tell me something, trying to get my attention. I rushed out of the bathroom, checking every corner of my apartment, but there was no one. The doors were locked, the windows shut. Everything was just as it had been when I left. But the feeling of being watched had never been more intense. I tried to reach out to friends, asking if they had ever experienced anything like this. No one had. I looked up stories online, trying to find some kind of explanation, but nothing seemed to fit. Some people suggested it could be a prank or a practical joke, but it didn't feel like that. It didn't feel like something that could just be explained away. The message wasn't a random joke. It felt personal. It felt deliberate. The days that followed were filled with an overwhelming sense of dread. I couldn't relax. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was lurking just outside my vision, watching me from the shadows. The message on the mirror made it clear that whoever was doing this knew where I lived, knew my name, and was somehow able to get into my apartment without me knowing. The thought of it kept me up at night. And even though I tried to reassure myself that it was just some kind of prank or mistake, deep down, I knew it wasn't. I began locking the bathroom door when I wasn't in there. I set up extra security measures in my apartment. I had to protect myself, but the thought of someone I didn't know, being in my space, writing on my mirror, made my skin crawl. I couldn't stop thinking about it. Every time I stepped into the bathroom, I half expected to see my name again, written in the fog, but it never came. The mirror stayed clean. I still don't know who did it, or why. It's been weeks, and I haven't seen anything else like it, but the feeling hasn't gone away. Someone knows my name. Someone has been in my bathroom when I wasn't home, and they're still out there somewhere, waiting. Story 8. It was a typical Tuesday when I noticed something strange. I was going through some paperwork in my home office, trying to organize things that I had been meaning to deal with for weeks. The room was cluttered with old receipts, unopened letters, and files I hadn't touched in months. As I sifted through the stack of papers on my desk, something caught my eye. It was a folder tucked in between two piles of other documents. It had my name on it, in bold black letters. My heart skipped a beat as I picked it up. I had no memory of ever creating or even seeing this folder before. I was curious, so I opened it. Inside, I found a file that seemed to go on forever. It was thick with pages, all neatly organized in chronological order. I could barely breathe as I flipped through the first few sheets. What I found was unsettling. Every phone conversation I had over the past year was transcribed in precise detail. The transcripts weren't just from important calls or moments I remembered. They included even the most mundane exchanges, the briefest conversations. There were conversations with friends, colleagues, and family, but also calls I had made to order takeout, or the ones I had with the cashier at a store. Every single word was there, written down as if someone had been recording every conversation I'd had without me knowing. My hands began to shake as I flipped through the pages. I read bits and pieces of conversations I didn't even remember having. I found my own voice captured in precise detail, recounting stories to my best friend, discussing work with my boss, even arguing with my neighbor about a parking spot. Each conversation was time-stamped, down to the exact second I made or received the call. There were no gaps, no missing conversations. The thought that someone had been listening to every single word I said, every phone call I had made my stomach churn. The invasion of my privacy was beyond anything I could comprehend. I immediately started thinking about the obvious questions. Who could have done this? And how did they gain access to my phone? I had no idea. I hadn't noticed anything unusual with my phone. There was no strange behavior, no unfamiliar apps running. Nothing seemed out of place. I went through my recent phone bills, looking for any suspicious charges, but there was nothing. No signs of hacking, no unauthorized access, or any calls listed that didn't belong. It was as if the conversations had been transcribed from somewhere else, somewhere I couldn't trace. How was this even possible? I continued flipping through the pages, each one more disturbing than the last. The file didn't just contain calls I made on my personal phone. It also included conversations I'd had on my work phone, calls I'd made during meetings, and even conversations I thought were private. There were times when I had discussed personal issues or shared things I hadn't wanted anyone else to know. The realization that someone I didn't know, had been privy to all of this made my skin crawl. The thought that I had no control over it, that this person had been silently recording every word I said, made me feel exposed and vulnerable. I tried to rationalize what was happening. Maybe it was a glitch, some sort of mistake or technical error. Perhaps a program had mistakenly recorded the calls and compiled them. But as I kept looking through the file, I saw that it was too thorough to be an accident. The way the conversations were transcribed was meticulous, with no errors or missed details. Whoever had done this had been paying very close attention. It felt deliberate. It felt calculated. The more I read, the more the weight of what was happening began to sink in. I was being watched, recorded, and I had no idea who was behind it. I started to feel paranoid. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was still watching me, even now as I sat alone in my office. I kept thinking about the smallest details, the things I had said in passing, the times I had been vulnerable or upset, the moments I thought no one was listening. But someone had been listening, and now they had this file to prove it. I was terrified. My first instinct was to destroy the file, to burn it, tear it up, and get rid of the evidence that this invasion had ever happened. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized that destroying it wouldn't solve anything. It wouldn't undo what had already been done. And what if there was more? What if this file was just the tip of the iceberg? I didn't know what to do next. I felt like I was trapped in some nightmare, unable to escape. Every time I looked at the file, I felt more helpless. I needed answers, but the only thing I knew for sure was that I was no longer in control of my own life. This was something bigger, something I couldn't fix on my own. Who was behind this? Why was I being targeted? I couldn't stop asking myself these questions, but no matter how many times I tried to answer them, I was left with more fear than understanding. I debated whether I should go to the authorities. It seemed extreme, but what else could I do? How could I explain what I had found without sounding crazy? Who would believe me if I told them that someone had been listening to every phone call I made and compiling detailed transcripts of them? Then I remembered the smallest details in the file, things I had said that weren't just random. There were conversations about my family, my routines, my habits, things that only someone close to me would know. The idea that someone I knew, someone I trusted, could be involved in this made me sick to my stomach. I decided to confront the people closest to me, hoping to find some kind of explanation. But as I spoke to my friends and family, I realized that no one knew anything. No one seemed to have any clue about what had been happening. No one had seen anything suspicious. No one had heard anything strange. They all looked at me like I was crazy when I mentioned the file. Was I losing my mind, or was I really being watched? I spent the next few days in a constant state of fear and paranoia. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't focus on anything. Every time my phone rang, I felt a sense of dread wash over me. Every time I made a call, I wondered if it was being recorded, if my words were being stored somewhere, transcribed into a file that I couldn't see. The worst part was that I felt completely powerless. Whoever had done this had been so meticulous, so thorough, that I couldn't figure out how to stop it. I had no way of knowing how long it had been happening or if it was still going on. The file remained in my possession, a constant reminder of the invasion of my privacy. I couldn't bring myself to throw it away, but I also couldn't stop thinking about the danger it posed. It wasn't just about the file. It was about the fact that someone, somewhere, had been following my every move. And now, with no explanation, I was left to wonder who it was and what they wanted from me. The file was just the beginning, and the fear of what might come next haunted me every day. Story 9. It was a normal morning when I arrived at work, still feeling a bit sleepy. I stepped into my office, and the soft hum of the fluorescent lights filled the space. I placed my bag on the desk, ready to start the day. It seemed like any other day, full of emails to answer, meetings to attend, and projects to complete. But as I sat down and started organizing my papers, something caught my eye. On the edge of my desk, there was a business card lying face up. I frowned, wondering if I had accidentally received it from a colleague the day before and simply forgotten about it. I picked it up, and as I turned it over, a knot formed in my stomach. The name and phone number printed on the card were completely unfamiliar to me. The card was simple, with a black and white design, professional and neat, but something about it didn't feel right. The words on the card were clear. "We've met before." Beneath that statement was a name that meant nothing to me. I didn't recognize it at all. The phone number listed was also not connected to anyone in my life. I turned the card over and over in my hands, trying to make sense of it. The more I looked at it, the more confused I became. Who would leave a card with such a strange message, and why? I leaned back in my chair, staring at the business card as my mind raced. The phrase "we've met before" felt personal, yet distant. I had no recollection of ever meeting anyone with that name, nor could I think of any situation in my life where I would have. It wasn't the kind of card you just find lying around, and the words seemed too deliberate to be a mistake. There had to be a reason it was placed there, but no matter how hard I tried, the explanation eluded me. I spent the next few minutes checking my phone, wondering if the name might be a contact I had messaged recently. I searched through my recent calls and texts, but nothing matched the name on the card. The knot in my stomach grew tighter. Why would someone leave this for me? The message felt like it was meant specifically for me, not just some random card left by mistake. There was something deeply unsettling about the entire situation. I decided to reach out to my colleagues, hoping that one of them might recognize the name or remember some context in which I might have met this person. I texted a few of them, asking if they had seen anything strange on my desk or if they knew who the business card might belong to, but no one had any answers. They all assured me that it wasn't theirs and that they hadn't left anything on my desk. My mind started to race again, thinking about other possibilities. Could it be a prank? Maybe someone was trying to mess with me or confuse me for some reason, but it didn't seem like a prank. The business card looked too professionally made, and the message was too precise. It didn't feel like the kind of joke someone would play. It felt more deliberate, more ominous. The uncertainty lingered in my mind throughout the day. By the time lunchtime arrived, I could no longer ignore the unease growing in my chest. I considered calling the number on the card, but something stopped me. What if it was a mistake? Or worse, what if it wasn't a mistake? What if the person on the other end knew something I didn't? I felt paralyzed by the unknown. My fingers hovered over the phone, and for a long moment, I didn't know what to do. Instead of calling, I tried to rationalize the situation. Maybe it was just a mix-up, and the card had been left on my desk by accident. But then I remembered the message. "We've met before." That wasn't random. It felt intentional, like I was supposed to recognize the name, like there was some connection I was supposed to make. But I couldn't. I couldn't place the name, and I couldn't remember ever meeting anyone who would leave such a message. The rest of the afternoon passed in a blur. I tried to focus on my work, but the card kept pulling my attention back. Each time I looked at it, I found myself searching for any hint, any clue that could make sense of the situation. I even Googled the name on the card, but nothing useful came up. The search yielded nothing, only more confusion. Whoever had left the card had covered their tracks well, leaving no traces behind. When I left the office that evening, the card was still on my desk, waiting for me to figure it out. I debated whether to take it home with me or leave it there, but in the end, I slipped it into my pocket. The strange encounter felt too important to leave behind, too unsettling to forget. As I drove home, the words on the card echoed in my mind. We've met before. I couldn't shake the feeling that it meant something, but I just couldn't figure out what. That night, sleep didn't come easily. I tossed and turned, my mind replaying the events of the day over and over. The card haunted me, its simple words lingering in my thoughts. I tried to think back, trying to recall any moment in my life when I might have met someone with that name, but nothing came to mind. I even wondered if it was connected to something from my past, some forgotten memory or interaction that had slipped through the cracks, but still, nothing made sense. The next morning, I decided I couldn't ignore it any longer. I had to figure out who had left the card and why. The sense of foreboding that came with the message made me feel like I was missing something important. I couldn't let it go, not without some kind of resolution. I needed answers, even if I wasn't sure I wanted to hear them. As I walked into the office that morning, I was determined to find out what was going on. The card had stayed in my pocket overnight, and it was now in my hand again as I approached my desk. But when I arrived, I froze. The card was no longer there. My desk was just as it had been when I left the night before. Papers neatly stacked, computer turned off, but the card was gone. I looked around the office, hoping to see any hint of where it might have gone, but there was no sign of anyone acting suspiciously. I checked with my colleagues again, but no one had seen anything. The card, the mysterious message, and the name I couldn't place had all disappeared without a trace. My mind reeled with confusion. It was as if the card had never been there in the first place, as if it had never existed at all. For the rest of the day, I couldn't shake the eerie feeling that something had shifted. The office felt different, colder, as if a presence was lingering just beyond my reach. The disappearance of the card only deepened the mystery. I had no explanation for it, and the more I tried to understand what had happened, the less sense it all made. It was as if someone had wanted me to feel lost, to question everything I thought I knew. Weeks passed, and the incident faded into the background of my everyday life. But every now and then, I would find myself glancing at my desk, half expecting to see that business card reappear. Each time I thought about it, the feeling of unease would creep back. Who had left it? Why had I met someone before, as the card suggested? Or was it a warning, a message I couldn't understand? The question still lingered, unanswered, floating in the back of my mind like a shadow I couldn't escape. Story 10. It was a quiet evening when my landlord called. The sun was just beginning to set, casting long shadows across my small apartment. I was curled up on the couch, enjoying a good book and the peacefulness of the evening. The phone rang, breaking the silence. I looked at the screen and saw an unfamiliar number. I picked up the phone, expecting a routine call. My landlord's voice came through on the other end, but instead of the usual small talk about rent or maintenance issues, he went straight to the point. "Hey, I noticed your water usage has doubled this month," he said, sounding a bit worried. "Do you have someone staying with you?" I was taken aback. "What? No, I'm living alone," I replied, feeling confused. I hadn't had anyone over, and I hadn't used an unusually high amount of water. It didn't make sense. I could feel a slight unease creeping in as I processed his words. My landlord, who was usually pretty relaxed, seemed genuinely concerned about the spike in water usage. It almost felt like he thought I was hiding something. "Are you sure? The numbers show a clear increase," he pressed, sounding insistent but not accusing. "Maybe someone is using the water when you're not around." His suggestion felt off. I had been home most of the time, working from my apartment, and rarely leaving for extended periods. No one had been there. No guests, no friends visiting. I assured him again that I was alone, but his voice still sounded doubtful. "Well, I'm just concerned," he said, before abruptly ending the conversation. The moment the call ended, I sat there with the phone still pressed to my ear, staring at the screen in disbelief. How could my water usage have doubled if no one else was in the apartment? The question lingered in my mind as I sat in the quiet of my apartment, trying to make sense of it. I knew I hadn't used more water than usual. In fact, I was always careful with things like that, turning off the tap when I wasn't using it, taking shorter showers, not leaving the faucet running unnecessarily. Nothing about my routine had changed. The idea that someone had been secretly using my water felt absurd. The more I thought about it, the more uneasy I became. I had lived in this apartment for nearly a year, and nothing like this had ever happened before. Sure, my landlord had raised concerns occasionally about the upkeep of the building, but this was different. Why would my water usage suddenly spike? I tried to reason with myself. Maybe there was a mistake with the billing system, or a simple misunderstanding. Perhaps there was a technical glitch, or maybe the meter had been misread. I didn't want to jump to conclusions without more evidence, but the question of how it happened kept nagging at me. I spent the rest of the evening distracted. My mind was racing with possibility. Could someone have been sneaking into my apartment without me knowing? The thought was unsettling. I checked the locks on my doors and windows, making sure everything was secure. I considered the possibility that maybe there had been a small leak somewhere that I hadn't noticed, but even then, the increase in water usage didn't seem to make sense. A leak would waste water, but not to that extent, not without leaving some trace behind. I dismissed that theory and tried to relax. The next morning, I decided to check the apartment myself, just to be sure. I went over every corner, inspecting the plumbing fixtures and the water lines, but everything seemed fine. No signs of leaks or drips. I even checked the pipes beneath the sink, thinking maybe there was a hidden issue that I had missed, but everything appeared normal. As I stood there, staring at the pipes, the absurdity of the situation started to dawn on me. There was no way anyone had been sneaking in and using my water. The more I thought about it, the more impossible it seemed. I decided to call my landlord back, hoping for some clarity. When he answered, I tried to keep my voice calm, though I couldn't shake the anxiety that had settled in. "I checked the apartment," I said. "Everything is fine. There's no one here using the water, and I haven't noticed any leaks." My landlord was silent for a moment. Then he sighed. "I don't know what to tell you," he said. "The numbers don't lie. You need to figure this out." His response didn't reassure me. It only made me feel like I was going in circles. I couldn't explain what had happened. It was just me in the apartment. No one else. No guests. No family visiting. The spike in water usage didn't make sense. The more I thought about it, the more I began to feel a sense of dread. There had to be an explanation, but I couldn't figure it out. I hung up the phone, promising to check again and let him know if I found anything new. But I wasn't sure where to start. Days passed, and the mystery of the water usage continued to linger in my mind. Every time I turned on the faucet, I couldn't help but wonder if the increase had somehow been tied to something I had missed. I began to track my water usage more carefully, keeping a mental note of every shower, every time I washed dishes or filled the kettle. But the numbers still didn't add up. I hadn't changed any of my habits. Nothing was different. So why was my water usage so high? At the end of the week, my landlord called again. This time, his tone was more serious, and I could tell he was frustrated. "I had the water meter checked," he said. It looks like it's working fine. There's no problem with the system." His words only deepened my confusion. If the meter was fine, then why was there a sudden increase in water usage? What was going on? The idea that something had malfunctioned in the system no longer seemed likely. It felt like something else was at play, something I couldn't quite figure out. The thought that someone might have access to my apartment, perhaps without my knowledge, started to settle in my mind. I couldn't shake the image of someone sneaking in while I was at work, using my water without leaving a trace, but that seemed unlikely. I had checked everything, my locks, my windows, and nothing seemed out of place. Still, the more I thought about it, the more paranoid I became. What if there was something I was missing? What if there was a hidden access point I hadn't noticed? Eventually, I decided to take matters into my own hands. I installed a security camera at the front door, hoping to catch any signs of someone entering when I wasn't around. I also checked the water meter myself, taking notes and comparing the readings over time. For days, nothing unusual happened. The camera didn't catch anything out of the ordinary, and the meter readings remained consistent with my usage. It seemed like things were going back to normal. But then, about a week later, I received another call from my landlord. His voice was tinged with confusion. "The water usage is up again," he said. "Is something less concerned this time?" More puzzled. "It doesn't make any sense. Have you noticed anything different?" I could feel my heartbeat in my ears as I processed his words. This couldn't be happening again. What was going on? Was the meter faulty? Was there some other explanation? I didn't know what to say anymore. All I could do was assure him that I was still living alone and that nothing had changed. But deep down, I began to feel like I was living in a situation that didn't have an answer. The mystery of the water usage spike was something I couldn't shake. I started to feel as though I was losing control of the situation, unable to explain what was happening in my own apartment. It was a strange feeling, like being watched, or like something was slipping just out of reach. The feeling of unease lingered, and though I tried to go about my life as usual, I couldn't escape the nagging question. Why had the water usage doubled, and why couldn't I find any answers? Hello everyone, and welcome to Dark Whispers. I know many of you listen to these stories to help you fall asleep, and before you drift off, I would love to hear from you. Please leave a comment and let me know where you're listening from around the world. And if you're enjoying the video, don't forget to like and subscribe. Story 1. It's something we all do without thinking much about it. unlocking our phones. We know our passcodes by heart. The numbers are so familiar, it's almost like they're part of us. It's a simple action, something we do every day to keep our phones secure. But that feeling of certainty and routine disappears in an instant when you try to unlock your phone and realize that the passcode you've entered isn't working. You've entered this code hundreds of times before, but now, for some reason, the numbers don't seem familiar at all. You try again, more carefully this time. You enter the same numbers, the combination you've been using without any trouble, but the phone still doesn't unlock. It stays locked, and you start to feel the frustration creeping in. You might think, I must have made a mistake, or maybe I forgot the code for a second. So, you try again, even more carefully, but nothing changes. Your phone is still locked. A sense of confusion starts to take over. Why isn't it working? Could you have accidentally changed the passcode? You start to wonder if something is wrong with your phone, but even as you ask yourself these questions, a strange feeling starts to take over. Something feels off. This isn't just a mistake anymore. Something else is going on. After several more failed attempts, panic starts to set in. You're sure you know your passcode? Or at least you think you do. You try a few different variations, guessing numbers you might have used in the past, but none of them work. Each failed attempt only makes you feel more anxious. You even start to think that maybe your phone is broken. After all, technology can be unpredictable. But deep down, there's an unsettling thought that starts to form in your mind. What if someone else changed the passcode? What if someone has been messing with your phone without you even knowing it? The thought that someone could have gained access to your phone and changed the passcode is deeply disturbing. Your phone isn't just a phone, it holds your life. Your messages, emails, photos, contacts, and so much more. The idea that someone could be looking at all that personal information without you knowing is enough to make you feel violated. You start to think back to the last time you used your phone without any trouble. Was there a moment when someone could have accessed it? Could a friend, a colleague, or even a stranger have somehow gotten their hands on your phone and changed the passcode? You can't think of any specific moment when that might have happened, but the thought nags at you. Something doesn't feel right, and now you're determined to find out what it is. You feel like you need to act fast, but you don't know where to begin. The first thing you try is resetting your passcode. Most smartphones offer security features that allow you to recover your account or reset your passcode if you've forgotten it. You might be able to answer some security questions or use your fingerprint or face recognition to prove your identity. But this doesn't feel like just a simple mistake. What if someone else tampered with your phone? Or what if your phone was hacked? As you go through the security steps, you can't help but feel even more anxious. What if your phone has been hacked? Phones can be hacked, and personal data can be stolen easily, especially if someone has the right tools. The idea that a hacker might have gained control of your phone, changing your passcode, and reading your messages is terrifying. How would you even know if someone is spying on you or controlling your phone from afar? The thought makes your skin crawl, but you try to stay calm and focus on solving the problem. While you work through the steps, you can't stop thinking about the people in your life. Could it be a joke? Maybe someone you know decided to play a prank on you, changing your passcode just for fun. The idea of a prank seems possible, but the way it's making you feel, disoriented, helpless, and vulnerable, makes it seem less like a joke and more like a violation. Even if it was just a prank, it still feels like someone crossed a line. Your privacy has been invaded, and that's something that goes beyond simple fun. The process of unlocking your phone is taking longer than you expected. Each minute feels like an hour, and you start wondering if you should call customer support. The thought of explaining everything to a stranger makes you feel even more exposed. What if they ask you questions you're not comfortable answering? What if they discover something wrong with your phone that you didn't even know about? The longer this goes on, the more you feel like you're losing control. You've made some progress. Maybe you've confirmed your identity, but the new passcode you set still doesn't work. The situation doesn't make sense. Could it be something more than just a forgotten passcode? What if there's some kind of malicious software, a virus or malware, that's affecting your phone? The thought of your phone being infected with a virus is disturbing, but it's something you need to consider. You can't ignore it until you know for sure. You start thinking about taking more drastic measures, like performing a factory reset. A factory reset would wipe everything from your phone, returning it to its original state. This might fix the problem, but it also means you would lose everything: your photos, messages, contacts, and all your apps. The idea of losing everything is scary, but the idea that someone might have control of your phone and be accessing your information without you knowing is even scarier. You decide that a factory reset might be your best option. It's not an easy decision, but it might be the only way to ensure your privacy. After what feels like hours, you finally manage to unlock your phone. You don't know exactly what caused the problem, but you're relieved to have your phone back in your hands. But even though your phone is unlocked again, you don't feel completely at ease. The fact that your passcode was changed without your knowledge still haunts you. Was it a glitch, a prank, or something more serious? You don't have all the answers, but one thing is clear: your privacy has been violated in some way, and that's not something you can easily forget. This whole experience is a reminder of just how dependent we've become on our smartphones and how vulnerable we are to breaches of privacy. Our phones hold so much personal information, and the thought that someone could access all of it without our consent is terrifying. As you move on from the incident, you can't help but wonder if there's more to it than what you've uncovered. What if there's someone out there who knows more about you than you realize? Story 2. It was a regular afternoon, and I was walking home after a busy day at work. The streets were filled with people, each going about their daily task. The sun was beginning to lower in the sky as I approached a crosswalk at a busy intersection. The red pedestrian light was blinking steadily, so I checked my phone quickly to see the time and waited for the light to change. I knew it would only take a few minutes to cross to the other side. Then, I felt someone close beside me. At first, I thought it was just another person standing near me, waiting for the light to change. But then I noticed something strange. The person was too close. I could feel their breath, warm against my ear. I turned slightly, startled. Before I could react, the stranger leaned in even closer and whispered something to me in a voice so soft I could barely hear it. "You shouldn't have come back." The words sent a chill through my body. I froze for a moment, trying to understand what had just happened. Who was this person, and why had they said that? I quickly looked at them, trying to make out their face, but they were already turning away from me. In the blink of an eye, they were walking off, blending into the crowd of people around us. I stood there for a moment, feeling disoriented and uneasy. The light had changed, and people around me began to walk across the street, but I remained rooted in place, still trying to make sense of what had just occurred. The words, "You shouldn't have come back," echoed in my mind. It was such a strange, cryptic thing to say, and I couldn't stop thinking about what it meant. Was it a mistake? Did they think I was someone else? Or was it something personal, something I wasn't able to understand at that moment? The more I thought about it, the more unsettling it became. I tried to push the feeling away, telling myself it was probably nothing. Maybe it was just some random person trying to mess with me. Maybe it was just a strange encounter. But no matter how hard I tried to dismiss it, those words kept repeating in my mind. You shouldn't have come back. It didn't feel like a random remark. It felt deliberate, like a message. As I crossed the street, I glanced around at the people walking beside me, wondering if any of them had noticed what had just happened. But no one seemed to react. It was as if the moment had passed for everyone else, but it hadn't passed for me. I felt like I was carrying something heavy that no one else could see. The more I thought about it, the more I realized I couldn't just brush it off. There had to be a reason behind those words, even if I didn't understand it yet. I kept walking, trying to calm myself. The city was as busy as always, but I felt strangely aware of everything around me. The noise of traffic, the conversations of people passing by, the hum of the city. It all seemed distant, like I was in a bubble, trying to make sense of something that didn't fit into my usual reality. I looked over my shoulder once, half expecting to see the person behind me, but there was no one there. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, just a strange interaction with a random person. But the feeling of unease stayed with me, growing stronger. It was as though I had seen something I wasn't supposed to, or maybe I was being warned about something to come. The words, "You shouldn't have come back," felt like a warning, but a warning about what? As I walked further, the streets began to feel quieter. The evening energy of the city was different from the daytime buzz, and I felt more alone in the calm of the night. I turned down a quieter street and continued walking, but my mind was racing. Had the person been referring to something from my past? Was there something I had forgotten or left behind? Had I made a mistake by coming back to this city? I felt like I was walking into something I wasn't meant to. The questions kept swirling in my mind, each one more confusing than the last. I had come back to this city after being away for a long time, but I hadn't really faced everything I had left behind. There were people, places, and memories I had deliberately avoided, hoping they would stay in the past. But now, with those strange words still echoing in my mind, I couldn't ignore the feeling that something had been waiting for me here. Something I had yet to confront. By the time I reached my apartment, I was exhausted, but I also felt anxious. I unlocked the door and stepped inside, grateful for the quiet after the noise of the city. I sat on the couch, staring blankly at the wall. My mind was a storm of thoughts, all of them leading back to that one moment at the crosswalk. You shouldn't have come back. What did it mean? Who had said it? And why? The rest of the evening was a blur. I tried to distract myself, but I couldn't focus on anything. I thought about calling a friend and telling them what had happened, but I wasn't sure how to explain it. Would they think I was overreacting? Would they laugh it off? Or would they understand how strange and unsettling the encounter had been? Those few words had felt so loaded with meaning, even though I didn't know what it was. As the night went on, I made a decision. I would try not to dwell on it. I had come back to this city for a reason, and I couldn't let this strange encounter throw me off course. I needed to stay focused and move forward. But as I lay in bed that night, staring at the ceiling, I knew I wouldn't be able to forget those words. They had planted a seed of doubt in my mind, and I wasn't sure yet if that seed would grow into something I would regret. The next day, the memory of the whisper was still with me. I went through my day, trying to shake off the uneasy feeling in my chest, but every now and then, I found myself looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see that person again. The encounter had left me with a feeling that there was something more to it, something I wasn't meant to understand yet. I couldn't help but wonder, was I truly ready to face whatever was waiting for me in this city? Or had I made a mistake by coming back at all? Story 3. This morning, I walked into my kitchen and found something strange. All the knives on the counter, were arranged in a perfect circle. At first, I thought I was imagining things, but when I rubbed my eyes and looked again, the sight was still there. Each knife was carefully placed, with the handles all aligned in a way that seemed like someone had planned it. There was no sign of anyone in the house, and I knew for sure that I had not left the knives like that the night before. It was a bizarre and unsettling discovery that left me frozen for a moment. I slowly walked closer to the counter, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The knives were all facing inward, their sharp blades pointing toward the center of the circle. I couldn't understand how or why this had happened. I live alone, and there was no logical explanation for it. No one had entered my house, and there were no signs of a break-in or anything strange. My first thought was to check all the doors and windows to make sure they were locked, but everything was secure. As I stood there, staring at the knives, I began to feel a growing sense of unease. It was as if someone had been in my home without me knowing and had carefully arranged the knives in this strange pattern. But who could have done it, and why? I thought back to the night before, but I couldn't remember anything unusual. I had spent the evening alone, and everything had seemed normal when I went to bed. The perfect circle of knives was so strange that I couldn't ignore it. I felt something was off, but I wasn't sure what it was. I started to question myself. Could I have done it without realizing? Maybe I had arranged the knives in my sleep, maybe as a way to deal with stress or anxiety. But that didn't make sense either. I had no memory of doing it, and it didn't fit my usual behavior. I wouldn't normally arrange knives in such a detailed way. No matter how much I tried to explain it, the mystery only grew. I reached for the nearest knife, thinking I might break the circle. But when my fingers touched the handle, I hesitated. There was something eerie about disturbing the symmetry. It felt like doing so might somehow make the situation worse, as if it would invite something dangerous into the room. The knives glinted in the kitchen light, their sharp edges reflecting cold, calculated precision. I felt a chill run down my spine as I realized that this wasn't just a random mess. It seemed purposeful. I stepped back and studied the arrangement more closely. The knives were all from different sets, yet they were aligned so perfectly that it couldn't be a coincidence. The handles were facing outward, and the blades were pointing toward the center of the circle. It almost looked like a symbol, though I couldn't quite recognize which one. The arrangement was too exact to be an accident, and I couldn't stop wondering if it was meant to send me a message. But if it was, from whom? I started to feel more and more uncertain. Who would want to send me a message like this? Why would they use knives? My kitchen had always been a place of comfort where I could relax and cook. But now, it felt like a place full of secrets and hidden meanings. The circle of knives didn't feel random. It felt like a warning, like something was about to happen, or maybe it had already begun. The thought crossed my mind that someone had been in my home, arranging the knives as a clue. I quickly searched the apartment for any other signs of disturbance, but there was nothing. My living room, bedroom, and bathroom all looked untouched. It was as if the only thing that had changed was the knives. A feeling of dread began to grow inside me. I started to wonder if I was losing my mind. What was happening? There was no logical explanation for what I had found, and the more I thought about it, the more paranoid I became. I thought about calling the police, but what could I tell them? That someone had arranged my knives in a circle? It sounded ridiculous, even to me. I could already imagine how they might react, laughing or brushing it off. But still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. There was no evidence that anyone had broken into my apartment, and that made things even more confusing. What if someone had managed to get inside without leaving any trace? The thought was terrifying. I spent the rest of the day feeling uneasy, constantly checking the kitchen and the rest of the apartment. The knives remained exactly where I had found them, a perfect circle of steel and uncertainty. I couldn't bring myself to move them. I feared that disturbing them would somehow make the situation even worse. I kept imagining that I would walk into the kitchen again and find something even stranger, like the knives rearranged into a new pattern, or worse, something else that would take me deeper into this mystery. As the days passed, the unease never fully went away. Little things started to feel off, like my phone being slightly out of place on the counter, or my keys moved from where I usually put them. At first, I thought it was nothing, but the pattern continued. I couldn't ignore it anymore. I began to wonder if the circle of knives wasn't just a one-time strange event, but part of something bigger. Was someone trying to send me a message? Or was I being targeted by someone I couldn't see? I started locking all my doors and windows, even when I was just in another room. I became hyper-aware of every sound, every movement, as if I was always being watched. The tension began to wear me down, and I started to feel like I couldn't trust my own senses anymore. The knives stayed in that perfect circle. Every time I walked past them, I felt that same deep sense of unease. It was as if they were waiting for something, or for someone, to come and complete the pattern. I couldn't stop myself from going into the kitchen every day. My eyes were drawn to the circle of knives, like they held some kind of secret. I started to wonder if there was a hidden message within the arrangement that I just couldn't see. Maybe the knives weren't just knives. Maybe they were symbols, each one representing something important. But what? As time went on, the mystery only deepened. I couldn't explain the strange events surrounding the knives, and I began to feel like I was being pulled into something bigger than myself. It was as if the knives, arranged in their perfect circle, were part of a puzzle that I couldn't solve. With each passing day, I felt more dread, like the answer to the mystery would bring more questions, and maybe even more danger. The knives stayed where they were, a silent reminder that I wasn't in control of what was happening. No one could explain it, and no one seemed to be able to help. I was left to deal with my own fears and suspicions, trying to figure out what had happened in my kitchen and why. The only thing I knew for sure was that I couldn't ignore the circle of knives, no matter how hard I tried. Story 4. For the past week, I had started each morning with an odd feeling, something I couldn't explain. It wasn't excitement for something fun, like a letter from a friend or a surprise package. No, it was for something strange that had become part of my daily routine. Every morning, without fail, I would step outside to get in my mail, and each time I would find the same thing. My mailbox stuffed with empty envelopes, all addressed to me. At first, I thought it was some kind of mistake, maybe a postal error or a glitch in the system. But after a few days, I realized this was not a simple mistake. It was much stranger than I had initially thought. Every envelope was exactly the same. They were all standard white business envelopes, the kind you would expect to see for official letters. But there were no return addresses, no stamps, and nothing else on the outside except my name, written in neat, careful handwriting. Inside, there was nothing, absolutely nothing. No letter, no card, not even a scrap of paper, just an empty, unmarked space. I would shake the envelopes, hoping to hear something inside, but every time, they were eerily silent. It became a haunting routine, one that I began to dread. In the beginning, I shrugged it off, telling myself that it was probably some weird coincidence. Maybe someone was playing a prank on me. But by the fourth day, I started to feel very unsettled. Who would send empty envelopes like this, and why? Was it some kind of bizarre message? Or was it just a strange mistake? I couldn't figure it out. Every day, my mailbox was the same. Empty envelopes lined up, waiting for me. I tried to tell myself that it was just a silly misunderstanding, but deep down, I felt something was very wrong. These envelopes didn't seem like an accident. They seemed intentional, and the fact that they kept arriving day after day made everything feel even more bizarre. I began to feel as though I was being watched, as though someone was observing my reaction to these strange events, testing me in some way. It felt like the center of the mystery was getting closer, like it was drawing me towards some unknown end, and I had no idea what that end might be. By the 6th day, I decided to take action. I went to the local post office to ask about the mysterious envelopes. The clerk behind the counter looked at me curiously as I explained the situation and showed her one of the empty envelopes. She took it and examined it closely. "This is strange," she said, her voice sounding a little concerned. "We haven't seen anything like this before. No one has complained about this kind of thing." She then checked the tracking system, but to my surprise, there was no record of these envelopes being sent through any normal postal route. It was like they appeared out of nowhere. I left the post office feeling even more confused and no closer to understanding what was going on. It felt as though the situation was slipping further out of my control. Each empty, silent envelope reminded me of how little I understood about the world around me. I found myself looking over my shoulder more often, wondering if someone was following me or watching me from a distance. The fear wasn't caused by anything I could see, but by a sense that something was lurking just out of sight, something I couldn't fully grasp. The next morning, there was another envelope, right on schedule, just like the others. But this time, something was different. As I reached into the mailbox and pulled it out, I noticed that it felt heavier than the others. My heart began to race, and for a brief moment, I thought maybe this one would be different. Maybe it would finally explain everything. But when I opened it, my hands were trembling, and once again, there was nothing inside. However, this time, something had changed. At the bottom of the envelope, there was a faint imprint. It was hard to see at first, just a subtle mark that seemed barely visible. I held it up to the light, hoping to see more, but it was still unclear. It looked like it had been written with invisible ink, or somehow etched into the paper. I took the envelope inside, trying to find a way to reveal the hidden message, but nothing worked. The imprint stayed just as unclear as it had been before. I couldn't stop thinking about it. Was this part of some elaborate puzzle? A code I couldn't crack? I felt like I was being toyed with, like the sender was watching me, waiting for me to figure something out. The emptiness of the envelopes had already been unsettling enough, but now, with this faint mark, the situation felt even more sinister. I became obsessed with trying to understand the meaning behind the mysterious imprint. The next day, I decided to take the envelope to a friend who worked at a local library. She was an expert when it came to codes and hidden messages, and I hoped she could help me make sense of what I was seeing. After she examined the envelope for a while, she suggested that I try using heat or ultraviolet light to reveal the imprint. It was a long shot, but I was desperate for answers. We spent hours testing different methods, using hair dryers, flashlights, and even ultraviolet lamps. But no matter what we tried, the imprint remained stubbornly invisible. It was as though the message could only be seen under certain conditions that I couldn't recreate. The frustration started to build, and I could feel the sense of helplessness creeping in again. No matter what I did, I couldn't solve the puzzle. As the days went by, the pattern continued. Every morning, another empty envelope arrived. Each one felt like a step deeper into a maze, and each one seemed to raise more questions than it answered. I tried to keep up with my normal life, but it was hard to focus on anything else. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that someone was orchestrating all of this for some purpose that I couldn't understand. On the 10th day, there was no envelope. At first, I thought this might be a relief, but as the day went on, I found myself feeling more anxious than ever. I had grown so used to the empty envelopes that their absence felt like a new kind of suspense, one that left me waiting for something else to happen. I found myself standing at the window, peering out onto the street, wondering if today would be the day the sender finally revealed themselves. As I waited, my mind raced through every possibility. Was this some kind of prank? A test? Or was it something much darker? I couldn't say for sure, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being pulled deeper into a game I didn't understand. The silence of that day only heightened the tension, leaving me with an eerie sense of foreboding. Then, the next morning, the mailbox was stuffed again. Another envelope, identical to all the others. But this time, I knew it meant something more. It was as though the sender was playing with me, keeping me in a state of constant uncertainty, drawing me deeper into their strange web. As I opened the envelope and stared at the emptiness inside, I couldn't help but wonder, what would be the next move in this cryptic, unsettling game? And more importantly, who was behind it all? Story 5. I found a pair of muddy shoes by the back door, and a strange feeling washed over me. The shoes were covered in dirt, the kind that could only come from a long walk in the rain. But I knew I hadn't been outside. I always made sure to lock that door before going to bed, double-checking everything to make sure my house was secure for the night. So how had these shoes gotten there? The shoes weren't mine, and there were no signs of anyone coming or going through the back door. It was as if they had appeared out of nowhere. I stood there for a moment, staring at the shoes, my mind racing. Had I left the door unlocked by accident? No, that wasn't possible. I always checked the locks every night, making sure everything was safe. I even had a habit of checking the windows and the garage door before I went to bed. But these shoes, these muddy shoes, didn't belong to me, and they definitely didn't belong to anyone I knew. I could feel my heart starting to beat a little faster, and I quickly stepped away from the door, as if doing so would somehow help me escape the tension building in the room. I looked closely at the shoes, hoping to find any clue that could tell me where they came from. They were a dark, muddy brown with scuff marks on the soles. There was also a strange pattern of dirt that seemed to trail off in different directions. None of it made sense. There was no way someone could have come into my house without me hearing them. My dogs didn't bark, and there were no signs of forced entry. I had checked everything. The locks were intact, and the door frame showed no signs of damage. It was as if the shoes had simply appeared out of thin air. The more I thought about it, the more convinced I became that someone must have been inside my house. But how? Why? I had been home all night, and the neighborhood was usually very quiet. No one had knocked at the door or rung the bell. The idea that someone had slipped in without making a sound sent a chill down my spine. I couldn't stop thinking about it. It felt like I was no longer safe in my own home. Every night, I locked everything up tight, yet somehow, someone had gotten inside without leaving a trace. I needed to figure out who had done this and why. I grabbed my phone and called a friend, trying to make sense of what had happened. I told her about the shoes, trying to stay calm, but the more I spoke, the more panic I felt rising inside me. She suggested I check the security cameras, but I didn't have any. I had never felt the need for them before. I trusted the locks and the routine that kept me safe. Now, it seemed my sense of security had been nothing but an illusion. As I stood by the back door, I couldn't help but wonder how long someone had been watching me. Had they been waiting for the perfect moment to slip in unnoticed? I decided to inspect the back door more carefully, hoping to find some kind of clue. The door was old, and the frame had some weathering, but everything seemed to be in place. There was no sign of tampering, and the lock worked perfectly. Still, the muddy shoes stared up at me, almost as if mocking me for not understanding how they had gotten there. I stepped back and locked the door again, just to be sure, but the sense of unease lingered. It was one thing to have a door unlocked by accident, but this felt different. Someone had been inside my house, and knowing that made the walls feel like they were closing in on me. The next morning, I tried to go about my usual routine, but the thought of the shoes kept creeping into my mind. I checked the back door several more times, convinced I was missing something. Each time, I found the same thing. The door was securely locked, and the shoes were gone. I almost started to believe that I had imagined the whole thing. But the memory of those muddy shoes and the unsettling feeling they had given me wouldn't let me rest. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, even when I was supposed to be. A few days later, something even stranger happened. I came home from work and found another pair of shoes by the back door. This time, they were different. They were smaller, almost like children's shoes, and just as muddy. My heart raced as I stood frozen at the door, staring at them. How was this possible? The door had been locked, and I hadn't seen anyone come by. I quickly checked the windows, peering outside to see if I could spot anyone nearby. But there was no one in sight. I was starting to feel like I was losing my grip on reality. I began questioning everything I knew. Had I forgotten to lock the door? Maybe in my rush to leave for work? Could I have been so distracted that I hadn't noticed something strange was happening? But deep down, I knew that wasn't the case. The locks were working. I had checked them every night, and yet these shoes kept showing up. The same feeling of dread returned, but this time, it felt different, more personal. It was as though someone was deliberately trying to mess with me. I called the police, hoping for some reassurance, but they seemed just as confused as I was. There were no signs of a break-in, or any indication that anyone had been inside the house. They told me it was probably just a prank. Maybe someone was playing a cruel joke on me. But I didn't believe that for a second. No one else knew about my routine, about my habits. No one could have been sneaking in without me noticing. Besides, who would go through the trouble of leaving muddy shoes at my back door for no reason? The police advised me to keep an eye on things and report anything unusual. But what else could I report? I didn't know who was doing this or why. I didn't have any evidence, just 2 pairs of muddy shoes and a sinking feeling that I wasn't safe in my own home. Every time I walked by the back door, I half expected to find more shoes waiting for me. But each time, the space was empty. Still, the feeling of being watched never fully went away. It was as though the shoes had become a symbol of something far more sinister, something I wasn't able to see. I began to change my routine, taking extra precautions before going to bed. I checked all the locks, made sure all the windows were sealed, and even started carrying a small flashlight with me in case I needed to see anything outside in the dark. But no matter how careful I was, the unsettling feeling never left. Every time I closed my eyes, I imagined someone creeping around my house, leaving those shoes behind, watching me from the shadows. Even though I locked the door every night, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone else had the key. Story 6. It was well past midnight when I first heard it. The house was quiet, the kind of silence that only happens in the middle of the night. I was lying in bed, trying to fall asleep, when a soft, melodic sound reached my ears. At first, I thought it might be part of a dream, but as the humming grew louder and clearer, I realized it was coming from outside my window. The tune was familiar. a lullaby I hadn't heard in years, and it sent a chill down my spine. I lay still, trying to understand what I was hearing. The humming was gentle, almost soothing, but it felt strange in the middle of the night. It was as if someone was standing right outside my window, softly singing to themselves. But why would anyone be out there at this hour? And why was it this particular song? The more I listened, the more unsettled I became. The lullaby was haunting, echoing in the stillness of the night, and I couldn't shake the feeling of dread. Unable to ignore the sound any longer, I cautiously got out of bed and tiptoed toward the window. I could still hear the soft humming, but it seemed to be coming from somewhere outside, just out of sight. My heart raced as I slowly pulled the curtain aside, peering into the street below. The street was bathed in the pale glow of the streetlights, and the only movement I could see was the faint rustling of tree branches in the wind. But there was no one in sight. I frowned, feeling confused and uneasy. The humming had stopped the moment I looked out, and the street remained eerily empty. The quietness of the night now felt heavier, like a weight pressing down on me. I strained my eyes, searching the shadows for any sign of movement, but there was nothing. No one. It didn't make sense. The humming had been so clear, so real, and yet the street was completely deserted. Where had it come from? I pulled the curtain back into place and sat down on the edge of my bed, trying to calm my racing thoughts. Maybe I had imagined it. Maybe it was just the wind, or some other strange noise that my mind had turned into a lullaby. But even as I tried to rationalize it, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. That song, that specific lullaby, it was too familiar, too real. And the fact that no one was there, despite the sound being so close, made the whole experience feel even more unreal. For the next few moments, I sat in the darkness, trying to convince myself that it had just been a trick of the mind. But as the minutes passed, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. It was as though the presence of something or someone was lingering in the air. I tried to get back into bed to shake off the strange sensation, but sleep wouldn't come. The image of the empty street outside my window haunted me. I kept wondering if I had imagined the whole thing. I tried to think of any logical explanation for what I had just heard. Maybe there had been someone walking down the street, singing to themselves. It wasn't out of the question, especially late at night when everything was so quiet. But there had been no sound of footsteps, no movement, nothing that would suggest a person was out there. It was as if the humming had come from nowhere, lingering in the still air and then vanishing the moment I looked. My mind raced, spinning different theories, but none of them satisfied me. I lay back down, trying to push the thoughts away. I found myself listening intently for any more sounds from outside. For several minutes, all I heard was the faint creaking of the house and the occasional rustling of leaves in the wind. It was as though the world had returned to its normal, quiet state. But then, just as I was about to drift off, I heard it again. The same lullaby, faint but unmistakable. This time it seemed farther away, almost as if the humming was moving. My heart skipped a beat, and I sat up in bed, straining to hear. The humming continued, drifting through the air like a whisper, but still the street outside my window remained empty. I couldn't make sense of it. The song was too clear to ignore, yet no one was there. Was it someone playing a prank, or had I somehow tuned into something else, some otherworldly presence I couldn't understand? I couldn't shake the feeling that I was part of something I didn't fully grasp. I must have fallen asleep at some point, because the next thing I knew, I woke up to the bright morning sunlight streaming through the window. The memory of the humming was still fresh in my mind, but as I looked out at the street below, everything seemed normal. The world had returned to its usual rhythm, with people walking their dogs and cars passing by. There was no trace of the eerie song from the night before, no sign that anything strange had happened. It was as though the whole event had been a dream. But as I stood up to get ready for the day, I couldn't help but feel a lingering sense of unease. The humming had been too real, too vivid, and the fact that I had heard it so clearly, without seeing anyone, made it feel like something more than just a strange noise. I couldn't explain it, but the memory stuck with me, gnawing at the back of my mind. Had it really been a dream, or had something else occurred that I couldn't understand? Over the next few days, I tried to push the incident from my thoughts, telling myself it was just a strange experience, a fluke. But every now and then, I'd find myself listening closely to the quiet of the night, half expecting to hear the lullaby again. It never came. Life went on as usual. Still, every time I passed that window, I couldn't shake the feeling that something unseen was watching me, that something strange had happened that I couldn't explain. The next week, I was walking down the street near my home when I suddenly heard a faint sound. It was distant, but unmistakable. A lullaby, humming softly in the breeze. I stopped in my tracks, my heart racing, and turned my head, scanning the area. There was no one in sight. The street was empty, as it always was, yet the humming continued, just as it had the night I first heard it. This time, it was closer than before, almost as if it were coming from right behind me. I quickly turned around, my eyes darting to every shadow, every corner, but the street remained vacant. I was beginning to feel like I was caught in some kind of strange loop. The humming, the empty street, the feeling of being watched. It was all becoming too familiar, too unsettling. What was happening? Why had I heard it again? Was it all in my head? Or was there something else at play here that I couldn't comprehend? I continued walking, but the humming never stopped. It seemed to follow me, moving along the street just out of view. The sound was no longer just a curiosity. It had become an eerie, constant presence in my life. And once again, the street remained empty. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out of place, that there was more to the story than I could understand. Whatever was happening, I knew one thing for certain. I was no longer alone. Story 7. One evening, I logged into my bank account to check my finances. I had been doing this for years, so it was a normal routine. But this time, something caught my eye. There was a withdrawal labeled Final Payment. Immediately, I felt a chill run down my spine. I hadn't authorized any payments. Why was it labeled Final Payment? That term made me nervous, and I started to feel uneasy. My heart began to race. The amount of money withdrawn was significant, much more than I would ever spend, without knowing exactly where it was going. I quickly scrolled through the account activity, hoping I had missed something. But no, the charge was there, clear as day, with no explanation attached. It didn't make sense. I checked the date and time of the withdrawal. Maybe it was a mistake, or maybe I had overlooked something. But the more I looked at it, the more I realized this wasn't a mistake. I hadn't made any recent purchases or payments that would explain this amount of money being taken, and the label Final Payment only made it more confusing. What did it mean? Why hadn't I been notified? And, most importantly, who had authorized this payment? Feeling panic creeping in, I immediately called my bank's customer service. I hoped they could help me clear this up, but instead I found myself stuck in an endless loop of automated messages. I was told to hold, listen to music, and wait for a representative. As time passed, I grew more anxious. This wasn't just a small error. It felt much bigger than that. Someone had taken control of my account, and I had no idea who or why. I kept staring at the label Final Payment, hoping it would somehow make sense, but it didn't. After what felt like forever, a representative finally answered. I explained the situation to them, trying to be as clear as possible, but they seemed just as confused as I was. They couldn't give me any immediate answers. All they could confirm was that the payment had been made to an account not linked to mine. They assured me they would investigate, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something more sinister was going on. This didn't feel like a simple error or fraud. Something just didn't feel right. I spent the rest of the evening going over every detail of my account, trying to figure out what had happened. I checked for any recent emails or notifications from the bank, anything that could explain the transaction. But there was nothing. No warnings, no alerts, nothing to suggest that anything unusual had happened before the withdrawal. It felt like my account had been silently breached, and I had no idea it was happening. I had always been careful with my banking details. I changed my passwords regularly and used two-factor authentication to keep my accounts safe. But somehow, someone had gotten through. The next day, I decided to visit the bank in person. I wanted to speak with someone face-to-face, hoping that maybe I could get some answers. The bank representative at the counter was kind, but she seemed just as perplexed as the person I had spoken to on the phone. She assured me that the issue would be escalated to the fraud department, but she couldn't guarantee how long it would take to resolve. I left the bank feeling more uneasy than ever. The phrase "final payment" kept echoing in my mind, and I couldn't stop thinking about what it could mean. Over the next few days, I kept checking my account, hoping to see some sign that the situation was being addressed. The bank had temporarily frozen my account while they investigated, but I still felt exposed. I wondered if there were other unauthorized transactions waiting to appear. Could the final payment be a prelude to something worse? Was there something bigger going on that I didn't realize? I began to think about any possible threats in my life. Could someone close to me have gained access to my account? Had I been hacked, or had someone acquired my personal information somehow? The more I thought about it, the more paranoid I became. I tried to recall every online transaction I had made and every place where I had shared my banking details. But nothing stood out. There were no suspicious activities or people who might have had a reason to target me. I started to feel like I was losing control of my finances, and the sense of helplessness was overwhelming. Every time I logged into my bank account, I was met with more uncertainty. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me, waiting for the perfect moment to strike again. The final payment kept haunting me, and I became fixated on uncovering who or what was behind it. Was this a one-time error, or was something bigger at play? As the investigation continued, the bank's fraud department finally made a breakthrough. They informed me that the payment had been traced to an offshore account, which complicated things even more. It seemed like whoever was behind the transaction had taken great care to cover their tracks. They couldn't immediately identify the person or group responsible, but they assured me they were doing everything they could to trace the funds. In the meantime, my account remained frozen, and I was left without access to my own money. Days turned into weeks, and I started to feel more and more disconnected from my own life. I couldn't make payments, couldn't access my savings, and couldn't go about my daily routine without the constant reminder of the final payment. It wasn't just about the money anymore. It was about the invasion of my privacy, the violation of something that should have been safe. I felt like I was in the middle of a thriller, but I was the one left in the dark, waiting for the next clue. As I continued to wait for answers, I tried to stay calm and keep my mind occupied with other things, but the mystery of the payment weighed heavily on me. Every conversation I had, every interaction with friends and family, was tainted by the worry and stress of what was happening with my bank account. I couldn't share too many details with others. not wanting to sound paranoid or like I was overreacting. But the truth was, I was scared. Whoever was behind the final payment had gained access to something I thought was secure, and I had no idea how deep this went. Then, one afternoon, I received an unexpected call. It was from the fraud department at my bank. They had made a breakthrough in their investigation. The funds had been traced to a company I had never heard of, but their address seemed familiar. I couldn't place it at first, but then it hit me. The address was connected to a subscription service I had signed up for a long time ago. I had completely forgotten about it. The service had been billed to my account regularly, but I had stopped using it years ago. I had assumed it had been cancelled, but apparently it hadn't. I immediately contacted the company, hoping they could shed light on what had happened. After a short conversation, they confirmed that the payment was, indeed, for a long outstanding balance. I was floored. How could I have forgotten about this? It seemed impossible that such a small, insignificant service could have slipped through my mind. But there it was, a forgotten debt that had come back to haunt me in the form of a mysterious withdrawal. The relief I felt was mixed with frustration. How had I allowed this to happen? How had I not noticed the payments being taken from my account? The final payment wasn't part of some grand conspiracy or hacker scheme. It was simply an oversight on my part. The realization stunned me, and I couldn't help but feel embarrassed. But at least now I understood what had happened. The payment had been authorized long ago, and I had forgotten about it. It was the end of an old subscription I didn't even remember. However, the experience had taught me a valuable lesson. I needed to pay closer attention to my accounts and never let things slip through the cracks, no matter how small they seemed at the time. As I processed everything that had happened, I couldn't help but reflect on the power of labels. The words "final payment" had triggered an immediate sense of alarm, making me believe something sinister was happening. But in the end, it was a simple reminder that sometimes the answers are much less dramatic than we expect. Story 8. It was just another regular day, and I was on my way home from work, riding the subway, like I did every day. The train was crowded, filled with the usual people, commuters staring at their phones or lost in their thoughts. The familiar sound of the train's wheels against the tracks was comforting, almost like background noise that helped me block out the world around me. I leaned against the pole, trying to balance myself while holding on to my bag, and glanced at the time on my phone. The train was running late again, but that wasn't surprising. It seemed to happen often. As the train clattered along the tracks, I noticed a man sitting across from me. He was older, maybe in his 50s, wearing a worn leather jacket and a baseball cap, pulled low over his eyes. His gaze was distant and blank, but there was something about him that made me feel uneasy. He hadn't gotten off at any of the earlier stops, which seemed strange. He didn't look like the type who would be traveling for long distances. He was just sitting there, staring at nothing, a faint frown on his face. I quickly turned my attention back to my phone, scrolling through emails, but I could still feel his eyes on me. It wasn't a direct stare, but more of a lingering presence that I couldn't shake. Every time I looked up, I saw that he was still looking in my direction, his eyes just peeking out from under the brim of his cap. It wasn't the kind of look that made me feel directly threatened, but it was unsettling. My stomach started to churn as I realized I had become too aware of him. The train slowed down as it approached the next stop, and people began to shuffle toward the doors, preparing to exit. I looked around, hoping the man would leave, but he didn't move. Instead, as the train came to a stop and the doors opened, he stood up and walked over to where I was standing. He didn't say anything as he passed by me, but when he stopped beside me, a chill ran down my spine. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw him extend his hand toward me, holding a folded napkin in his palm. He didn't speak a word. He just held the napkin out to me as if it were the most normal thing in the world. I didn't know what to do. My first instinct was to ignore him, to pretend nothing had happened, but something about his manner made it impossible to do that. His hand was trembling slightly, and there was an odd intensity in his eyes, a kind of desperation that I couldn't explain. I hesitated for a moment, unsure of what he wanted from me, before finally reaching out and taking the napkin. As soon as my fingers brushed the napkin, I felt a strange sensation, as if the world around me had shifted, even if just slightly. I unfolded the napkin slowly, my heart pounding, as I looked down at the words written in black ink. The words were simple, but they made my mind freeze. They said only one thing: they know. For a moment, I couldn't process what it meant. The message was so brief, yet it carried a heavy weight that I couldn't ignore. The words seemed to pulse with an ominous energy, almost as if they were alive, each letter standing out more vividly than the last. I looked up, ready to ask the man what he meant, but he was already gone. The train had moved on to the next stop, and he was nowhere to be seen. It was as if he had vanished into thin air, leaving only the napkin in my hand as proof he'd ever been there at all. My fingers gripped the napkin tightly as confusion and fear washed over me. I couldn't understand what had just happened. Why had he given me the napkin? Who were they? And what did he mean by, they know? The train rattled on, the noise deafening in my ears as I tried to make sense of the situation. I looked around, half expecting someone to be staring at me, waiting for me to react, but no one seemed to notice anything unusual. People were still lost in their own worlds, oblivious to the strange exchange that had just occurred. A knot tightened in my stomach as the train continued on its way. With each passing station, I felt more disconnected from reality. I spent the rest of the ride staring at the napkin, unable to stop myself from wondering what it meant. The words, they know, echoed in my mind over and over again, becoming heavier and more foreboding with each passing second. Who could they be? And how did the man know about them? I had no enemies. There was no reason to believe anyone would be following me or monitoring my actions. Yet the feeling of unease only grew stronger. I kept thinking about it, trying to make sense of the situation, but nothing added up. Why had the man given me the napkin? What was he trying to warn me about? When I finally reached my stop, I hurried off the train, clutching the napkin tightly in my hand, as though it might disappear if I let go of it. I felt like I was being watched, as if the entire subway car had somehow become a trap. I quickly made my way to the exit, hoping to escape the heavy feeling that had settled over me. As I emerged into the fresh air, I tried to push the incident out of my mind. I convinced myself that it had been nothing more than a strange encounter with a troubled person, and that the words on the napkin meant nothing. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't forget the look in the man's eyes, or the urgency with which he handed me the note. The feeling of being watched only intensified as I walked through the crowded streets. It was as though the world had shifted. I was no longer just a person going about her day. I was someone being observed. That night, as I lay in bed, the words, they know, kept playing in my mind. What did they know? Who were they? My thoughts kept spinning, never landing on an answer. I kept imagining that someone was outside my window, watching, waiting to strike. The napkin sat on my desk, its words haunting me with every glance I gave it. I couldn't bring myself to throw it away, as though doing so would somehow erase the warning it carried. The next day, I couldn't shake the feeling of paranoia. I checked my locks more than once, peered through the blinds whenever a car passed by my window, and avoided crowded areas as much as possible. I kept my head down, hoping no one would notice me, but the more I tried to act normal, the more it felt like I was slipping into some kind of madness. The feeling of being watched never left me, and I couldn't shake the thought that they were still out there, waiting. Over the next few weeks, my paranoia grew worse. I started avoiding the subway altogether, taking different routes home, and even changing my usual schedule. I checked my phone obsessively, hoping to see some sign that someone was trying to contact me, but there was nothing. No strange calls, no cryptic messages, just silence. Yet the feeling of being watched never left me. It was like a shadow following me wherever I went. One evening, as I was walking home, I noticed a figure standing at the corner of the street. They weren't moving, not looking at anything in particular. But when I got closer, I saw that they were holding something, a napkin, just like the one the stranger had given me. My heart skipped a beat. As I froze in place, I looked at the napkin. The words on it were the same. They know. A chill ran down my spine as I turned quickly and walked in the opposite direction. My mind raced. Who were these people? What did they want from me? Why were they following me? The questions swirled around in my head as I quickened my pace, my fear growing with each step. I could hear my own breath, loud and fast, as I walked faster and faster, trying to outrun whatever was chasing me. But deep down, I knew I couldn't escape it. I was being watched, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. Story 9. It was a quiet night. Everything felt still, and the world seemed perfectly normal. I parked my car in the driveway, just like I did every evening, and walked into my house, tired from a long day of work. The car had worked fine, without any issues, so I didn't think twice about it. As I closed the door behind me and settled in for the night, I was exhausted, and sleep quickly took over. I didn't have any worries or concerns, and soon I was fast asleep. The next morning, I woke up to the sound of birds chirping and the soft light of early morning streaming through the windows. I got dressed, grabbed my keys, and headed outside, ready to start the day. As I walked toward my car in the driveway, something immediately felt wrong. It wasn't the usual side of the car parked where it always was. The driver's seat, which I clearly remembered leaving upright the night before, was now reclined all the way back. I stopped in my tracks, staring at the seat in confusion. How could this have happened? I had adjusted the seat just the way I liked it before getting out of the car last night. It wasn't a small change either. The seat was reclined so far back that it looked as if someone had been sitting in it and moved it on purpose. I couldn't imagine how the seat could have moved by itself, and the idea that it had been adjusted like this made me uneasy. I slowly opened the car door, half expecting to find something out of place inside. But the keys were exactly where I had left them in the cup holder. Everything else inside seemed untouched. There were no signs of a break-in, no broken windows, no signs that anyone had gotten inside. Still, the seat remained in that unnatural position, and I couldn't shake the strange feeling creeping up my spine. Who could have moved it, and why? I stood there for a moment, trying to think rationally. Could I have done this myself? Maybe without realizing it. Perhaps I had forgotten that I left the seat reclined. But that didn't feel right either. I knew I hadn't done that. The more I thought about it, the more dread started to grow inside me. The reclined seat felt like a message, like someone had been inside my car while I was oblivious, and that thought made my skin crawl. I looked around the driveway for any signs of something unusual, footprints, tire tracks, anything that might explain this strange event. but the driveway looked exactly the same as it always did. There was nothing unusual about it, and no one had been near my car, at least, not that I could see. It didn't make sense. I even wondered if the car had a malfunctioning seat adjustment system, but that didn't explain why the seat was reclined so far back, almost to the point of being completely horizontal. It looked as if someone had intentionally set it like that. The more I thought about it, the more the unease grew inside me. I began to replay the events of the previous night. I had parked the car and gone inside, but I couldn't remember anything unusual happening. There were no strange sounds or any sign that someone had been near my house. Everything had seemed normal. My first instinct was to call a friend or family member, asking if anyone had used the car without telling me, but that seemed unlikely. I was sure no one else had access to the car. I trusted everyone in my household, and no one seemed to be playing a prank on me. The situation didn't feel like a joke. It felt too strange and deliberate. Whoever had moved the seat hadn't left any trace of having done so. The more I thought about it, the more confused I became. I decided to check the security cameras around my house, hoping to find a clue that would explain what had happened. I had installed the camera system months ago as a precaution, but I had never really needed to check it before. As I scrolled through the footage from the previous night, I carefully examined the screen. The camera angle was good, showing the driveway and the front porch. But when I got to the time when I had parked the car, there was nothing. No activity at all. For a brief moment, I wondered if the camera was malfunctioning. But when I fast-forwarded, I saw the footage from earlier in the evening. Everything looked normal. The car was parked, the lights were off, and nothing seemed out of place. But when it came to the time when I had parked, there was no one near the car. I felt a deep sense of frustration. How could the seat have moved, and yet no one had been near the car? It didn't add up. I sat on the front steps for a while, trying to calm myself. The unease was building, and I couldn't shake the thought that something was wrong. The more I looked at the car, the more the question lingered. Who could have done this? I couldn't believe that anyone would come into my driveway without me noticing. Yet, the seat had clearly been moved. The absence of any signs of someone entering the vehicle made the whole situation feel even more bizarre. It felt like the seat had been reclined by someone who knew exactly how to do it without leaving any trace behind. The rest of the day passed slowly, with my mind consumed by the strange event. I tried to focus on other things, but every time I thought about the car, the image of the reclined seat would pop back into my mind. The more I thought about it, the more unsettling it became. I began to feel like I was being watched, even though there was no reason to think that anyone had been in my yard. No one in the neighborhood had seen anything unusual, at least not that I knew of. It was like the whole event had happened silently, without anyone else noticing. I decided to take action and called the local police, hoping they could offer some advice. They were helpful, though they seemed just as confused as I was about what had happened. They advised me to keep an eye on the car for any further strange activity, but I couldn't shake the feeling that they weren't taking my concerns seriously. After all, a reclined seat didn't seem like much to worry about, but to me, it felt like a sign of something more, something I couldn't yet understand. As the days went by, I couldn't stop thinking about that morning. I continued to park my car in the same spot every night, but each time I found myself checking the seat before walking away, just to make sure it hadn't been moved again. So far, nothing unusual had happened, but the memory of that morning stuck with me. Every time I sat in the driver's seat, I was hyper aware of its position, as if I was waiting for it to change again. I began questioning everything I knew about my own home. It felt like I was living in a strange parallel reality when nothing was as it seemed. Had someone really been in my car, or was my mind playing tricks on me? Every time I thought I had an answer, another question would pop up, leaving me in a constant state of uncertainty. No matter how much I thought about it, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had happened, something that I couldn't explain away. Story 10. It was a rainy afternoon, and I decided that it was finally time to clean out my closet. Over the years, it had become a place where things were thrown in carelessly. Old clothes, forgotten boxes, and items I no longer used. The task seemed overwhelming, but I figured it was the perfect way to spend the day while the storm raged outside. As I pulled things down from the shelves, dust swirling in the dim light, I came across a small, weathered box tucked behind a pile of old jackets and boxes. It wasn't like the other boxes I had seen before. This one seemed oddly familiar, but I couldn't quite place where it had come from. I carefully pulled the box out, brushing off the dust that had accumulated over the years. The cardboard was worn and the edges were frayed, as if it had been moved around many times. The box was unmarked, with no labels or identifying features to tell me what was inside. For a moment, I hesitated. Should I open it? It had been so long since I last cleaned out the closet that I wondered if I had even seen this box before. But curiosity got the better of me, and I lifted the lid. Inside, there was a strange assortment of items. They didn't look familiar, but somehow they felt nostalgic. At first glance, it seemed like a collection of small trinkets, each one more unusual than the last. There was a worn, stuffed animal that I couldn't remember ever owning, a set of old toy cars with chipped paint, and several photographs in a style I didn't recognize. The pictures were black and white, faded with age. They showed a group of children playing in what looked like an old park. The children appeared to be from a different time, one I couldn't remember. Their faces seemed vaguely familiar, but I couldn't place them. I picked up a small ceramic figurine that had been carefully placed in the box. It was of a little girl with a delicate face, wearing a dress painted in faded pastel colors. She was holding a tiny bouquet of flowers in her hands. When I turned it over, I saw a small inscription on the bottom. For Emily, with love from Grandma. The name Emily hit me like a bolt of lightning. It was my name, but I had never received a figurine like this before. At least, not that I could remember. I held the little statue in my hands, trying to recall if it had ever been a part of my childhood, but nothing came to mind. The more I dug through the box, the more confused I became. There were several other items that seemed to belong to a child. Tiny hair clips, a small journal with pages yellowed with age, and a few crumpled notes written in handwriting that was clearly not mine. The journal in particular caught my attention. I flipped through the pages, reading snippets of stories and drawings that seemed so distant, as if they belonged to someone else entirely. But the most disturbing part was that the handwriting, although unfamiliar, felt strangely familiar at the same time. It was as though I had seen it before, but it didn't belong to me. The unease in my chest was growing, and the box seemed to be filled with remnants of a past I didn't remember. I picked up a photograph of a birthday party. A group of smiling children gathered around a cake. The picture was clearly taken many years ago, and in the background, I could see a woman standing by the table, smiling at the camera. She looked like someone I should know, but I couldn't place her face. The image stirred something deep inside me, but it was just out of reach, like a dream fading away the moment I woke up. I turned the photo over, hoping for a clue. There, written in faint pencil, was a note. Emily's 6th birthday, 1994. I felt a chill run down my spine. My 6th birthday? I had no memory of such an event, no memories tied to this moment, and yet, there it was. Proof that it was part of my past. But why couldn't I remember any of it? I tried to recall details about my childhood birthday parties, but the memories remained hazy and fragmented. I had celebrated many birthdays, of course, but nothing like the one in the photo. Nothing that looked like this party, with the woman I couldn't recognize. The more I sifted through the box, the more my confusion deepened. There was an old, folded letter tucked in the corner of the box. Its edges were frayed, and the paper was yellowed with age. I carefully unfolded it and began to read. The letter was addressed to Emily, and the handwriting was nearly illegible in places. As I deciphered the words, I could barely make out the message. I hope you remember us, the ones who loved you most. Come home soon. We miss you. The words echoed in my mind, reverberating in a way that was both comforting and deeply unsettling. Who had written this letter, and why was I being told to come home? My heart began to race. The box, which had once seemed like a collection of forgotten childhood mementos, now felt like a puzzle. It was filled with pieces I couldn't fit together. Who was the Emily in these photographs? In these letters? Why did everything about this box feel like it was meant for me, even though I had no memory of any of it? The sense of disconnect grew stronger. Had I been given these things as a child, or had they somehow been stored away by someone else? And if so, why didn't I remember them? I looked around the room, feeling a sense of disorientation. The familiar walls of my apartment now seemed strange, almost foreign. It was as if I were standing in a place that wasn't mine, surrounded by memories that didn't belong to me. The idea that I could forget an entire part of my childhood, the people, the events, the feelings, was incomprehensible. How could I have lost these memories? Why had I never seen this box before? The box, which had once seemed like a collection of forgotten trinkets, now felt like a portal into a past I had no access to. I set it down on the floor, unsure of what to do next. My mind was spinning, my thoughts tangled in a web of confusion and questions. I had to know more, but where could I turn for answers? There was no one I could ask. I didn't remember the people in the photographs, the woman who seemed so familiar but distant, or the birthday party that was supposedly mine. It felt like I had uncovered a secret, one that I wasn't meant to know. I spent the rest of the day turning the contents of the box over in my mind, trying to piece together some semblance of a past I could no longer remember. But no matter how hard I tried, the answers remained elusive. The box was full of things I didn't recognize, and yet they felt like they belonged to me. As the day drew to a close, I couldn't shake the feeling that this discovery was only the beginning of something much larger, something I wasn't ready to face. That night, as I lay in bed, I thought about the box and its contents. The words of the letter, "Come home soon, we miss you," echoed in my mind. Who had written them, and why? Who were these people who seemed so connected to my past? I closed my eyes, trying to find some trace of memory, but it felt as if the past was slipping further and further away, just beyond my reach. And no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't shake the feeling that the key to unlocking everything lay within that box, just out of sight, waiting for me to remember. Hello everyone, and welcome to Dark Whispers. I know many of you listen to these stories to help you fall asleep, and before you drift off, I would love to hear from you. Please leave a comment and let me know where you're listening from around the world. And if you're enjoying the video, don't forget to like and subscribe. Story 1. There is something strange about seeing a red balloon tied to your mailbox. It seems so simple, yet out of place in a way that makes your heart skip a beat. Balloons are usually for happy events, like birthdays or celebrations. But this balloon feels different. The bright red color stands out sharply against the quiet backdrop of your neighborhood, pulling your attention in an almost hypnotic way. The fact that there is no note, no explanation, no reason for the balloon being there makes everything feel even more unsettling. At first, you might think it's just a joke or some random act of mischief. Maybe a child from the neighborhood tied it there without thinking much about it. After all, balloons sometimes escape from parties and end up in strange places. But as you stand there, staring at the balloon, you can't shake the feeling that there's more to it than that. The balloon is perfectly tied, not a single knot out of place. It floats in the wind, gently bobbing up and down, as if waiting for you to notice it. But why would someone take the time to leave it there with no message, no explanation? The lack of a note is especially strange. If it were just a prank, surely there would be something written on it to make it clear that it was all in good fun. But instead, there is only the balloon, quietly swaying in the breeze. You can't help but wonder who left it there and why. The unanswered question lingers in your mind, filling you with an uncomfortable feeling that seems to grow stronger the longer you look at it. The balloon starts to feel like a puzzle, something that is meant to make you question everything around you. Despite the unease that is slowly creeping over you, you try to convince yourself that there's a simple explanation. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Maybe the balloon somehow ended up at your mailbox by accident. Perhaps it's part of a forgotten party decoration or something left behind by a delivery person. But even as you think about these possibilities, your instincts tell you that something doesn't add up. It doesn't feel like a random event. It feels too deliberate, too intentional. There is no clear reason why a single red balloon, of all things, would be tied to your mailbox. And that absence of explanation only deepens the unsettling feeling inside you. You glance around the neighborhood, hoping to find someone who can explain the balloon's sudden appearance. Maybe a neighbor is nearby, or maybe there's a party happening just down the street, and the balloon is part of a larger event. But as you look around, everything seems perfectly normal. The street is quiet. There's no one in sight. The neighborhood looks just as it always does, calm and still. Now, the balloon seems even more out of place. It stands there alone, with no explanation, no context. It doesn't fit with the peaceful, everyday rhythm of your surroundings. It feels as though it is waiting for you to react, waiting for you to do something, but you don't know what that something should be. The longer you stare at it, the more it seems to haunt you. It feels as though someone placed the balloon there with a specific purpose in mind. Perhaps it's meant to get your attention, to draw you into something you're not yet aware of. Maybe it's a warning, or even a message from someone who wants to remain anonymous. It's impossible to ignore the feeling that this balloon is no accident. It feels like it is meant for you, but the message behind it is still unclear. You approach it cautiously, your heart racing as you get closer. There's something almost ridiculous about the whole situation. A single red balloon, so innocent in appearance, yet holding so many unanswered questions. You reach out a trembling hand and untie the string, holding the balloon to the mailbox. As you do, the balloon gently floats upwards, tugging slightly against your grasp. But you don't let go. You watch as it rises into the air, feeling a strange sense of finality. When the balloon is finally out of your reach, the feeling of unease doesn't go away. Instead, it lingers, as if the balloon has left behind something invisible, something you can't quite grasp. At this point, you might feel a strong urge to investigate further. You may walk around your yard or check your mailbox again, hoping to find something that might explain the balloon's appearance. But as you search the area, you find nothing unusual. There's nothing that stands out, nothing that helps you understand why the balloon was tied there in the first place. The air around you feels still and quiet, and the absence of any other clues only deepens the mystery. It's as though the balloon was the only clue, And now that it's gone, you're left with even more questions than before. You start to wonder, is someone watching you? Did they know you would find the balloon? The absence of any explanation and the solitary nature of the balloon make it feel like it was placed there for a reason, to provoke a reaction from you. You start to think that maybe this is just the beginning of something more, a game or a sequence of events, each designed to unsettle you and keep you on edge. The more you think about it, the more it feels like a puzzle, something that you can't solve, and that feeling of being caught in the unknown only adds to your growing anxiety. You might consider asking your neighbors if they notice anything strange, but the thought of sounding paranoid or of overreacting stops you. What if they think you're making a big deal out of nothing? What if they didn't see the balloon at all, and you're the only one who noticed it? The idea that you might be the only one who sees the significance of the balloon makes you feel even more isolated. You wonder if the other people in the neighborhood are going about their day, completely unaware of the strange event that just unfolded in front of your own home. As time passes, the balloon and its absence continue to haunt you. You can't shake the feeling that it wasn't just a random object. It has become a symbol of something larger, something you can't quite figure out. Even though the balloon is gone, the questions it raised remain. Who left it there? Why red? Why your mailbox? It feels like an invasion into your sense of security, a reminder that things aren't always as they seem. The silence that follows only makes the mystery feel more intense. And now, more than ever, you can't help but wonder, what does this balloon mean? Why has it appeared in your life? Story 2. It was a quiet morning, one of those calm days when the sun shines gently through the curtains, casting soft, golden beams on everything. I had just finished my shower and was wiping off the bathroom mirror when I noticed something strange. At first, I thought the steam from my shower had left patterns or smudges on the glass, but as I wiped a little more, I saw that these marks weren't random. They were dates, several of them, and they were written in a very careful, deliberate way. I stepped closer to the mirror, squinting at the numbers. They looked so familiar, yet I couldn't quite place them. The more I stared, the more unsettling it became. Each date was written in the same style, like someone had written them carefully while the mirror was still foggy from my shower. And it wasn't just one or two random dates. There were several, scattered across the glass, some old and some more recent. It was clear that someone had been doing this for a while, but I couldn't remember ever noticing it before. The thought that someone had been writing on my bathroom mirror for so long, and I hadn't seen it until now, made my stomach turn. How had I missed it? I had lived in this apartment for months, and the mirror had been there the whole time. Yet today was the first time I had noticed these mysterious marks. The idea that something so strange had been happening right under my nose made me feel a bit off balance. Who had done this, and why? I reached out and touched the mirror, tracing my finger over the dates. They weren't random. They seemed to follow some kind of pattern. Although I couldn't figure out the pattern, I could tell that each date was spaced out, almost as if they were marking time, recording something important. But what could it mean? I couldn't stop wondering if these dates meant something to me, or if there was some kind of message hidden in them. My mind raced with possibilities. Was someone trying to tell me something, or was it just a harmless, odd habit? I decided to grab my phone and take a picture of the mirror, just in case the dates disappeared, as the steam began to fade. I didn't want to forget what I had seen, even if I couldn't make sense of it right away. As I snapped the photo, a strange unease washed over me. It wasn't that I had never used the bathroom before. I had showered in this very space countless times, yet I had never noticed the dates on the mirror before. The fact that they had been hidden in plain sight made me feel a little on edge. For the rest of the day, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every time I glanced at the mirror, I wondered if there were more hidden markings that I had missed, or if the person responsible for the dates was still watching me somehow. The sense of intrusion was overwhelming. It wasn't just the fact that someone had written on my bathroom mirror. It was the fact that I had never noticed it until now. It made me question how much I truly paid attention to my surroundings and what other things might have slipped by unnoticed. As the day went on, I tried to focus on other things, but the mystery of the dates stayed with me. I had no idea who could have done this, or why. I didn't have any roommates or anyone who had access to my apartment, so the idea that someone else was living with me seemed impossible. But then again, how could I explain the dates on the mirror? Were they a prank or something more sinister? I couldn't find an answer, and that uncertainty gnawed at me. The following morning, I decided to investigate further. I woke up earlier than usual, hoping to catch a glimpse of something that might explain the strange markings. I walked into the bathroom cautiously, almost expecting to see more dates written on the mirror. To my relief, the glass was clear. No fog, no signs of recent writing. It was as if the mirror had been wiped clean, or maybe the steam had never formed in the first place. The absence of the marks left me feeling both relieved and disappointed. I wasn't sure which answer I had hoped for. I ran through a few possibilities in my mind. Could I have simply missed the dates on the mirror all this time? Could there have been a time when the condensation was just right and I didn't notice? Maybe the person responsible for writing the dates had stopped altogether. But deep down, I knew something about the situation didn't feel right. If this was just a random event, why had I never noticed it before? And why would someone write dates on my bathroom mirror in the first place? I decided to take another look at the photo I had taken the day before. I zoomed in on the image, studying the dates more closely. Each one appeared to be written in the same handwriting, and they seemed to cover a wide range of time, from weeks ago to more recent days. The dates didn't follow any particular pattern that I could identify, but there was something about them that made my heart race. Maybe it was the realization that they were not just random, but seemed to have been placed with purpose. They felt like a message, even though I couldn't figure out what that message was. As the days passed, the mystery of the dates stayed with me. I began to wonder if they were meant to be a clue, a warning, or something else entirely. I thought about asking my friends or neighbors if they had noticed anything strange, but I quickly dismissed the idea. I didn't want to seem paranoid or overreacting, especially over something as strange as dates on a bathroom mirror. But the feeling of unease wouldn't go away. I had seen something, and now I couldn't forget it. One evening, as I sat down to relax after a long day, I found myself thinking about the dates again. I tried to recall everything that had happened around those times. Were any of the dates significant to me? Had I been in any particular situation that might explain the markings? But the more I thought about it, the less sense it made. The dates didn't seem connected to anything in my life, and yet I couldn't shake the feeling that they were important. They felt like fragments of a puzzle that I didn't know how to solve. A few weeks later, I decided to wipe the bathroom mirror thoroughly, hoping to start fresh. As I scrubbed away the remnants of steam and condensation, I wondered if this would be the last time I ever thought about the mysterious dates. Maybe it was just some bizarre quirk, a random occurrence that didn't have any real meaning. But as I finished cleaning the mirror and stepped back to admire the now clean surface, a new thought crossed my mind. What if the person who had written those dates was still out there? What if they were still watching me, still leaving hidden messages for me? The possibility made my skin crawl, but I couldn't deny that it was the only explanation that fit. Story 3. I opened my freezer one afternoon, and what I found inside shocked me. There, in the cold air, was a stack of Polaroid photos of me. Each photo had a date and a time written on the label, making it clear that they had been taken at different moments in my life. I stood there frozen for a moment, staring at the stack of pictures. The cold air from the freezer rushed out at me, but I barely noticed it. I was too focused on the photos. Something about them felt wrong. These were not photos from any events I could remember. They felt strangely familiar, but I couldn't figure out why. It was like they had been taken without my knowledge. The more I looked at the dates and times on the labels, the more confused I became. None of the moments they showed me matched anything I could recall. It was as if someone had been following me, quietly capturing moments of my life without me even realizing it. I felt my heart race. Slowly, I picked up the first photo. My hands trembled as I held it. The picture showed me sitting at my kitchen table reading a book. I looked so calm, completely unaware that I was being watched. The label said the photo was taken the previous week at 2:15 a.m. I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. I hadn't even been awake at that time. I was sure I had been sleeping, and no one else had been in my apartment. I picked up the second photo. It was another scene of me, this time walking into my living room. The label said it was taken at 11:42 p.m. Again, I had no memory of being photographed at that time. It was as if these moments were being captured when I wasn't paying attention, when I wasn't even aware. The more photos I looked at, the more unsettled I became. There were dozens of them, showing me doing everyday things, reading, cooking, watching TV, things I did all the time. But in every photo, I couldn't remember ever being taken. These photos were perfect. There was no sign of tampering, no hint that they had been edited in any way. The labeling was precise too. It was clear that someone had been following me, tracking my every move for days. This wasn't just a mistake. It wasn't some coincidence. Someone had been documenting my life. I felt a sense of panic rise in me. I quickly looked back inside the freezer, hoping to find some other clues, something that might explain this. The coldness in the air seemed to make the tension heavier, like the photos had been placed there for a reason, like they were part of some message that I needed to understand. I took the rest of the Polaroids and examined them carefully. The strange thing was that none of these photos seemed to have been taken from far away. They weren't the kind of photos a hidden camera or a long lens would take. These photos were up close, almost like the person who had taken them was right there with me. But how could they have been there without me knowing? My mind raced, trying to piece things together. Who could have been in my apartment without me realizing it? The thought that someone had been silently watching me, capturing these personal moments of my life, was terrifying. It meant they were close, right in my own home, watching me without my knowledge. They knew my habits, my routines, and I didn't even know they were there. That was the most frightening part. How had they gotten into my home without me noticing? I always locked the doors and windows, and no one had visited me recently. I started looking around my apartment, searching for any sign that someone had broken in, but everything seemed normal. My apartment was just as I had left it the night before. There was no evidence of anyone coming in or out. Yet these photos existed, and there was no explanation for how or why they had been taken. I thought about calling the police, but would they believe me? Who would take the time to document my life in such a detailed and disturbing way? The more I thought about it, the more paranoid I became. The photos weren't just strange, they were a warning. Someone had been in my life without my permission, and now they had a record of everything I had done. I sat down on the kitchen floor, holding the Polaroids tightly in my hands. The labels on each one were so precise, with not just the date and time, but specific notes like bathroom mirror or kitchen counter. The more I read, the more it felt like I was looking at a script, a detailed account of my every move. It was like someone had been keeping a diary of my life without me knowing. The thought made my stomach twist. I had never noticed anyone around me, never heard anything out of the ordinary. But these photos proved I wasn't as alone as I had thought. There had been someone with me, silently watching and capturing my moments. I checked my phone, hoping to find something that might explain what was happening. But there were no missed calls or messages. I went to my computer and checked my security cameras, but everything seemed fine. No one had entered the building. It felt like a cruel joke, but the more I thought about it, the more it seemed like a game I had been playing without even knowing the rules. The more photos I looked at, the more unsettled I became. Who was watching me, and why? The thought kept gnawing at me. What else had they seen? What other parts of my life had they documented? I didn't even feel safe in my own home anymore. I had always thought of my apartment as a private space, a sanctuary where I could relax and be myself. But now, with these photos in my hands, it felt like a lie. Someone had been inside my world, capturing my moments without permission, and I had no idea who they were or why they were doing this. As the days went by, the photos haunted me. I couldn't stop thinking about them. I became more cautious, checking every door and window twice to make sure everything was locked. But no matter how much I tried to control my environment, the reality was that someone knew more about me than I did, and that was the most unsettling part. I couldn't bring myself to throw the photos away. It felt like if I did, I would be erasing the only evidence that something was wrong. So I kept them hidden in a box at the back of my closet, hoping that if I didn't see them, they wouldn't have power over me. But every time I closed my eyes, I saw those images. Images of me, captured in perfect moments, not knowing that I was being watched. It was a feeling I couldn't escape. I thought about changing the locks on my doors, maybe installing new security cameras. But deep down, I knew it wouldn't be enough. Whoever had taken these photos was already in my life. They knew where I lived, they knew my habits, and worst of all, they had already been inside my space. The idea that someone could get that close to me without me noticing, without me hearing a sound, made my skin crawl. I decided to confront the photos head on. I went through each one again, trying to find something that could give me a clue about who might be behind this. And then I found something that made my blood run cold. One of the photos wasn't of me at all. It was a picture of my front door. The label said it was taken the day before I found the Polaroids in the freezer, and the time was just a few hours before I had opened the door to find them. The thought that someone had been standing right outside, watching me, made my heart stop. Now, I had no doubt, someone was out there, watching me. They had been for a long time. They had been in my home, taking photos of me, learning my habits, and waiting for the right moment to make their presence known. The Polaroids were not just a warning, they were a declaration. A sign that the person watching me had control over my life, and I had no idea how to stop them. Story 4. It was just another normal day at work. I was sitting at my desk, typing away on my computer, trying to finish a project on time. Everything was calm and routine, or at least, that's what I thought. Suddenly, I felt a tap on my shoulder. I turned around and saw my coworker standing there, holding an envelope. His face looked serious, and he didn't seem like his usual self. "I didn't think you'd want anyone else to see this," he said in a quiet voice, handing it to me. His tone was different from normal, too cautious for just another regular day at work. At first, I thought maybe he was just playing a joke. After all, in our office, we often did little pranks to lighten the mood. Sometimes people would hand me strange things just to get a reaction, but this time, something felt different. When I took the envelope from him, I noticed how heavy it felt. It was sealed tightly, as if the contents inside were important. I glanced at my coworker, but by then, he had already turned and walked back to his desk, not saying another word. I stared at the envelope in my hands. Something felt wrong about it. It felt like it was leading me towards something I wasn't ready to discover. My curiosity won out though, and slowly, I opened the flap and took out whatever was inside. The first thing I saw was a photo. My heart skipped a beat. It was a picture of my apartment building, but it wasn't like any photo I had ever seen before. The shot was taken from an angle I didn't recognize, and it was so clear that it seemed like it had been taken from somewhere nearby. Maybe from another building across the street, or from the alley behind mine. I could clearly see the familiar details of the building, the red brick, the windows, and even the small balcony where I always kept my plants. But what made me feel uneasy was how close the photographer had been to my apartment. My breath caught in my throat. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been watching me. It wasn't just the photo that disturbed me. It was the fact that my coworker had handed it to me so carefully, like he knew more about it than I did. He was never the kind of person to get involved in anything personal. So why was he the one to bring this to me? I looked at the photo again. Whoever took it had been close, really close. They had been watching me without me knowing. My hands were trembling as I flipped the photo over, hoping to find a note or some kind of message on the back. But there was nothing. The back of the photo was completely blank, just like the front. The silence of the moment felt so eerie, like there was something I wasn't seeing, something I was missing. I felt exposed, like my privacy had been violated in a way I couldn't explain. Why would someone take a picture of my apartment building? And why would they send it to me through my coworker? I sat there for a while, staring at the photo, trying to understand what was going on. The more I thought about it, the more I felt like it wasn't just a random picture. My coworker had given it to me with such care, as if he knew something was wrong. Was he trying to warn me? Or was he just as confused as I was? Either way, it didn't make sense. Why was this happening? And why was the picture sent to me anonymously? It made everything feel so much more unsettling. I looked around the office, but no one seemed to notice anything. Everyone was going about their work as usual, but inside, my mind was racing. What was going on? Was someone following me? Had someone been watching me for a long time, waiting for the right moment to do something? My thoughts were spinning. I started to wonder if all the little things I had noticed in the past had been signs. Had someone been standing too close to me on the subway? Had I seen a shadow pass by my window late at night? And what about the strange feeling I sometimes had when I was home alone, like someone was watching me? Were these signs of something more dangerous? Or was I just overthinking it? My heart was pounding as I shoved the photo back into the envelope. I didn't know what to do. Should I ask my coworker where he got the photo from? What if he didn't know anything and was just as confused as I was? Should I take the photo to the police? But what if it was nothing? The thought of getting the police involved felt extreme. But what if it was serious? What if someone was planning something worse? The rest of the day felt like a blur. I tried to focus on my work, but I couldn't stop thinking about the photo. Every time I looked at my computer screen or glanced around the office, the thought of that photo wouldn't leave my mind. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Something felt off, like I was missing something huge. My coworker's casual attitude when handing me the envelope only added to my confusion. Did he know something? Was he involved in this? Or was he just the messenger? By the time I left the office that day, I was exhausted. The photo in my bag felt heavier than ever. I couldn't stop glancing over my shoulder as I walked to my car, half expecting to see someone following me. But there was no one. The street was empty, with only a few people walking quickly to their destinations, unaware of the unease that was growing inside me. At home, I locked the door behind me and went straight to my bedroom. I pulled the photo out of my bag again and stared at it. There was no new information, no note, nothing else in the envelope. Just the photo of my apartment building, taken from a distance. It was clear that someone had been watching me, and they had been doing it for much longer than I had realized. I started to wonder if my home had been compromised. Had someone broken into my apartment and I didn't even know? Had my security been breached? As the night went on, the feeling of being watched only grew stronger. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustling of leaves outside made me jump. I tried to tell myself I was being paranoid, that it was all in my head. But the image of my apartment building stayed with me. It was a constant reminder that I wasn't alone in my own space. What did this person want? Why had they chosen now to make their presence known? I didn't have the answers. The uncertainty was the worst part of it all. Not knowing what to do next, or who was behind this. The only thing I knew for sure was that I was no longer in control of my own life. Someone else was watching, and I didn't know how to make them stop. Story 5. One day, I received an email with the subject line, "Look outside." At first, I thought it was just a prank, or maybe even spam, so I almost ignored it. But something about the email felt wrong, like there was an odd feeling in my stomach that told me I should take it seriously. For a moment, I hesitated, then clicked on the message. The email was very simple. There was no greeting, no explanation. Just those 3 words, "Look outside." My mind raced as I wondered who could have sent this and why. Why would anyone send me such a strange message? Curiosity got the best of me, and I slowly moved toward the window. I wasn't sure what I was expecting to see. Maybe it was just someone playing a joke on me, or perhaps I was overthinking it. But when I looked outside, I froze. Across the street, standing perfectly still in front of a house that had been abandoned for years, was a figure. They were just standing there, not moving an inch, staring directly at me. The figure was in the dark, wearing dark clothes, and their face was hidden by a hood or shadow. I couldn't see their features clearly, but I knew one thing. They were looking straight at my window. My heart skipped a beat. Who was this person? I didn't recognize them, and they didn't look like anyone from the neighborhood. The house they were standing in front of had been abandoned for years. No one ever stood there, especially not at this hour. It was too strange. I stepped back from the window, my mind racing. Was this a coincidence? Maybe it was someone out for a walk, but no one ever stood in front of that house, especially not at night. The figure didn't move, not even a little. It was like they were waiting for me to notice them. I checked the email again, hoping it was some kind of mistake, or maybe just a cruel joke. But the message was still there, staring at me. Look outside. I felt my anxiety growing. I tried to think of a reasonable explanation. Maybe it was just someone walking by who had stopped for a moment. Maybe they were waiting for someone. But everything about the situation felt wrong. It didn't feel like a simple coincidence. The figure stood completely still. They didn't seem to notice that I was watching them. It was as though they were waiting for me to do something. A wave of fear washed over me. I felt trapped, unsure whether I should confront whatever was happening or stay inside, safe from whatever might be out there. The longer I stared at the figure, the more my unease deepened. I had no idea who they were or what they wanted. The only thing I knew for sure was that they were standing there, watching me, and I had no control over the situation. I felt pulled into something, but I didn't understand what. I thought about calling the police or confronting the figure myself, but I was paralyzed. I couldn't make a decision. The stillness of the night and the quiet air made the whole situation feel surreal, like I had stepped into a place where time didn't exist. Everything was too quiet, too strange. It felt like something out of a nightmare. Yet it was happening in real life. I backed away from the window, my heart pounding. I grabbed my phone, unsure of who to call. There was no immediate threat, no clear danger, but something about the way the figure stood there, staring at me, sent chills down my spine. I quickly sent a text to a friend, asking if they had seen anything strange outside. I waited for a reply, but there was nothing. I looked back out the window again. The figure was still there, not moving at all. They hadn't shifted an inch. It was as if they were waiting for me to do something. The email suddenly felt more like a trap. Why had it come to me at that exact moment? The figure had appeared just after I read it, as if they had been waiting for the right moment to show up. Had they been following me, watching me from a distance? My house was in a quiet neighborhood, and I had never felt like I had to worry about anything like this. But now, with someone standing across the street, everything felt different. I started to wonder if someone had been watching me for a while, and the email was their way of letting me know they were right outside. Maybe they had been waiting for this moment. I considered going outside to see if the figure was still there, but the thought of confronting whatever or whoever they were filled me with dread. What if it was a trap? What if they were waiting for me to leave the safety of my house, to step outside into the unknown? The idea of stepping outside, vulnerable and alone, made my skin crawl. But still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. It felt like I was trapped in a moment that never ended, with the world outside closing in on me. The silence was so thick, it felt like it was pressing in on me. Every little noise made me jump, each creak of the floorboards, each rustling leaf outside felt louder, sharper. I knew I couldn't stay in this state of fear for long. I needed to do something, but I didn't know what. I decided to try calling the police, but just as I was about to dial, something happened that made my heart race. The figure across the street took a step forward. It wasn't much, just a small movement, but it was enough to make panic surge through me. I quickly hung up the phone and backed away from the window. My heart was pounding in my chest. What did they want? Why were they standing there? The figure was moving slowly towards the house, but they never took their eyes off my window. It was like they were fixated on me. I felt helpless, as if there was nothing I could do to stop what was happening. Every time I looked at them, I felt more and more trapped. It wasn't just their presence that scared me. It was the way it felt like I had no control, as if I were caught in some invisible force, unable to stop what was unfolding. I thought about the email again. Why had someone sent it to me? What was the point of making me look outside? It felt like I had been pulled into something and I didn't know how to escape. Minutes passed, but it felt like hours. The figure was still there, standing motionless, as if waiting for something. Waiting for me, perhaps. My body screamed at me to do something, anything, to make sure I wasn't just a pawn in some twisted game. But all I could do was stare back at the figure, unable to look away, as they continued to move slowly toward the house. The line between reality and nightmare was blurring, and all I could do was watch, helpless, as the figure closed the distance between us, step by step. Story 6. It all started a few nights ago. I was getting ready to fall asleep, and everything in the house was quiet. The only sound was the soft hum of the refrigerator in the background. I had just turned off the lights, and the world outside my window was wrapped in a peaceful silence. That's when I heard it. At first it was very faint, almost like a whisper. A soft buzzing sound. It sounded like a phone vibrating. I stopped for a moment, trying to figure out what it was. The sound continued, but it wasn't coming from my phone. I quickly checked my phone on the nightstand, but there were no notifications. So where was the buzzing coming from? My heart started to race. I sat up in bed, feeling a sense of panic. I checked all the other devices in the room, my tablet, my laptop, but none of them were vibrating. The buzzing didn't stop. It was still there, faint but constant. My anxiety grew. It felt like the sound was getting under my skin, and I couldn't shake it. I got out of bed and started to walk around the room. I went to the corner of the room and even looked behind the curtains, hoping to find the source of the sound. But there was nothing. No phone. No other explanation for the buzzing. It was as if the phone was there, but invisible. I couldn't understand what was happening. I laid back down, trying to calm myself down. Maybe it was just a strange trick of my mind, I thought. But as soon as I closed my eyes, the buzzing continued. It wasn't just in my mind, it was real. The sound was still there, like a vibration right beside me. But when I looked around the room, everything seemed perfectly still. I couldn't figure it out. I had to find the source of the noise. It felt like the buzzing was coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. It was maddening. I got up again, walking slowly around the room with my phone in hand, hoping that somehow the buzzing would stop if I found where it was coming from. I checked under the bed, under the furniture, in every drawer. I even opened the closet door and looked inside, thinking maybe something hidden inside was causing the sound. But again, nothing. It was like the sound was coming from the air itself, vibrating through the quiet room. I went back to the bed, trying to relax and hoping the buzzing would stop, but it didn't. It went on for hours. The noise kept me up all night, a constant hum that wouldn't let me sleep. The next night, it happened again. At first, I thought the previous night had just been some kind of fluke, but as soon as I settled into bed, I heard it once more. That unmistakable buzzing sound. This time, I was more prepared. I grabbed my phone and checked for any messages, any notifications, but there was nothing. I started to search again, trying to figure out where the sound was coming from. This time, it seemed to come from the walls. Then, it moved to the floor, then the ceiling. It was everywhere, but I couldn't pinpoint the exact source. The buzzing was so persistent. It was like I was losing my mind, chasing a sound that refused to be found. As the days passed, the buzzing continued, but it never came from the same place. One night, it seemed to come from the hallway outside my room. Another night, it was coming from the kitchen, then the living room. The sound moved around the house, always late at night, always when I was about to fall asleep. It was almost like it was following me, but I couldn't figure out why. I started checking every corner of the house, opening cabinets, checking behind furniture, and listening closely for any hint of where the noise might be coming from. But every time I thought I found the source, the buzzing would shift to another part of the house. The more I searched, the more the sound seemed to escape me. I even asked a friend to come over, hoping they could hear the buzzing too. Maybe I was just imagining things. I thought maybe I was hearing something that wasn't really there. But when they arrived, they heard it too. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but they agreed that there was definitely something vibrating in the house. It wasn't just in my mind. Something was happening, but neither of us could figure out what it was. We checked all the electronics, my phone, their phone, and everything else in the house. But nothing seemed to be the cause of the buzzing. The strange thing was that the sound wasn't connected to anything specific. It didn't sound like an incoming message or a notification. It wasn't regular, like the buzz of a phone on silent. Sometimes the buzzing would happen in short bursts, and other times it would go on for minutes. The sound was so familiar, but also so mysterious. It sounded like a phone, but there was no phone to be found. It was as if the phone was there, but invisible, hiding somewhere I couldn't reach. The more I thought about it, the more it began to drive me crazy. Weeks went by, and I became more and more frustrated. I was losing sleep over this strange noise. It was affecting my daily life. Every night, I dreaded going to bed, knowing that the buzzing would start again. The sound was like a ghost in my home, an unseen presence that was always there, but always out of reach. I even started to wonder if something supernatural was at play. Could the house be haunted? But I quickly pushed that thought aside. There had to be a rational explanation. Though I couldn't find it, I didn't give up. I needed to figure this out. One night, I decided to stay awake and listen carefully. Maybe I could finally get to the bottom of it. I sat in silence, straining my ears for the familiar buzzing sound. At first, there was nothing. But just as I was about to give up, I heard it again. This time, it was different. The buzzing was louder, clearer, and seemed to be coming from the far corner of the room. My heart raced. I got up and walked slowly toward the sound. I opened the closet door and stared into the dark space, hoping to find the source of the noise. But as soon as I reached out to turn on the light, the buzzing stopped. The room fell silent. I stood there, frozen in place, unsure of what had just happened. Had I imagined it? Was the sound real, or was my mind playing tricks on me? I waited in the dark, hoping the buzzing would return, but it didn't. For the first time in weeks, I was able to sleep in peace. The buzzing had stopped, and I was left wondering if it had all been in my head. The next night, just as I was about to fall asleep, the buzzing started again. It was faint at first, but unmistakable. This time the sound seemed to come from the far side of the house, in the living room. I couldn't ignore it anymore. I had to find out where it was coming from. I got up and walked toward the living room. My heart was pounding as I got closer. The buzzing seemed to be coming from an old phone charger I had plugged in on the side table. I picked up the charger and noticed something strange. The small light on it was flickering, as if it was malfunctioning. As I inspected it further, I realized that the buzzing was coming from the charger itself. The phone hadn't been plugged in, but the charger was still vibrating slightly, making the sound I had been hearing for weeks. I had finally found the source. It had been the charger all along. Even though I had found the cause, I couldn't help but feel a mix of relief and disbelief. How had I never thought to check the charger before? It had been the most obvious explanation, but I had overlooked it. As I unplugged the charger, the buzzing stopped. For the first time in weeks, the house was silent, and I was finally able to sleep without the constant hum in the background. Story 7. A cashier at the gas station asked, "Do you always buy snacks at 3 a.m.? I had never been to the store at night before, so her question caught me off guard. I had just finished a long shift at work and was stopping for a quick snack before heading home. The store was quiet, with only the soft hum of the refrigerator and the occasional beep of the register. I didn't see anyone else in the store, so I wondered why the cashier seemed so interested in my presence at such a strange hour. I glanced at the clock and saw that it was exactly 3 a.m. For a brief moment, I felt like I was in a dream. The world outside was dark, with only the glow of the gas station lights breaking through the night. I've always been a morning person, so I wasn't used to being out so late, especially not for something as simple as a snack. It was a decision that seemed harmless, but the cashier's question made me feel like I had stepped into a world I didn't belong in. I nervously laughed, trying to brush off the awkwardness. "I don't usually," I said. "I guess tonight's different." I hoped my answer would clear up any confusion, but the cashier didn't seem convinced. She looked at me with a strange expression, almost like she knew something I didn't. It made me feel uncomfortable, but I didn't know how to explain it. I had been coming to this gas station for years, just not a night. Why was this such a big deal? The cashier kept scanning my items in silence, and I could feel her eyes on me. It was as if she was waiting for me to say more. There was something in her tone, something that made me wonder if she had seen me here before, or if I was just imagining things. I tried to think back to my previous visits, but I couldn't remember being there this late. Maybe she just thought I was a regular customer, but why would she ask about it in such a specific way? As I stood there, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The place felt different at night, quieter, almost deserted. The fluorescent lights above flickered faintly, casting long shadows over the aisles. The busy energy of the daytime had been replaced by an eerie stillness that made every sound seem louder. This wasn't the kind of place I would usually stop by so late, but for some reason, tonight felt different. I quickly grabbed my snacks, paid, and left. But the question stayed with me. What did she mean by asking if I always bought snacks at 3 a.m.? It wasn't like I was doing anything strange, just stopping for some chips and a soda. But still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had somehow crossed a line, like I was intruding on something I wasn't supposed to be part of. Maybe it was just the quiet of the hour that made the situation feel strange, or maybe there was more to the cashier's question than I understood. The ride home was long, and my thoughts kept going back to that question. I wondered if I had been acting out of character, or if it was just a fluke that caught the cashier's attention. The world outside seemed different now. The usual landmarks I passed by in the daylight now felt unfamiliar in the dark, as if they had been changed by the hour. The streets were nearly empty, and the few cars that passed by seemed to be going too fast, as if they were in a hurry. By the time I got home, I was exhausted, but that cashier's question still lingered in my mind. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it didn't matter. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized it had uncovered something I hadn't expected to find. I had never thought twice about stopping at a gas station before, but now I was questioning everything. Had I really never been there at night before? Or had I just never noticed the oddities of that hour? The whole experience made me think about the little things I overlook in my daily routine. I tried to tell myself it was just a random question from a bored cashier, but I couldn't ignore the feeling that something about the encounter had shifted my perspective. It wasn't just about the snacks or the time of night. It was about how I saw the world around me. In that moment, I realized how little attention I paid to the small details in life, those things that seem insignificant at the time, but could actually hold meaning. The cashier's question forced me to confront that realization, and I couldn't ignore it anymore. The next few times I visited the gas station, I found myself paying closer attention to everything. I noticed the way the shelves were arranged, how the fluorescent lights buzzed above my head, and how the air smelled in the store. It felt as if I had stepped into a new version of the place, one that was different from what I had seen during the day. I also began wondering if the cashier would remember me or ask me another strange question. It felt odd to be seen in such a way, like I had become a subject of curiosity in her world. One day, I ran into the same cashier again, and this time I was ready. I decided to make light of our previous encounter, so I said with a smile, "Do you usually see people buying snacks at 3 a.m. around here?" The cashier looked at me for a moment before laughing. a genuine laugh that seemed to ease the tension. "No," she said. "It's just that it's a bit unusual to see anyone at this time. Most people who come through at night are just getting gas or something quick." I could tell that her initial curiosity had faded, but I still felt the strange connection we had made during that first encounter. We talked briefly, and I learned that the cashier worked the night shift and often saw all kinds of people stop by at odd hours. Some came for coffee, others for gas, and a few, like me, came for snacks. For some reason, she seemed to remember me because of my late night visit. Maybe it was because I didn't fit the usual pattern of customers she saw at that time, or maybe there was something else that made me stand out. Either way, the mystery was starting to fade, and I felt a little more at ease. Over time, I began to accept the fact that sometimes things happen for no particular reason. Not every question has to have deep meaning, and not every encounter needs to be full of mystery. But the question the cashier asked me at 3 a.m. remained in my mind. It reminded me that we all see the world differently. Some people notice little details that others overlook, and sometimes those details make us feel like we're part of something bigger, even if just for a brief moment. In the end, it was just a simple interaction, but it forced me to reflect on my own habits, my routines, and the way I move through the world. A question about snacks at 3 a.m. unexpectedly turned into a deeper conversation about how we perceive the world and how we can sometimes be seen in ways we don't even realize. Story 8. It was a quiet Saturday afternoon when it happened. I had just come home from running some errands, the usual simple things I had to do. The sky outside was cloudy, and a light drizzle had started to fall. It wasn't enough rain to need an umbrella, but it was enough to make everything feel gloomy. I had put my shopping bags down in the hallway and was about to make myself a cup of tea when I heard the doorbell ring. It was a single sharp chime that echoed through the house, cutting through the silence. I froze for a moment, confused. I wasn't expecting anyone. I lived alone, and the only people who usually rang my doorbell were delivery drivers or the occasional neighbor with a package to drop off. I looked at the clock. It was already mid-afternoon, and I wasn't expecting any visitors. The ringing had been sudden, unexpected, and felt out of place. I walked to the door, my footsteps slow and uncertain, wondering who could possibly be there at my doorstep. When I opened the door, I found nothing but the cool, wet air outside. There was no one standing on the porch, no sign of anyone who had been there moments before. My heart began to race. I looked down the sidewalk, but there was no one in sight. The street was empty, and the houses around me were quiet and still. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Who could have rung the doorbell and then disappeared so quickly? My mind raced with all kinds of thoughts, none of them reassuring. Just as I was about to close the door, I noticed something on the ground just outside. It was a small, folded piece of paper. I bent down to pick it up. My breath caught in my throat. The rain had started to fall heavier, and I could feel the droplets splashing against my skin. I unfolded the note, and as I read the words, a chill ran through me. "Why didn't you open sooner?" I stood frozen for a moment, staring at the note, my heart pounding. The message was simple, but it felt like a punch to the gut. It was as if the person who had been at my door knew something I didn't. And worse, they were angry at me for not opening the door sooner. A wave of panic rose within me. My thoughts were spiraling as I tried to make sense of the situation. Who could have left this note? How did they know I was inside? The idea that someone had been watching me at my doorstep made my skin crawl. It didn't make any sense. I hadn't heard any footsteps or seen anyone leave. The only thing that was real was the note in my hand and the dread that now settled in my stomach. I quickly glanced around, checking the street once more to see if anyone was hiding or lurking nearby. But there was no one in sight. The neighborhood was eerily quiet, with only the sound of the rain and the distant hum of a car passing by. I stepped back inside and closed the door, locking it behind me. My mind raced as I tried to rationalize what had just happened, but nothing made sense. Why would someone leave such a cryptic message at my doorstep? And why did it make me feel so unsettled? I tried to convince myself that it was just some kind of prank, maybe a neighbor playing a joke, or someone who had the wrong house. But the longer I thought about it, the more wrong that explanation felt. There was something off about it, something that made my skin crawl. The note was too specific, too personal. It was like the person knew exactly what I was doing when I would be home, and chose that moment to send their strange, chilling message. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The feeling followed me around the house, gnawing at me as I moved from room to room. I kept glancing out the windows, half expecting to see someone standing in my yard or peering in through the glass. I even checked the security camera footage, but it showed nothing unusual. The area around my house was empty. No one had come or gone in the time between when I arrived and when the doorbell rang. That made things even worse. The absence of any evidence made the situation even more terrifying. How could someone ring my doorbell and leave a note without leaving a trace? That night, I locked all the doors and windows and stayed up late, trying to distract myself with a book. But my thoughts kept drifting back to the incident. I couldn't stop thinking about that note. Why didn't I open the door sooner? It felt as though the person who left the note had been waiting for me to respond, like they had been expecting me to open the door right away. But why? What did they want from me? And why did they seem so angry? The days that followed were filled with a constant sense of unease. Every time I heard a knock or a ring at the door, my heart would skip a beat. I would hesitate before answering, wondering if it was the same person returning. I started avoiding opening the door altogether, peering through the peephole instead. But there was never anyone there. It was as if the person had vanished, leaving only the echo of their presence behind. I felt paranoid, like I was being stalked by someone I didn't know and could never see. I started to question my own sanity. Was I imagining things? Was the note just some random prank that had gotten to me more than it should have? But deep down, I knew I wasn't imagining it. The feeling of being watched, the sense of dread that clung to me, it was real. I couldn't escape it. It felt like I was being drawn into something dark, something I didn't understand. And the worst part was that I didn't know who to turn to for help. How could I explain this to anyone without sounding crazy? Who would believe me? A week after the strange visit, I was sitting on the couch, scrolling through my phone, when I heard a soft knock at the door. I froze, my blood running cold. I hadn't heard the doorbell this time, just a knock. Slowly, I stood up and crept toward the door, my breath shallow. I peered through the peephole. There was no one there. My heart pounded in my chest as I hesitated, unsure of what to do next. I didn't want to open the door. I didn't want to face whatever or whoever was on the other side, but I had to know. I had to see if it was real, if the person had come back again. Slowly, I turned the handle and opened the door, my eyes scanning the porch. There was nothing, no one there. But then I looked down. Another note. This one was different from the first. The handwriting was more hurried, more desperate. It read, "You didn't open again. What will you do when it's too late?" My blood ran cold as I stared at the words. My mind raced. What did it mean? And who was doing this to me? The sense of fear was overwhelming now, suffocating. I couldn't understand what was happening, but I knew one thing for sure. I wasn't safe. Someone was watching me, someone who knew my every move, and I couldn't escape them. The note was a warning, and no matter how many times I closed the door, it would never be enough. They were always there, waiting for me to open it, waiting for me to make the wrong choice. And I had no idea how long it would take before it was too late. Story 9. It was a quiet evening, and I was sitting on the couch, scrolling through my phone, when a notification popped up. It was from my social media account. At first, I didn't think much of it, but then I saw the message, new login from a new location. The notification showed the city where the login had happened, and to my shock, it was halfway across the country from where I lived. My heart skipped a beat. How could someone have accessed my account from so far away? I stared at the screen in disbelief. I immediately checked the time of the login. It had happened just moments ago. There was no mistaking it. Someone had used my account without my permission. Panic set in. I quickly opened the app to check what had been done. The first thing I noticed was that I had been logged out of my account. I tried to log back in, but my password didn't work. My hands were shaking as I reset my password, typing in the new one as fast as I could. Once I was back inside my account, I checked my recent posts. The strange thing was that the posts seemed just like the ones I would normally make. Pictures I had taken, captions that sounded like something I would say. But there was one big difference: the times of the posts. They had been published while I was at home on the couch, doing nothing but scrolling through my phone. I tried to calm myself down, telling myself that maybe someone had hacked my account but hadn't done anything too crazy. But as I scrolled through the posts, something didn't feel right. The content seemed just like my usual posts, but it was written in a way that made me question if I had actually made them. One of the posts was a picture of my cat, a photo I had taken just last week, with a caption about how lazy days are the best. It was something I would definitely say. But the timing seemed wrong. How could that post have gone up while I was in the middle of a conversation with my friend at the time? My mind raced as I tried to make sense of the situation. Could someone have been in my account, watching me in real time, waiting for the exact moment to post something that looked like it came from me? Or was there something even stranger happening? I checked the rest of the posts. They all appeared to have been made in the same way. Some were selfies I had taken a few days ago. Others were simple thoughts that seemed completely in line with my usual social media presence. But how could someone log in from another city and post them without me noticing? Had I been hacked, or was I just not paying enough attention to something in my own account? The fear began to grow as I tried to investigate further. I checked the login activity in the app's settings, hoping to find more clues. I saw a list of recent logins, but the entry that concerned me the most was the one that had occurred just a few hours earlier. Once again, the location was that faraway city, and the device used was completely unfamiliar to me. I immediately logged out of my account on all devices, hoping that would prevent any further access, but the unease remained. I didn't understand how this could happen. I hadn't given my password to anyone, and I didn't think anyone had access to my phone. Yet somehow, someone had logged into my account and posted as if they were me. I decided to check my settings for any suspicious activity, but everything seemed normal. There were no strange linked devices, and no unfamiliar apps connected to my account. I checked my messages and conversations to see if anything had been tampered with, but nothing appeared out of the ordinary. It was as though the only thing that had been affected was the post. But how could someone create posts that seemed so natural? And why were all the posts things I would normally share? I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been watching me closely, learning how I interacted with my social media. The posts were too perfect, too on point with my usual tone and style to be random acts of hacking. It was as though they knew exactly how I would react in certain situations, what I would say, how I would phrase things. I started to wonder if this person had been following my account for some time, studying my behavior, and then decided to strike when I least expected it. I didn't want to jump to conclusions, but I had to know if someone was truly messing with my life. My first instinct was to lock everything down. I changed all my passwords and set up two-factor authentication for extra security. I spent the next half hour changing everything: social media passwords, email accounts, bank information, anything that could have been compromised. As I did this, I tried to remember the last time I had felt anything unusual happening with my account. Had I seen any signs that something was off before this? Had anyone been talking to me strangely in the comments or sending odd messages? I couldn't remember any specific instances, but now in hindsight, I began to wonder if there had been small signs along the way. Messages I had brushed off, odd interactions with people I thought I knew. At the time, they seemed like nothing, but now they felt like clues I had missed. The more I thought about it, the more unsettling it became. Who was this person? Why had they taken such an interest in my social media? What were they trying to accomplish? I had always been careful with my online activity. I made sure my privacy settings were strict, and only trusted people could see what I posted. I never allowed anyone to have access to my personal life in such an intimate way. So the idea that someone had been watching me from afar, carefully studying me, was terrifying. As I sat back, feeling exhausted from all the thoughts rushing through my mind, I tried to calm myself down. Maybe I was overreacting. Maybe it was just a glitch. Or maybe someone had hacked my account and posted by accident. But the more I looked at the posts, the more I felt like something was deeply wrong. They felt too personal, too perfectly timed. It was as though someone had slipped into my life for a moment, watched me, then left without a trace. I knew I needed to be more vigilant. This wasn't something I could ignore. After all, if someone had been in my account and posted so convincingly, what else could they do? Could they access my private messages? Or worse, my personal information? I had no idea what their intentions were, but I was starting to feel like I was being watched, and that was a feeling I couldn't shake. The sense of violation was overwhelming. In the following days, I monitored my account closely, checking for any signs of further tampering. I kept everything locked down, double-checking security measures and staying hyper-aware of anything strange. But the feeling that someone was out there, logging into my social media without my knowledge, never really went away. And with each passing day, I found myself wondering, who was this person? How did they know me so well? And what would they do next? Story 10. Earlier in the day, I had parked my car in the same spot where I always parked it, near the corner of the street. As the sun began to set, I walked back to my car. The streets were quieter now, as evening had fallen. It seemed like a normal evening, or at least I thought it was. I made my way toward the familiar side of my car. The sound of my footsteps echoed on the sidewalk, and all I could think about was getting home to relax after a long day. But as I got closer to my car, I noticed something strange. The back window, which had been perfectly clean when I parked my car earlier, now had something written on it. At first, I thought it was just a smudge or dirt, but as I got closer, I could see that it was a word: run. The word was large, written quickly in the dirt, like someone had left it on purpose. My heart skipped a beat, and a cold chill ran through me. Who would do this? And more importantly, why? I stood there for a moment, staring at the word in disbelief. Run. It seemed so simple, but so unsettling. The letters weren't even. and they almost looked rushed, like the person had been in a hurry or was trying to leave a message quickly. I ran my fingers over the letters in the dirt, and they were deep, as if someone had pressed hard against the window to make them. The more I stared at it, the more the message seemed to burn into my mind. What did it mean? Run? Why would someone write that? The world around me seemed to shrink, and the usual sounds of the neighborhood started to fade into the background. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. I glanced around, half expecting someone to be watching me, but the street was empty. There was no one around, and the houses were quiet. It was just me, and this strange, disturbing message on my car. I walked around to the other side of the car, checking to see if anything else was out of place, but nothing had been touched. The car was exactly where I had left it, parked in its usual spot. But that word, run, it felt like a warning. My stomach tightened with unease. It was a strange, primal feeling, one that told me this wasn't something I could ignore. Someone had clearly been at my car, writing that word for a reason. It wasn't just a prank. The urgency in the word made it feel like a command, something I was supposed to listen to. But what was it warning me about? And why now? There had been no signs of anything unusual in the days before this. My car had been parked in the same spot for weeks, without any issues. As I stood there, my mind started to swirl with possibilities. Was this a coincidence? Had I unknowingly angered someone, and this was their way of sending a message? Or maybe I was just being paranoid, but the feeling that someone had been watching me, or worse, that someone knew something about me, was growing stronger. Where was I supposed to run from? And if this message was truly for me, why would someone want to put me in such a state of fear? I quickly pulled out my phone to take a picture of the window for evidence, but as I did, I hesitated. What if someone was watching me right now? What if they were waiting for me to notice the message? I looked around again, scanning the empty street. There was still no one in sight. The quietness of the neighborhood made everything feel even more eerie. It was like the world had stopped moving, and it was just me and the cryptic message on my car. After a few moments, I forced myself to take the picture. I needed to document it, just in case. But the more I looked at the photo, the more unsettling it became. The dirt seemed to form the letters of the word run, in a way that felt deliberate, like someone had carefully thought about how they were writing it. My hands were shaking as I zoomed in on the image, trying to make sense of it. Why had they chosen the word run? Why not something else? The logical part of my mind told me to relax. Maybe it was just a random act of vandalism, nothing more. Maybe some kid thought it would be funny, or maybe someone had a grudge against me and thought this was a way to intimidate me. But something in my gut told me this wasn't just a harmless prank. There was something about the intensity of the message, the way it seemed to demand action, that made me feel like I was being watched, or worse, hunted. I walked around my car again, checking all the doors and windows. Everything seemed locked and secure, just as I had left it. But still, the unease lingered, like a heavy fog surrounding me. Who had been at my car, and why hadn't I noticed them? The neighborhood was quiet, but there were people around. Someone must have seen something, right? Or maybe it had been done in the middle of the night when no one was around to witness it. I debated whether I should call the police. After all, it wasn't just a case of vandalism. It felt like a threat, a warning. But what could I even tell them? Someone wrote "run" in the dirt on my back window. They would probably dismiss it as a prank or some random act. I wasn't sure how to explain the fear that had taken over me. How could I explain how my heart raced just thinking about someone knowing something I didn't? I decided to drive away. Maybe putting some distance between myself and the car would help. The quiet isolation of my house no longer felt comforting. I needed answers. I needed to understand why this was happening and what it meant for me. As I sat in my car, I started the engine and pulled away slowly, glancing in the rearview mirror to make sure nothing seemed out of place. But the image of the word run lingered in my mind. It was a constant reminder that something was wrong. For the rest of the night, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed. I felt like someone was watching my every move. The strange message had triggered something deep inside me, an instinct that told me I couldn't ignore it. I stayed inside that night, locking the doors and keeping the lights on. But even then, I felt a constant sense of discomfort. The next morning, I knew I had to go back to the car and check it again. But part of me dreaded what I might find. Would the word still be there? Would there be more to the message? As I prepared to leave, I checked every corner of the house. It felt like someone was inside, like I wasn't alone. Even though I knew there was no one there, the sense of unease hadn't left me. Something was coming, something I wasn't prepared for. And the word run on the back window of my car was a stark reminder that I might not be able to avoid it. Everywhere I went that day, I found myself looking over my shoulder, expecting to see someone following me. The word run haunted me, pulling at my thoughts. What had I missed? What was I supposed to do next? The message felt like more than just a simple warning. It felt like a premonition, something I couldn't understand but couldn't ignore. And with each passing moment, the feeling that I needed to act on it only grew stronger.